Chapter 1983 Misunderstanding. After Han Sen returned to the island, he saw his legless crane resting beneath the tree. He put some meat in its bowl, then went into the house to practice under the sky. Under the sky was very delicate. The technique did not have much flair, and it wasn't overbearing, like teeth knife. But when you used the skill, it was like a rippling ribbon that could not be cut. The knife skills looked random, but they were all connected. It could trap an enemy without them noticing. With it, Han Sen might even be able to control the enemy as if they were a puppet. Under the Sky was not too dissimilar to Heavenly Go or the Dongxian Sutra. It was still quite unique, of course. Heavenly Go focused on one's formation. The Dongxian Sutra was excellent when it came to prediction. Under the Sky focused on direct control. Under the Sky made one a queen amongst ants, allowing the user to rule the battlefield. Whoever made that knife skill, to have given it a name like that, must have been thinking of this. But there was a problem with the knife skill which reduced its effectiveness significantly. In order to properly control the enemy, the skill had to view them as nothing. And that was where the problem began. When Han Sen watched Yun Sui make use of it, he could tell where the technique had originated. It had to have stemmed from Sky Palace. Han Sen had guessed correctly. Sky Palace had outer sky powers, and it came from the textless book. The person that created Under the Sky had practiced with the textless book. He used that as a basis, and with his knowledge and talent, he formulated the rest of the knife skill. Understanding the textless book wasn't necessary to practice Under the Sky, though. If it was, then what was the point? Very few could actually practice with the textless book, after all. Because of this, the skill lacked the textless book's power as a base, and the control power was quite weak. It wasn't the best. It created a dual-sided problem. People who couldn't practice the textless book also couldn't learn this knife skill to its true potential, but people who could practice the textless book didn't need to learn this skill. It was a bit of a shame. Under the Sky had been abandoned because no one had found a way to overcome this problem. The modifications of a number of geniuses weren't even enough. Han Sen wasn't very good at knife skills, but it just so happened that Under the Sky's problem was something Han Sen was very familiar with. He had allowed the outer sky powers to enter his body on the road to the sky. The forces that he felt impressed him greatly. Added to that, he was proficient with the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. Thus, fixing the issue would not be too difficult for him. But Han Sen had only observed the knife skill. He didn't have the scroll, so he couldn't learn it properly and apply his solution to the matter. After thinking it through, Han Sen decided to give Yun Sui a call. He asked if outsiders were allowed to learn Under the Sky, but she said no. It was a flawed knife skill, but it was connected to the textless book. Therefore, not just anyone could come and learn it. Yun Sui was allowed to learn it because the skill was originally created by the Yun family. She could study it herself, but she could not pass it on to others. Han Sen was disappointed. He had agreed to help her because he thought the skill would suit him. He wanted to learn it himself. Han Sen was disappointed he was not able to learn the skill. He apologized to Yun Sui and told her he could not fix it by merely watching. That night, Yu Jing came to meet with Han's senior brother. You speak your mind. Han Sen had learned quite a bit about Yu Jing from Yun Sui. He did not harbor any prejudice against the man, though, so he treated him like a normal person. Yu Jing checked to see if they were truly alone, and he said, "Brother Han, if you do not care for the rewards of the exam, how about you help me out? With your power, you can surely win first place. If you can help me, I can provide you a reward that is worth even more." "Are you saying you want me to cheat?" Han Sen understood what he was getting at. "Haha. I'm only talking about helping each other get what we both want." Yu Jing laughed. Han Sen suddenly thought of something, and so he told Yu Jing, "I am afraid I am unable to help you. I will be taking part in the exam." "That's okay. But if you change your mind, you can always call me. Yu Jing was visibly disappointed, but he did not say anything about it. After he left, Han Sen called Yun Sui and asked, Sui, is Under the Sky in the Holy House? There is a copy in there, yes. Why? What do you want? Yun Sui asked with surprise. If I get first place in the exam, I can ask for Under the Sky as a reward, yes? Han Sen asked. That is correct. After saying that, Yun Sui thought of something and blushed. I see. Okay, then. Han Sen hung up. Yun Sui had confirmed his guess, so he was going to join the exam and see if he could nab first place. If he was able to, he'd pick Under the Sky. Yun Sui was still holding the phone, deep in thought. Her cheeks were red, and she smiled and thought to herself, is he going to the exam because of me? All to get Under the Sky. There were still 2 weeks to go before the exam. White Jade Jing opened again the following week, and Han Sen had plans to slay a few more Earl Xenogeneics to level up his gene tally. He still wanted to learn the truth about mutant genes. Han Sen did not plan to go to Xianyuan Cave this time, as that place was far too complicated. There were too many Xian Jade spirits around, and they were tough to kill. Han Sen got his hands on a Sky Palace map, and he looked over places he could go to hunt Xenogeneics. After a time of deliberation, he decided on going to Old Night Island. Old Night Island's Xenogeneics were fast, and most of them could fly. Earls did not like going there, as it was difficult to slay the inhabitants of that island. Han Sen, however, was not afraid. No matter what happened, his rabbit shoes and his dragon wings could give him the speed he needed. Catching an Earl would not be difficult either. After Yu Jing confirmed Han Sen's participation in the exam, a new thought came to him. There aren't many special people in this year's exam. With Han Sen's power, he can get into the top 5 with ease. I can take advantage of that. His reputation is weak, and so people don't know his true strength. I can earn money through this. Yu Jing concocted a long scheme. Chapter 1984 Xenogeneic Geno AR Old Night Island was very big. There were mountains, forests, and even oceans. Han Sen went there and chased a flying bird. He caught up with it and cut its head off. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Forest bird, Xenogeneic gene found. Han Sen collected the Xenogeneic gene from the corpse, then started a fire. He immediately got to eating. The legless crane flapped its wings, having brought over a few branches. Bubble was hopping all over Han Senator. It was weak, so it couldn't help much. With this forest bird, that marks the 8th Earl in 4 days. This is no faster than going into the Xianyuan Cave. Han Sen felt terrible. Old Night Island was not as good as Han Sen thought it would be, and the Xenogeneics he managed to find were fast. The place was so large that it took a long time just to find a single Earl. Han Sen felt as if his plan had completely failed. Han Sen gave the bird's body to the legless crane, and he cooked the Xenogeneic gene. It was a liver this time. It tasted lovely, and it had a pleasant aroma, too. Earl gene +1. After eating the whole liver, Han Sen's Earl gene tally reached 25. Han Sen brought out the Ant Queen's mutant gene. He was used to hearing the announcement saying he did not have enough genes yet. But this time, Han Sen did not hear that wretched announcement. Do I have enough Earl genes now? Han Sen grinned widely. He quickly started trying to cook the Ant Queen's gene in the pot. Han Sen hadn't been able to cook the Ant Queen's meat before, but now it was boiling. It made Han Sen very happy. After a while, the Ant Queen's meat was cooked. Han Sen ate it, and he felt a power course through him. After Han Sen ate all the meat, he did not hear any of his genes increase. He looked at his stats, and it still said he had 25 Earl genes in total. Eating the Ant Queen did not seem to have increased anything. But the power of the Ant Queen's meat was now inside Han Senator. It wasn't refined, and it was coursing through Han Sen's vessels. The power kept traveling through him, until eventually it waned and disappeared. In Han Sen's head, a shocking announcement played. Earl-class xenogeneic geno art obtained. Ant Queen mark: mutant genes don't actually increase genes. They give geno arts instead. Han Sen thought to himself. And then, he followed the path the powers had taken through his body. It was then that he discovered a gold symbol on his body. Han Sen had seen this gold shape on the Ant Queen's body. When this spell began to glow, the creature's power increased. Han Sen tested it out. Lo and behold, the Ant Queen's mark was very effective. It made earls as strong as marquises. That meant the Ant Queen's geno art did not need to be practiced, and despite that, Han Sen could be as strong as the creature had been. Han Sen was so happy. If he found any more mutant genes, he could get the geno arts from the mutant xenogeneics he defeated in battle. He wouldn't even have to practice with them to become as proficient as possible. The strongest thing about this new option was that the geno arts came from creatures of a different species. Ordinary people could not learn xenogeneic geno arts. That was what was so special about them. Even though Han Sen could simulate power with his Dongxian Sutra, he could only replicate a fraction of their abilities. That was because their bodies were different, so fully accurate simulation was impossible. It was just like consume: if Han Sen hadn't turned into an ant, he wouldn't have been able to learn the ability. And Han Sen had still needed to practice consume. Now he only needed a mutant gene to learn the geno art of a xenogeneic. And because he did not need to practice with it, that made things even better. If I can kill a king class or deified mutant xenogeneic, does that mean I can learn the skills right away? Han Sen thought this could be tremendously powerful. But the Xianyuan mutant dragon's xenogeneic genes were Marquis class. He needed to refine Marquis' genes before he could do anything with that one. For the time being, he could not make use of it. There was still a while to go before White Jade Jing opened. Han Sen planned to keep killing xenogeneics to earn Earl genes. If he met a mutant xenogeneic, he might learn another xenogeneic geno art. Yu Jing, you really won't regret this. A group of sky men surrounded him, and they looked surprised. I won't, Yu Jing said with certainty. Good. If you wish to give us your money, we won't refuse. According to our struck deal just now, if Han Sen can win 10 times in a row in the exam, we lose. If he loses just once, then we get all your money. A sky man laughed. Many students of Sky Palace struck this deal with Yu Jing. One of them laughed and said, Yu Jing, you are bringing this upon yourself. Do not take it out on us if you lose everything. That Han Sen had to be carried up the road to the sky. If he can win 10 times, that means all our Earl brothers are rubbish. Someone patted Yu Jing on the shoulder and smiled. Thanks. If you have any more great deals to strike, you should seek me out. Yu Jing coldly laughed in his heart. It's only 10 rounds. Unless Han Sen is unlucky enough to face off against a strong enemy in the beginning, he should be able to reach the top 5 with ease. Especially with his power. Getting into the top 100 will be nothing. But Yu Jing still felt nervous in his heart. This was a very big bet to make. While it was a high risk, there was also a high reward. Winning the gambit meant he would end up with 10 times his total wealth. If he lost, though, he'd go bankrupt. Yu Jing knew Han Sen was strong, but he was still nervous. When the exam matchups were settled, he took a look at Han Sen's schedule to see who he'd go up against. When he looked at the schedule, Yu Jing froze. His face grew pale. There was no color in him, at all, and he almost passed out. The few sky that had made a bet with him approached. They looked rather cocky. The leader smiled, touched him on the shoulder, and said, Yu Jing, you are unlucky. That monster bamboo is taking part in the exam. And he is Han Sen's sixth enemy. You are very unlucky. I don't think God can save you now. Pack up your stuff, we'll be repoing everything you own soon enough. The group of Sky smiled before taking their leave. Yu Jing was still standing there, pale as a G. He wanted to die. Chapter 1985 Lone Bamboo. Why would this happen? Why would Lone Bamboo take part in the exam? He doesn't need to. Yu Jing did not understand how he could be so unlucky. If it was any other Earl student, he believed Han Sen stood a firm chance. He would have had a high probability of winning. But Lone Bamboo made Yu Jing feel powerless and hopeless. Lone Bamboo was a student of the seventh elder, but he had broken a rule. It was a very bad one to break, too. He was stripped of his title as a student and imprisoned. There, he was tortured. His imprisonment was not a death sentence, but it might as well have been on one. Lone Bamboo was put in a sad dream. That dream kept repeating his sad life for 10,000 years. Once that time passed, he was allowed to wake up. Ordinary creatures wouldn't live long enough to wake up and have the dreams end. Even if they did, having the same heartbreaking dream repeat for 10 millennia would be too much. They'd be driven insane by the repetition. Lone Bamboo slept in jail for 10 years before waking up. After he woke up, he went up to Sky Palace and knelt before it. Then, the doors opened. The leader had not accepted a student for 1,000 years, but he decided to accept Lone Bamboo. Then, his cheating life started. He practiced with the textless book, and he was able to go to the 5 cities and 12 buildings. No one was as good as him. Even Thousand Feather Crane, who received the Holy Gourd's blessing, still lost against him. And he lost even after using his best sword skills. After that, no one fought against Lone Bamboo. Marquises and dukes would not underestimate him either. No one could imagine how he had managed to wake up after only 10 years. But even so, it was difficult to imagine what he might have been through. The leader of Sky Palace said Lone Bamboo could become deified. He did not express any doubt about the possibility, and so he obviously had faith in him. If the word strong was used to describe a student of Sky Palace, people would not think of the elders. Instead, they'd think of Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo still wasn't a Marquise yet, but he never took part in the exams. Even the Marquise class students could not interest him. He had no interest in fighting them. Yu Jing looked shocked and bitter. He felt unlucky. He thought he could get rich, but now he was going to be bankrupt. The students had not seen Lone Bamboo fight for the past few years, so no one had expected him to suddenly join the exam. Han Sen stayed on Old Night Island for 6 days. He killed 11 Earls and a Geneiks. But White Jade Jing was almost ready to open, so he left the island and went there. When he arrived on the island, Han Sen took a good look at the White Jade building. After doing so, he was shocked. He thought he'd only be able to see the one White Jade building, but now, there were 12 such constructs on the island. At the end of the buildings, between the clouds, were cities. He could not see what resided in them, but he could most certainly see the 5 cities. Han Sen was not as clueless as he had been when he first arrived there. He understood much about the White Jade Jing now. Normal Sky Palace students could see 7 White Jade buildings, assuming they understood a bit about it all. If they could see 10, they'd be regarded as geniuses. If they could see 12, they'd be the smartest of the entire generation. If they could see all the buildings, that was something that only occurred once every 10,000 years. Sky Palace had existed for 1 billion years, and fewer than 100 had seen all 5 cities. That was how profound this was. Han Sen didn't feel anything, though. He did not know how he could see 12 buildings and 5 cities. He was quite confused. But when he practiced in the White Jade Building's 7th floor, he understood something when the jade air turned pure. Although he could see 12 buildings, he was still planning on going to the first building to absorb the jade air. That place was perfect for an earl, he believed. He planned to bring Jade Skin up to Earl before exploring the buildings beyond. When Han Sen reached the 4th floor, Yun Sui came straight to him to talk. She looked worried. Han Sen. My sister and Uncle Crane are waiting for you on the 7th floor. They wanted me to tell you that, if you came, you should go and see them. Even if you aren't planning on practicing on the 7th floor, go and see them. What is it? Han Sen asked with confusion. The jade air is going to start, so go to the 7th floor. When it ends, Brother Crane will tell you the details, Yun Sui said. Okay. Han Sen nodded and went straight up to the 7th floor. When Han Sen disappeared up the stairs, Yun Sui sighed and thought to herself, God is being unfair. Why would you have to meet Lone Bamboo? What is Lone Bamboo thinking? What is the point of him joining the exam? But quickly, Yun Sui thought, but maybe that's okay. It's the thought that counts. It does not matter if you don't reach first place to get under the sky. I won't think any less of you. Han Sen reached the 7th floor, and there, he saw Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Susheng, and First Day. The arrogant young man was not there on this day, though. Seeing Han Sen there, Thousand Feather Crane invited him over. He asked, Are you joining the exam? Han Sen nodded and said, I signed up. I'm planning on joining. Thousand Feather Crane had a wry smile, and he said, I'm afraid you will have a tough fight ahead of you. What is it? Is someone big joining? Han Sen asked with a smile. Thousand Feather Crane told him that Lone Bamboo was taking part, and then he explained Lone Bamboo's story. He also told Han Sen about the time he was beaten by Lone Bamboo. He didn't hide anything. But the way he said it was different than the way you would describe an ordinary student. Thousand Feather Crane talked about Lone Bamboo as if his strength was already legendary. Perhaps you won't believe all this, but when I fought Lone Bamboo, I felt as if I was going to lose by just standing in front of him. When I fought him for a while, it felt as if he was teaching me something. After that fight, my sword skills improved. And I was able to achieve what I have up to this point, Thousand Feather Crane said. Chapter 1986 Red Coral. Thousand Feather Crane started to say something more, but the jade air erupted. The 4 of them focused on absorbing the jade air, which had become unusually strong around Han Senator. The jade air eventually turned back to normal, and there was no more pure jade air to take in. Han Sen was more sure about his line of thinking now. When the first jade air ended, Yun Sui came up to the 7th floor. There, they all discussed the exam and the unexpected entrance of Lone Bamboo. On your 6th fight, you will encounter Lone Bamboo. That will be a hard fight. I am worried for you, but I will admit I am looking forward to witnessing it. If you are going to fight, I am going to watch. Thousand Feather Crane smiled. I agree with what Brother Crane says, First Day said, while clasping his hands together. Han Sen curiously asked, what did Lone Bamboo do to suffer the nightmarish trial of torture? Han Sen knew that torture like that was worse than being killed. It was a miracle that Lone Bamboo was able to wake up in 10 years. That was something that had never happened in Sky Palace before. Nightmare was a deified xenogenic dream beast power. Ordinary people could not resist it, especially after they had experienced the nightmares for a while. The elders do not talk about it. They avoid the subject. We can't say for sure what happened. We only know that he broke the rules, Yun Susheng said. After talking for a while, Han Sen only heard the words strong and very strong. He also heard the words extremely strong. But that wasn't very useful. So, Han Sen did not keep any of that in mind. He did not think he was invincible, but weak or strong, he'd have to engage the man in battle if he was to find out. There was no point wasting any more time thinking about it. When the second jade air came, Yun Sui went back to the fourth floor. On the seventh floor, Han Sen absorbed the second deluge of jade air. He thought his jade skin was coming along quickly. After 10 more rounds of jade air, he imagined he could bring it up to Earl class. It was a shame that the jade air only happened twice a week. It wasn't a process he could rush. After counting the time, he realized it would take 2 or 3 months. Going from Viscount to Earl that fast would be something of a miracle for most people. After leaving White Jade Jing, Han Sen went to Old Night Island to resume hunting. He didn't care about anything else right now. Getting more genes and leveling up was better than anything else he could do. There was only a week left before the exam, though. There was not much time, and Han Sen wanted to max out his Earl genes before attending the exams. Just as Han Sen was preparing to take the legless crane to the island, Yun Sui jogged over to him. Han Sen, are you going back to Little Jade Island? I am going to Old Night Island to hunt xenogeneics, Han Sen answered. Can you take me there? It doesn't sound as dangerous as Xianyuan Cave, and I am sure I can protect myself. I won't take the loot, but I would certainly like to accompany you, Yun Sui said. Han Sen agreed. Old Night Island wasn't too dangerous, and if she wasn't going to take any loot, bringing her along would do no harm. Seeing Han Sen agree, she looked visibly delighted. She smiled and said, Old Night Island does not permit Earl-class mounts, so I won't be riding Jade-Wing Tiger. Can I ride atop your Jade Knight Crane? He is strong. 2 people can sit on him, sure. He is just a little slow. Han Sen smiled. It is okay to be slow. Yun Sui blinked. When the legless crane took off, Han Sen hopped onto its back. Yun Sui followed. The legless crane had limited space atop its back. They sat together, shoulders touching shoulders. It made Yun Sui blush. 1 crane and 2 people disappeared into the clouds. The legless crane flew a few hundred miles inland once they reached the island. And despite all the time it took, they were unable to locate an Earl xenogeneic. Han Sen missed little uncle at times like this. If he was there, they wouldn't have to go out in search of the xenogeneics. The xenogeneics would come out in search of them. While they were looking for xenogeneics, something shone atop a mountain. Han Sen quickly went there with Yun Sui. The mountain was like a sword, raised 800 meters into the sky. There were some red coral plants growing across it. The light they saw was the glittering of those plants. When Yun Sui saw the plants, she looked to be in shock. She said, "This is an Earl-class xenogeneic plant. It is called blood coral. Xenogeneics love to eat this, as it is great for their evolution. They are eaten when they grow to the size of a hand. This one on the peak is 3 meters tall, and yet it hasn't been eaten by a xenogeneic. That is strange." Han Sen looked at the red coral and said, "Ah. That's why it hasn't been eaten. There is a strong xenogeneic that owns it, and so all the other xenogeneics don't dare come close. I don't see any xenogeneics around." Yun Sui looked around to confirm, but she still saw nothing. It was so quiet around, and there were no weak xenogeneics either. Han Sen pointed at the red coral and said, "Look at the red coral. It is there." Yun Sui followed Han Sen's finger. She looked, and then saw a stick. It was not really a stick, though. It was a red bug that blended into the red coral. It was similar to a mantis, and it was munching on the red coral. It is an Earl-class blood god mantis. It is 1 foot long, so it isn't physically large. But it is very strong for an Earl-class foe. As she spoke, Yun Sui's face changed. "I know. This mantis is guarding this red coral because he wants to use its power to evolve. He doesn't want to be a marquis, he wants to be a mutant. Kill it before it eats the red coral." Han Sen was very pleased to hear that, so he smiled and said, if it wants to evolve, then let it. Yun Sui wished to say something, but seeing Han Sen smile was comforting. She felt safe. She couldn't bring herself to say anything. If Han Sen said things were okay, then she couldn't keep herself from believing him. The blood god mantis ate the red coral slowly. They waited for 1 hour, and after all that time, the mantis had only eaten a small part of the plant. But its body was glowing like a polished ruby. Han Sen, you are a crystallizer. But you are also Knife Queen's student. Will you marry a crystallizer or a rebate? Yun Sui asked jokingly. I have a wife. She is the same race as me, Han Sen answered lackadaisically, as he looked at the mantis. Yun Sui's face fell. She looked extremely disappointed. Why didn't you bring your wife? My kids are young. She needed to take care of them, so she stayed at home, Han Sen answered. You have kids? Yun Sui's eyes opened wide. Yes. I have 2 that are biological, and others that are adopted, Han Sen answered. Yun Sui's heart was broken. She found herself struggling to breathe. She looked at Han Sen and sighed. She didn't say another word for a long time. Chapter 1987 Blood God Mantis. The body of the blood god mantis was only a tenth of the size of the plant it was munching. It ate slowly, but when it ate a bit of the coral, its belly did not swell. Its body did glow strangely, however. Before it finished eating the red coral, another aspect of its body changed. The shadow of a red reaper appeared on it. Its hands held a scythe, like a tool to harvest souls. The mist on the shadow was getting stronger, and it looked as if it was set to become solid. It's evolving. Will it become a marquise or a mutant? Han Sen asked as he looked upon the blood god mantis. Spirits are just substances formed of light, smoke, and air. They aren't really solid. When they become marquise, they won't grow any more solid than they were originally. They will only gain power. Look at the red god mantis. It's not becoming a marquise, it's mutating, Yun Sui said. It is good to be a mutant. I love mutants. Han Sen smiled. The blood god mantis' red smoke was getting heavier. The red smoke reaper could be seen clearly now. At this point, it was hard to distinguish from an actual creature. The next second, Han Sen saw the red reaper wave its scythe towards the red coral. It broke the rest of the red coral, and then the red smoke on its body became a vortex. It sucked all the scattered pieces into it. When the red coral entered the whirl, the red reaper's smoke became thicker. That was particularly true of the scythe in its hands. Its smoke form began to solidify, and before long, it had turned into a crystal blade. The blood god mantis' body was shining. The light glowed through the red reaper. Han Sen was staring into blood god mantis' body, focusing on the blood air that swirled inside. It is going to finish mutating. Now is the best chance, Yun Sui said. There's no rush, let's keep watching. Han Sen wanted to see what the blood god mantis' geno art might be. He wanted to see how strong it was. After 2 hours, the blood god mantis finished the mutation process. The red reaper became smoke, then drew back into its body. It vanished from sight. Blood god mantis' body did not grow large from ingesting the coral. It was still 1 foot long, and its body still looked like ruby. Then, all of a sudden, it flapped its wings and squealed. It suddenly came for Han Sen, fast as a red shadow. Perhaps it had noticed Han Sen and Yun Sui a while ago. It might have refrained from attacking then due to the fact that it was undergoing the evolution process. Once it was done, it now fancied killing them. Spell, Han Sen said quietly. Then, Spell appeared before him in her ladylike form. She wielded 2 pistols, and she fired at the blood god mantis with both. Pang! Pang! 2 bullets hit the blood god mantis, but they didn't break its shell. They only left 2 spell markings on it. Blood god mantis squealed with anger. Its body turned into a red shadow, and it leaped at Spell. The arms of the mantis swung like scythes, and they were going to cut her. Spell moved quickly, evading blood god mantis' attack. She held her hands together and summoned a rocket launcher. Then, she fired a shot at the blood god mantis. Han Sen frowned. He didn't know why Spell was using a rocket launcher right now. The rocket launcher was stronger than the pistols, yes, but it was too slow. With the speed of the blood god mantis, the creature could easily dodge. And yes, blood god mantis did indeed flap its wings to dodge upwards. It got well clear of the rocket. It then resumed its approach to Spell. Spell retreated, still clutching the rocket launcher. The blood god mantis continued to advance, but the rocket that had gone by suddenly swung around like a heat-seeking missile. It hit the mantis in the back. Boom! There was an explosion, and blood god mantis' body was sent flying away. Its shell was covered in a number of small wounds. The rocket must have damaged its shell when it detonated. But those wounds were nothing to the mantis. They only made it angry. It squealed, then jumped back at Spell. D*MN. The round that leaves a mark can track an enemy's movement. It alters the course of the rocket. I wonder if the bullets can have a similar function. Han Sen thought to himself. Swiftly, Han Sen's question was answered. Spell turned the rocket launcher into a pair of pistols again. Her legs were crossed as she dodged blood god mantis' attack. It was like she was performing a beautiful and elegant dance. In that elegant dance, Spell's pistols fired continuously. It did not look like she was aiming at the blood god mantis, but the bullets drew a curve in the sky. And then, they all landed on the mantis. The rounds did not miss a single mark across the mantis' body. So the pistol bullets can track too, huh? Han Sen was so happy. Yun Sui looked at the scene strangely. Spell was just a Geno armament, yet she was capable of fighting a mutant Earl without any directions from her master. Normal Geno armaments were not capable of something like that. In fact, most Earl Geno armaments could not fight at all. They didn't have a will of their own. They did not have intelligence like Spell did. The pistols were a little weak. They hit the same spots on blood god mantis, but they failed to heavily damage it. Blood god mantis tried to attack Spell, but it failed. After Spell drew some distance between the two, she summoned her sniper rifle. She wanted to get rough. But before Spell could fire the sniper rifle, a strange red smoke suddenly appeared behind her back. A crystal scythe was sweeping down towards her neck. Han Sen used his mind to make Spell quickly dodge, but it was too late. The crystal scythe slashed across her back. Her white armor was cut into by an inch, and it sliced open the muscles in her back deep enough to reveal bone. Fortunately, Spell was not a living creature. She had no blood to lose. After Spell was attacked, she moved forward. The blood god mantis screamed, and it jumped forward. The Red Reaper followed her from behind, and they attacked her together. Now that the blood god mantis has mutated, it can create a spirit that works like a fellow xenogeniac. This is similar to a summon skill, Han Sen thought. Yun Sui, seeing Spell in danger, quickly said, "What do we do now?" "Kill it," Han Sen said coldly. He had already drawn Ghost Teeth knife from his waist. Chapter 1988. My purpose is number 1. Yun Sui saw Han Sen stand up, then teleport behind the blood god mantis. The purple knife light slashed, and the blood god mantis triangle head looked as if it had been chomped on by a demon. The knife light cut through it, and the body fell from the sky. The blood reaper instantly shattered and disappeared into thin air. Xenogeniac Earl mutant hunted. Blood god mantis, xenogenic gene found. I didn't get its beast soul. Han Sen's thoughts were painted with greed. Yun Sui looked at Han Sen strangely. He had one hit killed an Earl mutant xenogenic. That was a far stronger feat than Thousand Feather Crane could accomplish. But seeing Han Sen's strength, Yun Sui felt even worse. She thought to herself, why is he taken? Han Sen dug the mutant gene out of the blood god mantis. It was a piece of its shell. There were still some wisps of smoke rising from the bloody piece of crystal. You could tell that it was the face of the Red Reaper. Earl genes insufficient. Cannot refine mutant gene. Han Sen was shocked when hearing this. It was an Earl mutant gene. He had been able to refine the Ant Queen's gene when his total tally was a few points less. Now, he had 2 more genes than before, and yet he couldn't refine the blood god mantis gene. He pondered how the requirements for Earl genes were determined. Han Sen put away blood god mantis mutant gene and passed the body to his legless crane. Bringing Yun Sui along with him, Han Sen proceeded to hunt xenogenics on Old Night Island. He was only planning on going back when White Jade Jing opened again. After that, the exam was set to start. Inside Buddha Kingdom, Clear Sea King bowed before Burning Lamp Alpha. Alpha, Han Sen broke the ant's body curse. He is now practicing in Sky Palace. Burning Lamp Alpha said casually, Knife Queen must have asked the leader of Sky Palace to break my looping skill. We're going to let him get off scot-free. Clear Sea King asked, looking crushed. The Buddha cannot engage in acts that disrupt Sky Palace, for the time being. If he is in Sky Palace, we will have to ignore him. Burning Lamp Alpha looked like he knew this was going to happen, as he didn't show too much concern. But, Clear Sea King wished to say something more, but he was interrupted by Burning Lamp Alpha. First day is practicing in Sky Palace. How is he doing? Burning Lamp Alpha asked. He will be a marquis soon, Clear Sea King answered. Good. First day isn't as talented as Seven Spirit or Speechless, but he can match them in strength. Through his practice in Sky Palace, and a roster of talents that marry the best of 2 races, he might have a higher chance of becoming deified than Seven Spirit did. We cannot allow this opportunity to escape our grasp, Burning Lamp said. Now that Han Sen is in Sky Palace, will he? Clear Sea King was worried. Burning Lamp said coldly, Sky Palace has taken in Han Senator, they have also taken in First Day. There is no need to worry for First Day's safety. Don't do anything until Han Sen leaves Sky Palace. And don't contact First Day. Wait until he is done in Sky Palace, too. Not long after, the day came again when White Jade Jing would open. Han Sen and Yun Sui returned from Old Night Island. In that time, Han Sen had managed to hunt 11 Earl xenogenics. But since Yun Sui was with him, he hadn't wanted to eat the xenogenic genes in front of her. So, he brought everything back. When the Jade Heir in White Jade Jing came to an end, Han Sen brought the xenogenic genes back to Jade Island. Yun Sui, follow me home, Yun Susheng called to her sister. Yun Sui glanced at Yun Susheng, looking all moody, and said, Don't worry, sis. I'm going home. Yun Susheng was shocked. She noticed there was something amiss with Yu Sui's attitude. With worry, she asked, What's going on? Has Han Sen been mistreating you? Yun Sui shook her head and sighed. They were not real sisters, but their relationship was just as close as 2 blood relatives. They talked about everything, so she told Yun Susheng the things she had learned about Han Sr. I see. This is good, though. You are of the sky, and you are a daughter of an elder. You cannot be with an outsider. By ending it now, you're only saving yourself from greater suffering in the future. Yun Susheng felt relief when she heard what was troubling Yun Sui. So, she comforted her and said, Han Sen is smart, but he is not the only one out there for you. There are other geniuses like him, amongst the sky. I will find you someone, and you can decide. Yun Sui wasn't in the mood for jokes, and she was feeling very sad. She forced a smile and went home. Because the next day was the exam, and Han Sen was in a rush, he didn't have the time to eat slowly. After he cooked all his stuff in one pot, he used consume to digest every xenogenic material as fast as he could. His body felt hot, cold, and sore, all at the same time. He felt as if he had been electrified, and some power flowed through his body. It made him feel stronger. The gene increase announcement played in his head, over and over. He had an extra 11 Earl genes, now. Counting the 2 from before, he now had 40 in total. But when Han Sen picked up the Blood God Mantis mutant gene, the announcement still declared he did not have a sufficient number of Earl genes. Blood God Mantis 1 gene has a much higher requirement than the Ant Queen gene, but now I don't have any more time to hunt xenogenics. Han Sen put away the Blood God Mantis mutant gene. He sat on his jade bed to practice jade skin. Although it was not as fast as practicing in the White Jade building, having a little was better than nothing. The next morning, when Han Sen was about to set off toward the exam location, Yu Jing came to him. He rode over on a jade night crane. "Brother Han, there is something I seek to discuss with you." Yu Jing spoke quickly, upon his arrival on the island. "What is it?" Han Sen looked at Yu Jing. Yu Jing lowered his voice and said, "The first opponent you face today, he hopes he can proceed through the exam. So, he paid a high price, hoping you might let him go on." Yu Jing didn't say it directly, but he meant that the opponent had paid money for Han Sen to throw the fight. "Sorry, I can't help him," Han Sen said simply. Yu Jing quickly said, "Brother Han, you do know that your 6th enemy is Lone Bamboo, yes? It is difficult to determine whether or not you'll win. It would be better to take this benefit now, while you can." When Yu Jing said that it was difficult to determine who would win, he really meant that Han Sen would most likely lose. And if Han Sen lost, all Yu Jing's money would be lost. Right now, he was only concerned with losing as little as possible. "My purpose is to get to first place. I don't care about anything else." After Han Sen said that, he mounted the legless crane. He flew straight towards Sky Path Island, where the exams would be held. Yu Jing was shocked. He was frozen in place for a while. After a while, he snapped out of his daze. He spoke to himself miserably, saying, "I hope you can reach first place, too. But how are you going to beat Lone Bamboo?" Chapter 1989. Who he came here for. On Sky Path Island, 4 different classes of people awaited their exam: barons, viscounts, earls, and marquises. The most popular section today would be the Earl examination. Many kings and nobles had gone there, and the stands were very full. It made the other 3 look so quiet. Many barons and viscount students went there to watch the exam, too. They went there for Lone Bamboo. Han Sen was not afraid because no one took him seriously, anyway. Aside from Yu Jing and the people that had made a bet with him, no one would be anticipating the fight between Han Sen and Lone Bamboo. When Lone Bamboo arrived, he was given the spotlight. People kept talking about him, trying to guess why he wished to participate in the exam. No one could guess the true reason why. Many people looked in Lone Bamboo's direction, which made it easy for Han Sen to get a glimpse of him, too. When he saw the man's face, he looked surprised. He said, "That guy is Lone Bamboo." It was the arrogant man Han Sen had seen on the 7th floor of the White Jade building. Seeing the match roster, Han Sen found that he was 1 round behind Lone Bamboo. So, he sat on the sidelines to see what sort of power Lone Bamboo wielded. Sky Palace students were strong, so it was no wonder that they were a famous high race. There were many strong representatives of the race there, and they all had amazing geno arts. Han Sen had fun spectating, but not long after, he saw Lone Bamboo approach the arena. It was not just Han Sen turning to take a look at Lone Bamboo. Everyone else was, as well. One corner of the arena became the center of attention for the entire place. After a while, an Earl student from Sky Palace came to the arena. He went straight up to Lone Bamboo. Everyone thought they could watch Lone Bamboo fight, but that Earl student came before the man and just grabbed his hand. With much excitement, he said, "Brother Lone Bamboo, I can finally see you. I have been a fan ever since I was small." The supposed fight turned into a meet between a fan and their greatest idol. After the Earl finished speaking, he forfeited the fight and left. D***mn. He can do that. Han Sen felt depressed. The people next to Han Sen were even more depressed. Many of them were angry, even. That guy is too obscene. He knew he couldn't compete against Lone Bamboo. He did this just so he didn't have to embarrass himself. It won't go on like this, will it? With no one daring to fight him. It is hard to say. Everyone knows Lone Bamboo's strength. It does not matter if they fight or not, but perhaps someone arrogant enough will think they have the chops to challenge him. Brother Lone Bamboo is so smart. He does not have to fight, and yet he can still win. Not much later, it was Han Sen's turn for a reveal. He went towards the arena, but he did not draw much attention. Only a few people who knew Han Sen, or those that knew he got carried to Sky Palace, bothered to take a look. Han Sen's opponent was called Cool Jade. He was quite good amongst the earls, but there were many good ones like that all across Sky Palace. Being decidedly average, he wasn't very well renowned. Yun Sui could not help but watch Han Sen's fight. Yu Jing had not dared show himself, as he was afraid he'd bump into the guys he had made the gambit with. If he went, he believed he'd be laughed at. Yun Sui just sat down, and she heard a few men talking. "Since I'm so bored, I might as well see how strong this Han Sen is. Yu Jing sure compliments him enough. It does not matter how strong he is. He's going to lose to Lone Bamboo, anyway. Don't say that just yet. Maybe he will be killed before he even meets Lone Bamboo." "That's right, ha." The few were chatting amongst each other, and it made Yun Sui frown. When she was about to confront those voices, someone suddenly approached and sat down next to her. Brother Lone Bamboo. After Yun Sui saw who the person was, she was shocked. Everyone looked at Lone Bamboo, and they were all shocked, too. Many women looked at him with the most charming faces. Why is Lone Bamboo here? Who is he watching? There is nothing worthy of his focus here, right? Of course there isn't. None of the earls here are worthy of his spectating. Maybe he is here to watch a friend. That is possible. Would it be for Yun Sui? That is possible, too. Yun Sui's prettiness and talent are unequaled across all of Sky Palace. She wouldn't be an embarrassment for Lone Bamboo. Yun Sui, hearing that, frowned again. She looked at Lone Bamboo, and he looked down at the arena without any emotion. Yun Sui's heart jumped, and she thought to herself, is Lone Bamboo here for Han Sen? There were many fights going on in the arena, and they were all going on at the same time. It was difficult to determine who he was watching. Han Sen felt the stare coming from Lone Bamboo, though. Han Sen turned to take a look, and he saw Lone Bamboo looking at him. He thought to himself, why is he watching me? Cool Jade pulled out his long sword and swung it at Han's senator. The sword light possessed a purple mist, and it seemed strong enough to sunder the ceiling. Han Sen summoned spell next to him, and he fired his pistols at Cool Jade. Dong! 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 The munitions were continuously expelled, and Cool Jade's long sword kept swinging around with its purple mist. It blocked a few bullets, but more hit his body and armor. He flew out of the ring and conceded defeat. D*MN. What is that thing? Is that a Geno armament? It looks very strong. A Geno armament like that is better to watch than the fight itself. Han Sen's victory didn't draw much attention, ultimately. Some students were interested in spell, more than Han Sen himself. Han Sen put spell away and left the arena. Everyone looked back to where Lone Bamboo had been, and they noticed he had vanished. Yun Sui, who had been next to him, was gone, too. Now people knew they had guessed it right. He had gone there for Yun Sui. Chapter 1990, Feng Ho pills outside the exam arena. Yun Sui was chasing after Lone Bamboo. He left as soon as Han Sen started fighting. Brother Lone Bamboo, please wait. Yun Sui shouted as she chased after Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo stopped, looked at Yun Sui, and said, Sister Sui, what do you need? Brother Lone Bamboo, who were you watching earlier? Yun Sui knew all about Lone Bamboo. There was no reason to beat around the bush. Why would this matter concern you? Lone Bamboo frowned. Yun Sui quickly said, Han Sen is my friend. Were you watching his fight? Lone Bamboo nodded. He had no reason to hide the fact. It is because of him that I joined the exam. I do not want to be number one. I only wish to fight him. Yun Sui had guessed that he had come here for Han Sen, but she didn't expect this answer. It shocked her. Why? Yun Sui looked confused. Han Sen was smart, but Lone Bamboo was even stronger. After seeing Han Sen's power, she still believed Lone Bamboo was superior. This thought was inside the heads of everyone in Sky Palace. Han Sen could not change everyone's expectations simply by performing well. It is because he activated the 12 buildings in 5 cities in White Jade Jing, Lone Bamboo said, before he turned around. What? Yun Sui was shocked. In the history of Sky Palace, fewer than 100 people had experienced what Lone Bamboo just claimed. And out of all the earls in the exam, Lone Bamboo had been the only one to see all the buildings and cities. Even Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Susheng had only been able to spy the 12 buildings. They hadn't seen a single one of the 5 cities. After Han Sen beat Cool Jade, there were no more fights left for Han Sen that day. He would have to wait until the next day. He didn't leave, though. He stayed to watch the fights. There was a difference between the Geno arts of the Geno universe and the Geno arts of the sanctuaries. Somehow, there seemed to be a thread connecting them. Sky Palace's Geno arts were very high tier. After watching the fights, Han Sen found himself learning a lot. He compared what he saw to what he had learned in the past. Han Sen left the place when all the exams were over for the day. Over the next few days, Han Sen did not encounter any strong enemies. Spell was so powerful that her pistols could beat everything she was put against. In no time at all, 5 Earl students were brought down. It was a shame that not many of his enemies had much in the way of fame. As a result of this, his continued success drew little in the way of attention. But when people did pay attention to his fights, they were greatly interested in what sort of Geno armament spell was. Aside from the first match that Lone Bamboo spectated, he did not return. Perhaps it was because Han Sen's opponents were so inferior, he wouldn't see much of anything regardless. Whatever the reason was, he did not come back. And Lone Bamboo's fights were fan meet and greets. No one in Sky Palace had the courage to fight Lone Bamboo. There was only one that had the courage to fight him, but when Lone Bamboo pulled out his sword, he could only move a step before the Earl student conceded. Han Sen watched that match, and he was shocked. Lone Bamboo was stronger than he thought. After all, he is the one that survived the nightmare, Han Sen thought to himself. If he wanted the position of first, to receive under the sky, he'd have to beat Lone Bamboo. There was no getting around that. The next day would be the day when Han Sen was to fight Lone Bamboo. When he returned to Jade Island that evening, he went straight to studying jade skin. He didn't worry about the fight the next day. Han Sen's level would not be affected by emotions. Win or lose, as long as he tried his hardest, that was enough. Worrying over the results was a waste of energy. "Brother Han, are you here?" Yu Jing had arrived at Han Sen's island. "What is it?" Han Sen came out the door and saw Yu Jing riding his jade night crane. It circled the sky above. Seeing Han Sen come out, Yu Jing came down and landed with the bird. He walked before Han Sen with a look of great worry and said, "Brother Han, what are you going to do to prepare for tomorrow?" "What should I be preparing?" Han Sen looked at him with confusion. Yu Jing looked depressed hearing that, and he gave a wry smile. "You are going to fight Uncle Lone Bamboo. You know how strong he is. You should be getting prepared." "How so?" Han Sen asked, laughing. "Such as taking some pills that can temporarily boost your power. Or perhaps even a treasure. The exams allow you to take drugs, and if you don't have any, I have some very effective pills you might benefit from," Yu Jing said, bringing out a few bottles. He placed them in front of Han Sen and said, "I can sell them to you for a cheap price." "I don't have money." Han Sen held his hands out to the sides, showing his empty palms. "I can take an IOU," Yu Jing said quickly. "I don't want to be in debt," Han Sen said. Yu Jing was angered by this, and he asked, "Do you want to win or not?" "Yeah." Han Sen nodded. Yu Jing gritted his teeth and pulled out a bottle. He said, "This bottle belongs to the Grand Master Elder in the 6th seat. It contains the Feng Ho pills he created. After you use them, they can make you as strong as a marquise for a short time. The effects last 1 hour, and for the purpose of fighting Lone Bamboo, I can let you borrow them all." "Borrow? How?" "If I eat it, it'll be gone," Han Sen asked Yu Jing. "You use them before the fight. If you win, you reimburse me for the pills," Yu Jing said. "What if I lose?" Han Sen smiled at Yu Jing. "Then that is okay. You can pay me back slowly." Yu Jing's jaw was starting to ache. "I want them, but never mind. I can't pay you back if I lose." Han Sen smiled. Yu Jing was so angry. Yu Jing had never done anything that put him at a disadvantage before. He had received those pills from the Grandmaster, and he treated them like a treasure. He wouldn't use them willy-nilly. He kept them in a box, and no matter how much money he was offered, he wouldn't sell them. Now he wanted to give them to Han Sen, and Han Sen was declining. It made him furious. If Han Sen lost the next day, he'd also go bankrupt. Thinking of that, Yu Jing had to suppress his anger. He squeezed the bottle into Han Sen's hand and said, "Fine. You don't have to pay me back. These are a gift. Use all your strength to fight, and try your best to win tomorrow." When Yu Jing spoke, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. His eyes were all red when he put the pills into Han Sen's hand. He knew that even if Han Sen did use the Feng Ho pills, there was a fine chance he wouldn't win. But any chance was better than no chance. Yu Jing had to try everything he could to hold on to his money. "If you really want to help, get me some Earl Xenogeneic genes. I'll pay you back for those," Han Sen said, after a moment of thought. "Sure. Which element do you need, and how many?" Yu Jing said quickly. If they'd give Han Sen a higher chance of winning, he'd do it. If he was going to go bankrupt anyway, he might as well risk it. "It does not matter. The more the merrier, but they do have to be Earl." Han Sen smiled. Chapter 1991, picked up one not long after, Yu Jing was driving a flying beast car to Han Sen's Jade Island. He hauled a whole bunch of xenogeneic genes out of the car. There were 23 of them. "Brother Han, what do you need this many xenogeneic genes for?" Will they help in the fight against Lone Bamboo tomorrow? Yu Jing asked Han Sr. Yes, they will be quite useful. We can sign a contract, and I'll reimburse you after the exam. Han Sen moved the xenogeneic genes into his room. Some of those xenogeneic genes were as small as one's fingertip. Others were as big as a mortar and pestle. All in all, they took up half of his entire room space. Fortunately, Han Sen had the technique called consume. If he hadn't, eating all of that in one night would have been impossible. After Yu Jing left, he went back to the stone house and began cooking the smallest genes. Han Sen swallowed a small bone. After he did, a weird power went into his own bones, and he heard an announcement, Earl Gene +1. After proceeding to eat more and more, Han Sen tried the blood god mantis mutant gene. He had eaten 17 pieces, and when his Earl Gene tally reached 57, the mutant gene did not play him the announcement he feared. I can finally eat it. Han Sen put the ruby-looking bit into his mouth. He swallowed it, using consume to digest it. Quickly, a hot flush rushed through Han Sen's body. Just like the Ant Queen gene, it circulated on a path through Han Sen's veins. The mutant gene's power took a long time to get absorbed. But after a while, he heard an announcement. Earl-class xenogeneic geno art obtained, Red Reaper. Han Sen tracked the energy flow, and suddenly, a reaper of red smoke appeared. It clutched a red scythe. It was just like the reaper that appeared on the mantis before. The Red Reaper did not have a mind of its own. It was just a form of energy wrapped with a master's control. Han Sen had to control it with his own will, but even so, it was very strong. It was far stronger than the blood-good mantis had been. Han Sen checked, and he could see that the body was filled with red mist. When a portion of the body was broken, it could regenerate. It wouldn't be damaged. This xenogeneic geno art is interesting. Han Sen could do two things at the same time, so controlling the Red Reaper would not be difficult. Also, the power it wielded was stronger than spell. That being said, it could only be used in close quarters. The Red Reaper's existence also consumed Han Sen's own power. Every second it was around cost Han Sen energy, so he couldn't use it for a very long time. Han Sen was strong, but even he would end up tired after using it for a while. The Earl's xenogeneic genes were so big, and Han Sen did not even have the time to eat them. He'd give them back to Yu Jing after the fight the next day. The exam's popularity was still as hot as it was a few days prior. Many people continued coming, all with the desire to watch Lone Bamboo. No one thought it was extra special today, though. Yu Jing hid himself in a corner and did not show up. He didn't want to be found by the men he was avoiding. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Susheng, Yun Suyi, and First Day had come to watch. Yun Suyi's mind was racked with conflicted thoughts. Lone Bamboo had come to the exam place. When it was his turn to do battle, he walked forward. Han Sen didn't do anything particularly eye-catching, and he just walked before Lone Bamboo. Everything seemed to be developing fairly ordinarily. This was what had occurred before every other fight with Lone Bamboo. Seeing Han Sen walk over towards Lone Bamboo, Yu Jing, in the corner, felt beads of sweat form on his forehead and hands. He was more nervous than he would be if he was the one to fight. The Feng Ho pills. Eat them. Yu Jing, not seeing Han Sen eat the pills, wanted to scream. But Han Sen did not do anything of the sort. He just walked over to Lone Bamboo, and at a distance of 10 steps away, he started swinging. Ghost Teeth Knife had purple sword air. It was like a beast that could sunder the air, and it roared as it came before Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo had a jade sword on his waist, but he did not draw it. He used his left hand like a knife. The hand looked like jade, and it was swung at Han Sen like a blade. Its aim was the teeth knife air. Pang! The purple knife air slammed into the invisible knife air in the sky. The power shattered into a number of smaller knives that scattershot the ground. The rocks were cut open by the knife air, and there were far too many impacts across the ground. The ground could not sustain the pressure, and so it cracked. The rocks arose, and they were cut in the air. They were shattered even more. Dong! Amidst the rocks and knife airs, they both started to move. Han Sen had his white spell armor, while Lone Bamboo wore a jade armor set. Their knife airs kept going against each other quickly. The knife airs were all over the place, and the ground was broken. Even the lines of the arena were flickering. It looked as if they'd break at any given moment. The audience members that were sitting fairly close started to fall back a bit. Everyone was shocked. No one expected a fight of such magnitude could erupt without any prior indication. For Duke class elites landed around the arena. They released power into the ring of battle to stabilize it. Isha's student is different. He is almost as impressive as she was. In Sky Palace, a Sky with white hair observed the events of that arena. His eyes squinted. The eyes of many ordinary students were having difficulty tracking the fight. They saw the power everywhere, but amidst it all, they could not actually see Han Sen or Lone Bamboo. D*MN. I thought that Han Sen was weak. He was carried into Sky Palace, wasn't he? How is he so strong? Teeth knife is powerful. It is too strong. It is no wonder he was the student selected by Knife Queen. I knew an elite like her would not accept a weak student. As everyone discussed this, the knife air in the arena dissipated, then vanished. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were still standing 10 steps away from each other. The entire arena had been destroyed, as if an earthquake had taken place. Teeth knife is powerful, Lone Bamboo said. Your knife skills aren't too shabby, either, Han Sen answered. When I was in my 1964th dream, I was a knife man. I wanted to be number one, and I attacked everyone. I died during a siege. This knife skill is called picking up one. I created this during that life, Lone Bamboo said calmly. Chapter 1992 The Knife Fi, You Need a Knife. Han Sen said. Lone Bamboo nodded and said, Yes, I need a knife. After that, Lone Bamboo bowed towards Sky Palace and said, To all these people, I am asking if someone would be willing to lend me their knife. Then, a green light from Sky Palace traveled towards him like a rainbow. It descended in front of Lone Bamboo, and it was revealed to be a long, green knife. It was adorned with a number of decorative patterns. That narrow knife was in front of Lone Bamboo, and it hovered there, making noises. The nearby students who were wearing knives felt the knives shaking on their belts. Thank you. Lone Bamboo bowed before the knife before picking it up. When he did this, the knife made a sound. The moment Lone Bamboo took the knife, it was as if the knife blended into him. You couldn't tell if they were two separate entities, and it was like they were a part of each other. The knife was like an extension of his arm. The knife is called Spring Heart. It is a king-class weapon. Lone Bamboo touched the knife, and spoke to Han Sen with a serious tone. Ghost Teeth. It is also a king-class weapon, Han Sen said. Brother Lone Bamboo borrowed a weapon from the armory to fight Han Senator. This Han Sen is not as simple as he appears. He is the student of Knife Queen, after all. He has a king-class weapon, as well. Of course Lone Bamboo needs a king-class weapon to compete. He'd be at a disadvantage, otherwise. It is rare to see Lone Bamboo take things seriously like this. Yu Jing was quite excited. Lone Bamboo borrowed a king-class weapon to fight Han Sen, and that meant Lone Bamboo was taking his opponent seriously. It also meant Han Sen was powerful, and this little factoid imbued Yu Jing with a glimmer of hope. They both spoke, but they did not yet attack. They looked at each other, and there was an indescribable atmosphere between them. Han Sen did not strike, but his presence was scary. He was like a beast on top of a mountain, roaring. And Lone Bamboo was like a sharp weapon, pointing at the sky. It wouldn't fall, even in the midst of a storm. As their presences grew stronger, the presences touched each other and made an explosion. There were two powers fighting in the air. That scary knife mind is practically solid. Someone was in shock. These knife minds are as strong as king-class ones. How do they do it? It makes sense for Lone Bamboo, as he has experienced a lot. He became a master of the knife in his dreams. It is understandable. But why does Han Sen have such a knife mind, too? Has he had experience as a knife master? Yun Sui asked Yun Susheng, sister, out of Han Sen and Lone Bamboo, whose knife mind is stronger? Yun Susheng gave a wry smile. Their knife minds are both king-class equivalents. I cannot make such a call. First Day quietly said, Lone Bamboo has experienced so much. His will can most certainly rival a king-class or deified being. I did not expect Han Sen to possess such a strong will, as well. I have no idea how he has done this. When those knife minds reached their zenith, both the knives were swung at the same time. No one took a step back, and they both threw all their powers forward. Only one of them would emerge victorious. There was no other possibility. Dong! The knives came against each other. Their souls were colliding. This was a fight about strength. The striking sounds, and the moaning of their souls, trumpeted between the knives. A single second later, the two knife lights flashed between them. The shattered knife air broke everything around them, but neither of them backed away. In this moment, the loser would be determined by whoever took a step back. The knife light was green and purple, in the center. They kept hitting each other, making noise. No one could see anything in the gap between the two. When the collision reached its max, a stronger power exploded in the middle. It blew them both a dozen meters away. Boom! The next second, everything between them turned to dust. There was a big crater in the middle. Lone Bamboo's eyes looked as if they were on fire. His left hand gripped the bottom of the handle, and he lifted it back up with two hands. Then, he slashed towards Han Sen like an executioner. The green knife light suddenly formed a line that split heaven and hell. It was coming for Han Sen, and it came at him like it was going to cut the world in half. Black and white. Sky and earth. Yin and yang. They were not supposed to merge. Han Sen looked heavy. He drew a circle with his ghost teeth knife, and when that knife light struck the circle, it ricocheted off in a different direction. And then Han Sen shouted. The knife circle sent the knife light back to Lone Bamboo. Great! Lone Bamboo shouted. He went forward with the spring heart knife. He slashed towards the knife circle. The knife light broke the knife circle, and the knife light that came back was following the subsequent hit back to Han. Senator Han Sen was not backing down. He held ghost teeth knife above his head and slashed in Lone Bamboo's direction. The knife air was like a beast going after Lone Bamboo's knife light. They hit each other in the air, like water being thrown against each other. They blended into each other and disappeared. It was just a few slashes, and people were confused. They did not know what was happening. Seeing that knife skill, I realize my own knife skills are rubbish, said a marquise that practiced with knives. These two are too scary. I would rather fight a marquise than fight someone like that, who is at my same level, murmured an earl that looked pale. He imagined himself being down in that fight and knew that he would be killed, either by the hands of Han Sen or Lone Bamboo. An earl felt the same way and said, their levels are not like their official tier. They might be earls, but even if they were to challenge marquises, I find the former more likely to win. It is no wonder Knife Queen wanted to take an outsider student. For him to be able to fight with Lone Bamboo like that, Han Sen must be a monster. The battle was harder than Han Sen thought it would be. He pushed Teeth Knife and his knife mind to the max, but he still could not suppress Lone Bamboo. He was in a bad situation, and the slightest mistake would mean he underscored lose. The people watching were enjoying the spectacle. Every attack that was performed was something phenomenal. Sometimes, after seeing a move, the audience would just think about it. And while they thought, Han Sen and Lone Bamboo would exchange 100 more moves. People wished they could replay it all, so they could examine every detail. Eventually, many elites from across Sky Palace came over to the arena. Kings gathered to witness the fight. Chapter 1993 Competing Skills. Sister, can Han Sen win? Yun Sui's hands were drenched in sweat. She grabbed Yun Sushang's shoulder as she felt her body go soft. She feared she'd faint if she didn't stabilize herself. I really don't know, Yun Sushang said, but she felt bad about it. He can't win. A man's voice sounded next to the two sisters. Dad? Yun Sushang and Yun Sui shouted upon seeing the man. Thousand Feather Crane bowed and addressed him as master. That middle-aged man, with gray clothes, was Yun Sui's father. He was the 10th elder called Yun Changkong. Dad, are you saying Han Sen will lose? Yun Sui couldn't help but ask. Yun Changkong shook his head and said, I said he wouldn't win. I did not say he will lose. Then what does that mean? The three of them were frozen. What Yun Changkong said was too strange. Both of them have knife skills and knife minds that have reached a pinnacle that ordinary people cannot reach. There is a minor difference between winning and losing. Anyone can win. Anyone can lose. If this was a death match, one would be a winner. But this is not a death match. If this is for the comparing of skills, neither can truly win, Yun Changkong explained. Then how do we determine who will win? Yun Sui asked. Who knows? Why do you want to know the results so bad? Isn't it better not to focus on a winner and a loser, right now? Yun Changkong smiled. Yun Sui wished to say something, but she noticed Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were separated. Neither of them were striking, and she nervously looked their way. She wanted to see what was happening. It looks like knives can't determine a winner. Han Sen sighed. He then put Ghost Teeth Knife back to his waist. He thought Teeth Knife was close to deified, given the extent of his knife mind. He wanted to suppress Lone Bamboo, but his tactic hadn't worked at all. Lone Bamboo lifted the spring heart knife in front of himself on a flat palm. He bowed, and then the knife became a green light and disappeared. It returned to the main island. What else are you good at? Lone Bamboo asked as he looked at Han's senator. If this sentence had come from someone else, it would have sounded like pure arrogance. But this was coming from Lone Bamboo, so it felt like something ordinary. He had experienced so much. He was not only good with knives, he was probably talented with everything. That's why he had the guts to say something like that. Han Sen went silent and said, whichever weapon we use, the result will likely be the same. If we are not fighting for our lives, determining a winner might be impossible. This is pointless. What are you thinking? Lone Bamboo asked. If we can't fight, then this match is dull. How about we stand here, and we use our techniques to compete? We can see who can crack the skills of the other, Han Sen said quietly. Sure. You can go first, Lone Bamboo said. Han Sen did not hesitate. He cast a jade light that landed on Lone Bamboo's chest. When the Sky Palace students saw the jade light land on Lone Bamboo, they became so nervous that they wanted to scream. But when the jade light landed on him, nothing really happened. It turned into a strange symbol, and it became attached to his chest. Everyone looked at the symbol strangely. They were unsure what it was supposed to do. Lone Bamboo moved his body and said, "This skill can reduce speed. It is very unique. This is the best Geno art I have seen that is associated with such an effect. It is not much worse than a king-class Geno art, but what? Han Sen asked the question the entire audience wished to. Lone Bamboo said coldly, if I am not mistaken, your Geno art uses the outer sky powers from Sky Palace. After he said that, everyone in Sky Palace was shocked. Han Sen was an outsider, and he had only walked the road to the sky once. And yet already, he could use the fabled words to synthesize a new Geno art. It was unbelievable. Everyone looked at Han Sen, awaiting his answer. Not bad. Han Sen nodded, in admittance. All the kings, hearing Han Sen admit this, were shocked. It was hard to believe. He wasn't carried because he could not walk to Sky Palace. It is because he was learning the two words Sky Palace from the road to the sky. He was successful. This guy is scary. The students in Sky Palace discussed. Even the powerful kings all looked surprised. If outer sky feelings were that easy to grasp, Sky Palace would have elites everywhere. Lone Bamboo quietly said, I practiced the textless book. Outer sky powers come from there, so it won't work on me. After that, Lone Bamboo's body trembled. The turtle shell was then shattered. It hadn't even left a mark on him. It is your turn. Han Sen shrugged his shoulder. He knew it would be difficult to trap Lone Bamboo with the turtle's skill. Lone Bamboo did not move, but his eyes did. And when they did, a light went into Senator Han Sen did not evade it, and he let the light enter him. What is this power? It feels so familiar. Yun Sushang frowned in thought. Yun Chongkong said grimly, it is a dream skill from the dream beast. Lone Bamboo was only there for 10 years, and yet he learned dream. Although it is not as good as 1,000 dreams, it is enough to trap Han Sen in there for his whole life. When Yun Sui heard that, she was shocked. A lifetime could be long, and so he might enter a sleep from which he would never wake. But when that light landed on Han Sen, his eyes were so clear. It didn't look as if he was going to dream. The light on Han Sen slowly disappeared. And eventually, he smiled and said, it is my turn again. Please, Lone Bamboo said simply. First Day was confused, and so he said, weird. Why is Han Sen not in a dream? Does he have a skill that can remove dreams? Yun Chongkong shook his head and said, he didn't need to remove the dream. Snaring someone in a dream requires a stronger will than your opponent, and for that foe to stumble into the dream. Han Sen didn't fall into a dream, and that meant his will is as strong as Lone Bamboo's. That is why it did not work on him. The nightmare that Lone Bamboo experienced was something that should have taken him 10,000 years to wake up from. But Lone Bamboo's will continued to grow, even inside that dream. It reached a scary level, and the dreams after did not affect him. That is how he was able to wake up in only 10 years. Does that mean Han Sen's will is as good as Brother Lone Bamboo, who experienced the dream? How did he manage that? First Day asked with wonder. That is something you will have to ask him. Yun Chongking shook his head. He looked at Han Sen with admiration. Chapter 1994 You come, I go. Han Sen sighed as he tried to think of which skill he might need in order to defeat Lone Bamboo. Han Sen had mastered many techniques, but when compared to Lone Bamboo, he only excelled in a meager few. Lone Bamboo could spend a lifetime learning proficiency with a skill in the space of one dream. Han Sen, however, was just a human. A life was only a few decades long. He wasn't even 100 years old, and so he couldn't compete with Lone Bamboo. If they were going to continue competing like this, Han Sen would run out of skills to use. So, he had to end the fight. This could not go on much longer. But how do I stop Lone Bamboo? Han Sen wondered. But then, the light of an idea popped up. Han Sen moved his ghost teeth knife, but it wasn't headed for Lone Bamboo. He struck a rock on the ground and cut out a 10-meter-long, rectangular stone. He placed it on the ground. People were curious and unsure what he was doing. Han Sen punched the rock's side. Then he smiled at Lone Bamboo and said, "Can you do that?" Everyone thought this was weird, because when Han Sen punched the rock, there was no mark left on it at all. They didn't know what he meant by this. Lone Bamboo's hand became a knife, and he slashed the rock and cut it in half. And then, people realized that no mark had been left on the side of the stone Han Sen had punched, but on the inside, there was the mark of a fist. The stone around that fist shape had become dust. It appeared after Lone Bamboo cut the rock open. There was a fist-shaped hole. It fit Han Sen's fist. Very powerful in force. He can punch a 10-meter-long rock and not break it. With this in force, armor would be useless against him. Any defense would find itself obliterated, said someone in the audience, surprised. Lone Bamboo did not speak, and just punched the rock that had been cut in half. It was still the same, and the rock did not look damaged. Han Sen used a knife to cut that rock in half. The side that was closer to him had a fist mark, even though the location was the same. Good, Han Sen complimented. He had practiced with yin-yang forces. He had spent much effort to become talented with it, but Lone Bamboo was not much worse. The students of Sky Palace were so happy. They were complimenting Lone Bamboo's punch. Han Sen was the one who posed the question, so it was obvious he'd be good at it. It was more surprising that Lone Bamboo was able to do the same. Lone Bamboo said emotionlessly, "When I was in my 731st life, I was a weak woman. But I was born in a boxing family. I was bullied, but I was still able to create a in-force fist skill. It was not powerful, but it hurt others on the inside. I killed all those who bullied me, and I became an infamous villain. But then alas, I was poisoned. It took 3 long years for my organs to rot, and for me to finally die." Lone Bamboo spoke of this calmly, as if it was nothing. Even so, people were shocked to hear all this. "Your turn," Han Sen said quietly. He was saddened to hear about Lone Bamboo's dream. Lone Bamboo picked up another piece of rock. He stabbed it into the ground like a tablet, leaving 7 or 8 meters of it sticking out. Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo, unsure what he was going to do. If they were going to write and compete with their wills, Han Sen could use teeth knife mind. He wouldn't lose. But Lone Bamboo knew this, and so Han Sen could guess that this wouldn't boil down to simple writing. Lone Bamboo looked at the rock, but he didn't pull out his sword. He walked back 10 meters and said, "My sword will break through 9 tiers. Can yours?" The students that watched were confused. They didn't know what that meant. Furthermore, he only spoke and did not perform anything. Yun Sui was confused, too. Just as she was going to ask Yun Changkong, there was an explosion. The surface of the rock was blown up, and there was a crack. And then, there was writing on it. "I want to break through 9 tiers." The words were carved into the stone, as if by a weapon. It felt like a mad bull. It felt as if those words were going to come out of the stone and leap into the skies. Sonic Blade is not too rare. It can break rocks 100 meters away, but Lone Bamboo can write with it so powerfully. Not one else who has practiced with sonic powers could do such a thing. This isn't a matter of control. It's just that no one else can make a sound like that. A Sky Palace Duke found himself in shock. Because Lone Bamboo has experienced a lot, he has collected so many skills and feelings. Normal people are glad to just have one. Han Sen has practiced with knives and yin, which is rare for someone of his age. There is no way he has sonic powers, as well. I am afraid Han Sen cannot compete with Lone Bamboo now. There are no others that can equal Lone Bamboo. Even though Han Sen is strong, to compete with Lone Bamboo like that is impossible. Many students were shocked. Han Sen smiled and asked, "Which life did you learn this skill in?" Lone Bamboo's face did not change, and he calmly said, "It was in my 3754th life. In it, I was a musician that killed others with my music. I was trapped in an echoing valley, and eventually killed by my own musical powers." Han Sen shook his head and did not say anything. He walked to the other side of the rock, just as Lone Bamboo had done. He stopped 10 meters away and took a deep breath. Can Han Sen do it? Yun Suyi was worried, and so she grabbed Yun Sushang's arm. She knew they could not be romantically involved, but that did not mean she wished to see Han Sen fail. Yun Sushang had a wry smile. How am I supposed to know? But not many people practice with sonic powers, and especially to the degree of Lone Bamboo. They are a rare talent, and we haven't seen Han Sen use a technique that is in any way similar to it. This is bad. Yun Suyi was even more worried now. She wanted to say something, but before she did, Han Sen was speaking again. Sitting in the clouds, lonely and cold, Han Sen said. He didn't think too much about it, but he wanted to comfort Lone Bamboo. He wanted to understand him. Lone Bamboo had suffered 10,000 nightmares. Although he had become a genius as a result, Han Sen knew he must have been sad and lonely. No one knew how difficult it was to be that powerful. No one could understand the pain. After Han Sen wrote those words down, the rock shattered like powder. The 7 words appeared, and they hit the onlookers like a physical weight. People's hearts sank in their chests. Chapter 1995 One sword wakes the heart demon, D*MN. This guy has a powerful sonic skill. The audience at Sky Palace had their mouths wide open. Yun Suyi looked very happy. She looked at Yun Changkong and asked, "Dad, does that mean that Han Sen passed the test?" "I guess so." Yun Changkong saw Han Sen's sword convey a portion of his strong mind, but since Yun Changkong wasn't proficient with sonic powers, he couldn't judge too accurately. "It is your turn." Lone Bamboo saw the words Han Sen had written, and after a glimmer of surprise, he returned to his normal state. He spoke to Han Sen calmly. Han Sen was delighted. He had learned from Six Paths Emperor the Six Paths sword skills. Amongst them was Sonic Sword, which he also took the time to learn. It was fortunate he had learned it, too. If he hadn't, he'd have lost right then and there. Six Paths sword skills were so strong. They couldn't have been any worse than the sword skills practiced in the Geno universe. If he had been born here, Six Paths would have been a famous swordsman for sure. Thinking about Six Paths sword skills, Han Sen thought to himself, the spirit sword of Six Paths can trigger depression and break the will of enemies. It can make them fall to depression. Lone Bamboo has experienced so much, so he must be quite depressed already. The more depressed a person is, the more effective this is. Perhaps there is a chance I can win, after all. Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo and smiled. "I have a sword. You can take a look at it, if you want." "Yes, please," Lone Bamboo responded. Han Sen ran a skill. When he learned Six Paths sword skills, he learned Heart Sword first. He hadn't practiced much of the other 5, but he had used this a great deal. The others weren't comparable to his proficiency with this. He put his right finger and middle finger together. It looked like a sword, and with it, he pointed at Lone Bamboo's forehead. Lone Bamboo did not dodge. Calmly, he watched Han Sen's performance. But when Han Sen's sword air came to his forehead, Lone Bamboo's face changed. The kings in Sky Palace noticed Lone Bamboo's face change. And what they saw shocked them. They couldn't see what was so special about that sword, to make his face change like so. Ordinary people, and even the kings themselves, thought it was an average strike. There was nothing special about it, or so it seemed. It really looked like a normal strike. What is this? Is it something different? I can't see the power inside it. If you could see it, you would become lone bamboo. Oh, no. Han Sen is a top enemy to shake lone bamboo so much. A second later, Han Sen's finger was on lone bamboo's forehead. Then, he pulled it away. He returned to his position. Lone bamboo's cold face was contorting in a bad way. His eyes were full of red vessels. He was trying to control something. But the scary power on him was getting heavier. The power in his body was like an angry beast raging around inside of him. He had only spilled some of its presence, but it was visibly scary. Oh, no. Han Sen's strike has triggered lone bamboo's demons. Yun Changkong's face lost a little color. Dad, what is going on? Yun Sui and the others did not understand either. They all turned to look at him. Yun Changkong looked complicated, and he explained, lone bamboo's mental torture was excruciating, and he persevered through the 10,000 nightmares by his sheer force of will. Even though he endured it, he has never come to feel at peace. It is like when a flood comes, and you raise a dam to stop the flow of the water. It's a reservoir. All the water is stopped where it is, but it does not disappear. It is still there. The more he stops these thoughts, the greater the depression he feels. Imagine how scary it must be to have the struggles of 10,000 lives in your mind. But the 10,000 nightmares were endured, and he survived despite his depression. Without interruption, keeping it at bay with a dam might work. But Han Sen's sword seems to have triggered the depression to act out. The suppressed emotions, that were built up for 10,000 years, have been let loose in an explosion. Lone bamboo's mental fortitude had been broken. His 10,000-year depression has come. It is scarier than whatever he felt in any particular one of the lives he experienced. That depression might very well break him now, and it probably would do the same even if he was a king. Lone bamboo, Yun Changkong stopped talking. He looked worried. Lone bamboo was breathing like a beast, with green veins pulsating. His presence was losing its composure. He was looking more like a demon, almost freed from its cage. Many students that were watching looked terrified at the mere sight. Roar! Lone bamboo roared to the sky. The energy inside him broke free, and it burst out. The whole place filled up with scary feelings that were hard to describe. Han Sen was in the arena. Even the students outside the ring could feel lone bamboo, even if they had a weak will. Their eyes started to cry. They felt hopeless, and they wished to die. Some barren students could not control themselves. They pulled out their swords and put them to their necks. It felt as if there was no more hope, and only sadness would prevail. They felt as if there was nothing left to live for, and death was all they could want. Humph. A sigh came from the palace. Some weird strength re-imbued the arena, separating it from lone bamboo and his power. The students that were going to cut themselves snapped out of their daze. They were so scared by what happened, many of them had said themselves. In the arena, lone bamboo stared at Han Sen with a scary presence. His face looked terrifying. Han Sen did not expect lone bamboo's depression to be this heavy. It exceeded all his expectations, and he rather regretted doing what he had done. If lone bamboo could not withstand the pressure and tried to kill himself, even if the elites of Sky Palace saved him, he would continue living with a broken mind. Han Sen wanted to win, yes. But he did not want to destroy lone bamboo. But now, it was too late to stop. He had triggered lone bamboo's depression, and not even Han Sen could suppress it. Dad, what is going on? This time, even Yun Sushang sounded shaky. Yun Changkong looked dim, and he slowly said, Han Sen's talents are too scary. He has completely triggered the volume of Lone Bamboo's depression. Lone Bamboo's demons have awoken. This now leads to two possibilities. Either he beats the demon and reverts to his previous self, or he succumbs to it. If that happens, he might try to commit suicide or even kill people. Can Brother Lone Bamboo make it? Thousand Feather Crane asked. Hard. Yun Changkong spoke only one word. 1996 Fight Me. Living is hard, and life is gray. This time, Han Sen had to acknowledge the fact that he had done something to harm another person that would not benefit himself. He had broken a dam that restrained the turmoil and pain of 1,000 lifetimes. It had unleashed a demon. The students beyond the arena were protected by the elites, so Lone Bamboo's emotions were trapped inside the arena. And in that arena, only Lone Bamboo and Han Sen stood against that tide of pain. The wretched emotions stemming from Lone Bamboo were all bearing down on Han. Senator Han Sen felt as if his life was gray, desperate, painful, sad, and full of regret. All these emotions were striking him at once. No matter how strong his will was, he could not fend them all off. A pretty young bride stepped out of a red carriage. She was to marry a handsome man, but during the ceremony, a group of thieves stormed in. The knife lights flashed, and blood was everywhere. Obscene laughs cackled in the air. The pretty bride-to-be was raped to death in front of her husband. In this life, Lone Bamboo died without closing his eyes. In a forest, a mother tiger was playing with two cubs. But suddenly, there was a gunshot. The mother tiger was hit by a tranquilizer and immobilized. She watched as her two children were skinned and cooked. The hunters ate them, until the last scraps of them were gone. The tiger's eyes shed blood tears. In this life, Lone Bamboo would have rather died. In the sky, a swordsman was fighting a number of enemies. He killed many, but he was injured. He was left powerless, and he would soon die from his wounds. A middle-aged man, holding a young woman, looked at the swordsman with disdain. He laughed. Lone Bamboo, just die. I will play with your woman and tend to your home. Perhaps I might kill your son, though. The swordsman roared in fury, but death was not something he could escape. He died beneath the man's feet, without the strength to even grasp at his clothes. Every dream was a loop of despair. Every life had lived, rich or poor, important or menial, ended sadly. Lone Bamboo's despair was driving Han Sen crazy. The depression lay heavily on Han Sen as he saw the strife Lone Bamboo had been through. Although he didn't have to experience all of Lone Bamboo's nightmares, he saw the saddest scenes in Lone Bamboo's memory. They were sent directly into Han Sen's mind, and they made Han Sen feel as if he was right there. Han Sen wanted to use his will to defeat the encroaching depression, but it was too scary. He could not hold it off. He was forced to experience all those sad stories, and they hurt him. He wanted to die. Han Sen quickly focused on trying to fight against the depression with Lone Bamboo. In that arena, Lone Bamboo and Han Sen were standing in front of each other. Lone Bamboo looked like a demon, and Han Sen had his eyes shut, with all color drained from his face. The quiet now was scarier than if they were having a sword fight. Lone Bamboo's terrifying presence was growing in magnitude. It was like a broken dam that could not hold back the flood. Lone Bamboo looked hopeless, as if he wanted to bring ruin to everything. His hand moved to the jade sword on his waist. Oh, no. Lone Bamboo can't restrain it anymore, Yun Changkong said, looking sick. The elders of Sky Palace arrived at the arena. They all stared down at Lone Bamboo seriously. The sadness and loneliness of thousands of years was something that not even a king could withstand. Even the leader of Sky Palace himself could not fix something such as this. All they could do was watch, for they could not help him. If you were sick in your heart, you had to help yourself. If Lone Bamboo could not do this, not even God could save him. Han Sen was not any better than Lone Bamboo, and now he was fighting against that depression. His will was being consumed by the hollowness spreading through him. No matter how strong a human was, everyone had some measure of empathy. The lives Han Sen was seeing would make even a god cry. And Han Sen was just a human. Han Sen's eyes were starting to become dull, and his body felt like death. Oh, no. Han Sen has been invaded by Lone Bamboo's demon. Thousand Feather Crane could see something was amiss. He spoke to Yun Changkong, "Master, should we take Han Sen out of there? Han Sen cannot be moved now. He is the one that triggered Lone Bamboo's depression. His presence is helping Lone Bamboo. He still wants to win. If Han Sen was taken away, then Lone Bamboo would lose his purpose. He would break completely, and then there'd be no hope left," Yun Changkong said while shaking his head. Lone Bamboo's eyes looked murderous, and his face looked demonic. His breathing was hoarse. The green veins in his hand were bulging, stretching the skin. He pulled out his jade sword slowly. The jade sword was like a mountain. In Sky Palace, a woman frowned. "Leader, Lone Bamboo cannot control his demon. Are you not going to help?" The Sky Palace leader shook his head. "If we strike now, we will only save a corpse. He has to save himself. The demon is in his heart." "How is he going to save himself?" the lady said. "If his will is there, he still has a chance to get through this alive," the Sky Palace leader said quietly. "Where will he find the faith he needs?" the lady asked. The Sky Palace leader did not answer. He looked at the arena where Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were. Lone Bamboo had drawn a jade sword. It was a clean blade, without a single mark or speck of dust on its surface. But the jade sword had a terrifying aura, as if it was carrying all the fires of hell. Then, under the weight of the depression, Lone Bamboo's whole body became wreathed in black fire. The fire was disturbing to look at. Lone Bamboo lifted the jade sword towards Han Senator. He walked slowly, his lips moving as he went. He was speaking too quietly for anyone to hear what he was saying, though. "Has Lone Bamboo fallen fully under the control of the demon?" Thousand Feather Crane asked. Many of the elites and elders thought Lone Bamboo was being controlled by the heart demon. It wanted to unleash its anger and kill Han Senator. Their expressions looked horrified. The Sky Palace students saw Lone Bamboo reach Han Senator. He was like a man-eating demon. It was a sight that shocked them. Han Sen stood motionless, his eyes still closed. It was like he didn't know Lone Bamboo was coming. His face turned gray, and his presence was fading fast. All the nightmares kept flashing through his head. He had been infected by them. Although they were not as real to him as they were for Lone Bamboo, they were deep in his heart. Lone Bamboo stepped over to Han Sen with red eyes. He raised his sword and swung it at Han Senator. Yun Sui screamed. Yun Changkong and the elders were now wondering if they should save Han Senator, but Lone Bamboo's sword did not reach Han Senator. He pointed it at Han Sen's nose, and then he roared like a monster. "Fight me!" He is not lost, the crowd realized, thrilled. Han Sen's eyes opened, and he grabbed his ghost teeth knife. 1997 knife and sword battle. The knife and the sword made a crackling noise when they clashed. The knife and sword airs broke at the same time. Slashing. Thrusting. Swiping. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo's techniques were very simple, but they were also very deadly. The battles before had been stunning enough, but this was a genuine fight. They had only been comparing skills before this. Now that they were fighting, their movements were simple and direct, without any added flair or style. But even so, every single attack was incredibly scary. Life and death were one misstep apart. Dong! 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 The knife and the sword kept attacking. The sword heirs and the knife heirs were running at maximum power, and the sword mind and knife mind of the fighters swirled around the arena. Their minds were growing in strength as the terrifying fight progressed, and suddenly, they were breaking into a king-class tier of battle. They were like wild horses that couldn't stop running. Their minds are still increasing. This is cheating. Are they going to become deified? They are just earls. They have ascended so high because the depression is driving them forward. They cannot escape the effect it is having on them. If they are earls, why are they fighting so far out of their league? It is a shame that if they keep fighting, there won't be a winner. It will be a tragedy no matter who comes out on top. It'd be a tragedy if they did not fight as well. For now, Brother Bamboo has faith. If they stop fighting, his perseverance will be consumed by the depression. It would be useless to continue the exams after this fight. No one else could stand up to either of those two. Yun Sui was so scared. She grabbed Yun Sushang's shoulder. Her heart was thumping with every knife and sword flash. She looked pale. Yun Sushang held her hand and comforted her. Master, if they keep fighting, the depression will affect them more and more. Should we stop them? Thousand Feather Crane could see that their situation was a poor one. Yun Changkong shook his head. It is too late for them to retreat. If they do that, they will die. For now, they can only proceed. They are going through hell, so they have to keep going. They need to survive in death. If they do this, they might have a chance. Survive in death? Yun Sui quickly asked. Yun Changkong sighed and said, the depression will only increase as they fight. But this is also a release of that energy. Lone Bamboo kept it suppressed for the longest time. If he is able to unleash it all now, there is a hope he will end up fine. It'll be difficult, but there is nothing else he can do. What about Han Sen? Does he need to release energy? Yun Sui asked. Yun Changkong shook his head. It is the opposite for him. He does not need to release anything. He is being affected by Lone Bamboo's depression. The demon resides inside Lone Bamboo, so Han Sen is fighting to keep his emotions from destroying himself. He is fighting for his life right now, he won't want himself to die. How this fight ends will depend on Han Senator. If he gives in to the demon and ends up wanting to die, Lone Bamboo will lose his purpose and give in to the demon, too. Even if Han Sen can withstand that demon, if he stops fighting with Lone Bamboo and allowing him to release his depression, things will end up the same. So, Han Sen cannot afford to lose to himself nor Lone Bamboo. Hearing Yun Changkong, Yun Sui grew more nervous than ever. The minds of the two were strong. Under a king-class shield, there was still a leak. Many of the Sky Palace students were affected, and their hearts were beating savagely in their chests. They wanted to die or destroy things. There was a cloud in the sky, above the arena. The white cloud had a beast inside it. The cloud spread like water, covering the entire arena. It smothered the scary feelings permeating the arena, so the audience could not be affected. It is Dream Beast. Dream Beast removed their feelings. If their feelings reach a level a king class cannot handle, the students of Sky Palace felt better, but the beast in the cloud was quivering. The king class elites could not withstand the feelings given off by Han Sen and Lone Bamboo. Their feelings were exceeding the range of a king class being. That was why the Dream Beast had to emerge and lend a hand in suppressing the emotions. It had to ensure the feelings and depression wouldn't affect the students enough to permanently harm them. Not many people could carry such depression and keep on going, as Lone Bamboo had done. Han Sen's knife was moving like crazy, and his knife mind was going wild. His body was like a beast that could shred space. Han Sen had received his deified knife mind from the scabbard, but he was just carrying it. It didn't belong to him, so he could not use every ounce of its strength when he used it. But now, underneath the rage of that depression, Han Sen had to exert all his power and knife mind to retaliate against his foe. His knife mind was drawing closer to him beneath that pressure. And Han Sen was able to understand the teeth knife mind more, as well. It was assimilating with Han Senator. The knife mind had just been a tool, but now it was becoming one with his instincts. Teeth knife mind destroyed everything, and that destructive madness spurred Han Sen with the desire to live, even in the face of all that depression. When Han Sen merged with the teeth knife mind, Ghost Teeth Knife became stronger. Ghost Teeth Knife followed Han Sen because of the deified knife mind he possessed. It was not following Han Sen explicitly. So, with Han Sen's limited ability to use the deified knife mind, he still hadn't been able to unlock Ghost Teeth Knife's true power. But when Han Sen combined with the deified knife mind, Ghost Teeth Knife's true power was triggered through Han Senator Boom. Han Sen felt the scary power of Ghost Teeth Knife flow out of the knife. If he hadn't awakened it, the demon would have lost control. A mark on Lone Bamboo's forehead cracked. An eye opened there, and it began to bleed. Han Sen had seen Thousand Feather Crane's eye, which was perfectly clear. Lone Bamboo's was different. Lone Bamboo's sky eye was full of a murderous feeling. The mere sight of it could shake someone's soul. When the sky eye opened, Lone Bamboo's power increased. It was unbelievable. With dismaying speed and strength, he teleported in front of Han Sen. Han Sen slashed at Lone Bamboo, but Lone Bamboo did not dodge. He reached out his hand and grabbed Ghost Teeth Knife's blade. Blood poured from his hand, but he wasn't planning on letting go. Han Sen pulled back, but he couldn't pull Ghost Teeth Knife out of Lone Bamboo's grasp. Having opened his sky eye, Lone Bamboo was now far stronger. Before Han Sen could react again, Lone Bamboo's sky eye fired a red light. It was coming toward Han Senator. Han Sen wanted to block the red light with his left hand, but Lone Bamboo was also swinging a jade sword at him. There was nothing he could do, so Han Sen had to react quickly. He let his knife go and evade the red light and the jade sword. When he swept past Lone Bamboo, Han Sen punched his opponent's wrist, knocking the jade sword out of his hand. He moved to grab it. The knife and the sword had lost their respective masters. Yun Changkong and the elders said, "Oh, no. What is it?" Yun Sui asked, suddenly looking nervous. Yun Changkong frowned and said, "Lone Bamboo is affected by a demon. He will want to destroy everything. And Han Sen's Ghost Teeth Knife is an evil knife that wishes to destroy everything, too." Han Sen's teeth knife mind was triggered. It has a very destructive element. While it is held by Lone Bamboo, it makes the demon even angrier. And what? Yun Sui quickly asked. Yun Changkong had a wry smile. And Lone Bamboo's jade sword is not a holy weapon. It is just a practice sword made from a Xian jade spirit. Aside from being sturdy, it is practically useless. Han Sen has exchanged his king-class weapon that aligned with his teeth knife skills for a simple practice sword. And on top of that, Lone Bamboo has his eye open. I don't think Han Sen can keep up much longer. How? Lone Bamboo's jade sword. How can it be a practice sword? Yun Sui and the others looked at it in shock. Humph, Yun Changkong sighed and did not explain. After Lone Bamboo gripped Ghost Teeth Knife, the evil presence rose up, stoking the murderous power within him. He looked like a demon that wished destruction on all the world. Boom! He slashed towards Han Senator. The knife light looked like a demon, coming to consume Han Senator. It looked like Teeth Knife, minus its teeth power. It did have Ghost Teeth Knife powers, though, and the depression powers as well. It was more powerful now than it had been when Han Sen was using it. Palace leader, are you not going to intervene? Han Sen is not going to be able to withstand that strike. They will both be destroyed, said a woman, frowning at Sky Palace leader. The leader squinted his eyes and said, "There is no rush." The lady felt saddened by this, and she said, "Lone Bamboo is your student, and Han Sen is one of Isha's people. If anything happens, you can be the one to inform Isha herself. You can do anything you wish, since you aren't afraid of her." In the arena, Han Sen was wielding the jade sword. His sword mind exploded. He attacked the scary knife mind. The sword skills were those Lone Bamboo had just used. The weapons had swapped owners, and the skills had been swapped now, too. The fight continued, with no winner seeming likely to emerge. *T. Brother Lone Bamboo can use knives. And Han Sen can use swords, as well. This is strange. He can't be like Lone Bamboo, having experienced lifetimes of nightmares, right? He's the only one who can fight Lone Bamboo like this. Even king-class sorts like Yun Changkong were surprised. They hadn't expected that Han Sen would be able to use the practice sword effectively against Lone Bamboo. His sword skills were very scary, and they appeared even stronger than when he used knife skills. Unfortunately, his powers were a little suppressed by Lone Bamboo. He was still at a disadvantage. Lone Bamboo, with his sky eye open and an activated ghost teeth knife, made Han Sen's body look meager. Han Sen was being careful. He knew he could not use Super King's spirit here, and he could not use his own sword skills. That was why he had to use Lone Bamboo's sword skills to fight. Han Sen summoned the Ant Queen's mark, then he summoned the rabbit shoes and red mink glove. Now, Han Sen's situation was not as dire. Han Sen stabilized the fight, then turned his mind back to the battle. The battle was so breathtaking that the students were forgetting to breathe. Everyone just stared at Han Sen and Lone Bamboo. They did not want to miss a single moment. Lone Bamboo's body was becoming stronger. Ghost Teeth Knife was triggered by his depression, and his full powers were showing. Every slash was fueled with enough power to break space. Han Sen wasn't wielding as much power, but his sword skills were flawless. When he moved, the jade sword was like a lotus flower. He was not at a disadvantage. But Lone Bamboo's depression was getting stronger, and it was rising quickly. The presence surrounding him was becoming scarier. Han Sen had to fight back Lone Bamboo and the depression at the same time. He was feeling the pressure. Suddenly, Lone Bamboo fell back across the arena floor. He kept his distance, and he just stared at Han Senator. His three eyes were red, and they looked like those of a demon. Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo, but he did not feel happy. He felt heavier. Lone Bamboo was holding Ghost Teeth Knife. His presence seemed like it was on fire. He suddenly generated a real fire and blew it up into the sky. Leveled up. Yun Changkong and the others were shocked. Many students in Sky Palace understood what was going on, as well. Lone Bamboo, amidst all that was happening, was becoming a marquise. The sky eye was red, like a bloodied sea. When Lone Bamboo changed, the sky eye's red sea began to deepen. A horrifying power was swelling out of that eye, and it made Lone Bamboo's body stronger and stronger. Ghost Teeth Knife was becoming stronger, too. The knife was wreathed in fire, like a demon roaring. Lone Bamboo leveled up to the rank of Marquise and broke the equilibrium of the battlefield. An endless surge of power went into Ghost Teeth Knife, making it stronger. The knife's flames were like a demon's, and it covered the entire arena. Han Sen thought he could fight Lone Bamboo with his presence and mind, but now he was under such suppression that he couldn't even release his powers. The whole place was quiet. Only the flickering knife made a sound, roaring like a bonfire. Ghost Teeth Knife's fire was getting scary. The power kept building, and Lone Bamboo was on the verge of losing all control. He was going to generate the strongest strike he could to end the fight and kill Han Senator. The frightening knife flames seemed to exert incredible force on the broken arena, and the floor had already dropped a few feet. Han Sen's knife mind and depression were harming him. He could not unleash the power or the sensations inside his body. But suppression like that made Han Sen feel energized. When people like Han Sen were put under greater pressure, they could perform much better. Facing Lone Bamboo, who had just become a marquise, heightened Han Sen's desire to win. The negativity he was under now affected him far less. Spell's armor was flashing white. Her skin and bones turned a jade color. The blood in Han Sen's body was boiling and roaring. Han Sen raised the jade sword in his hand. That jade sword lacked special powers, but it had not so much as cracked in the intense fighting. It was a testament to the quality of its craft. Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo, and then he stroked the blade of the jade sword. He poured power into it, but the power was very tame. It rested inside the sword, waiting to be unleashed. Seeing Han Sen's behavior, Yun Sui grabbed Yun Su's hand and asked, "Is Han Sen hoping to accept this next attack?" "It seems that way." Yun Su's hand did not understand either. If both fighters were marquises, then Han Sen might have stood a chance. With an entire tier between them, however, there was no way Han Sen could withstand such an attack. "He has no choice but to accept this strike," Yun Changkong said. "Why?" Yun Sui asked, confused. "The arena is too small. Lone Bamboo's demon has locked down the entire arena. If Han Sen is still in that arena, he won't be able to evade it. So, he has to muster what he has to take it," Yun Changkong said. "Can he defend against it? There is a whole level of difference between earls and marquises." Yun Sui's voice sounded shaky. She looked disturbed. "Yes, he can endure it." Before Yun Changkong answered, someone else walked in and answered the question for him. Yun Sui looked over towards the voice, and she saw a man staring down on the arena. His eyes were red. He looked more nervous than the fighters on the field. "Yu Jing, how do you know Han Sen can endure this attack?" Thousand Feather Crane asked Yu Jing. "Feng Ho pills. I gave him a Feng Ho pill. If he takes it, he can temporarily wield the power of a marquise. So, yes, he can take this attack, and he will win." Yu Jing sounded like he was talking to himself, trying to make himself feel better. Feng Ho pills. Yun Su's Hang and the others were shocked. "Why did you give him Feng Ho pills?" "I bet every penny I had that he would win 10 times in a row. He has to win, it's either that or bankruptcy." Yu Jing sounded like his words had been squeezed out through his teeth. His fists were clenched so hard, his nails were digging into the flesh. If Han Sen's opponent hadn't been Lone Bamboo, Yu Jing would not have been so desperate. But the match was on now, and all was on the line. If Han Sen lost, Yu Jing would be dealt a devastating blow. It is good for him to have the Feng Ho pills. In that case, Han Sen can win. Yun Sui was very happy to hear Han Sen still had a chance. Yun Changkong sighed and said, he would have a chance if he had eaten it at the beginning. Now it is too late. What is too late? Yu Jing demanded. His sudden fear made him rather impolite. Yun Changkong did not mind, though. He calmly said, Lone Bamboo's knife mind has already locked onto Han Senator. Any mistake on his part will prompt Lone Bamboo to attack. Do you think he has the time to take a pill? Yu Jing looked as if he had been electrified. He froze on the spot. Yun Sui had just been feeling calmer, but now she was nervous again. She said, what do we do? Will Lone Bamboo kill Han Sen? It is doubtful that the leader would stand idly by and let Han Sen be murdered. But if he stops this now, then Lone Bamboo will be destroyed, Yun Changkong said with regret. In the arena, Ghost Teeth Knife's power was increasing. Han Sen was holding the jade sword between himself and the knife mind. He was like a mountain, and he wasn't affected. An amazing energy was coursing through Han Sen's body. It was the Dongxian Sutra. Under the suppression of his opponent, the Dongxian Sutra was finally having a breakthrough. It was becoming Earl class, and the Dongxian aura was imbuing Han Sen with a grander power. Although it was not enough to fight back Lone Bamboo's knife mind, the energy release was making Han Sen's eyes clearer. The knife mind and the depression were things that Han Sen could see as sequence chains. They looked like a giant spider web, all around Han Senator. When the Dongxian aura got stronger, the sequence chain became easier to discern. A level of detail that he had never previously discerned was now becoming clear. Boom! The Dongxian Sutra's power exploded in Han Sen's body. It was like it was breaking all the cells inside Han Sen's body. Although the feeling was destructive and strange, it gave Han Sen the sense of chains being severed. Under the suppression of the knife mind and the depression, he felt rather relaxed. He felt as if he was facing a fire and a wind, but they were raging around him rather than against him. The pressure suddenly disappeared. No matter how powerful it was, in Han Sen's eye, it was just a sequence chain. Two different powers were rising inside Han Sen's body, and they were pumped into the jade sword. The sword started to shine with a bright light. Teeth Knife mind began to synergize with Han Sen's sword mind. They fit together like two halves of a zipper. Two completely different powers were combining into one inside the jade sword. The light from the jade sword extinguished the knife's fire. Han Sen stood silently, holding the sword before him. He was like a god, standing amidst the knife's fire. No matter how much Lone Bamboo or Ghost Teeth Knife leveled up, they could not suppress Han Sen's power. Chapter 2000. The battle ends. The students watched the fight with gaping mouths. Han Sen's power didn't seem as strong as Lone Bamboo's, but it felt as if the contestants were somehow even. The situation almost seemed self-contradictory. The King class observers noticed Han Sen's energy, and when they saw it, they were shocked. They felt the same thing that the students felt, but they could understand a bit more. Han Sen wasn't as powerful as Lone Bamboo, who was a marquise. But it seemed that his energy wasn't being suppressed. He was getting stronger. Despite the fact that Lone Bamboo's knife mind was continuing to grow, Han Sen wasn't being crushed under the weight. Both of them were emanating a terrifying intensity, and it was visible in their eyes. The students that watched the fight were not seeing Han Sen and Lone Bamboo anymore. It was just an evil demon fighting a jade-white shadow. When both of them collided, it was like day and night. Neither of them gained the upper hand, and neither of them was put down. Boom! Two powers were being pushed to their max. They crossed a threshold, and Dream Beast was unable to hold back the force they were letting off. The power spilled out, and many of the students of Sky Palace felt as if their heads were going to explode. Lone Bamboo roared. He lifted Ghost Teeth Knife above his head with both hands. He summoned that scary power to strike Han Sen down. Yun Changkong and the other elders grimaced. They knew this next strike would commit a tragedy. There was no way back now. The leader of Sky Palace sighed. He stood up from his chair and readied himself to get involved. Han Sen pointed the jade sword at Lone Bamboo. He was like a mountain. He did not look scared, and neither did it look as if he wanted to take a single step back. Lone Bamboo looked frightening. His body and knife combined into one. His murderous fire erupted like that of a volcano, spewing into the sky. Just when everyone thought Lone Bamboo was going to slash, Ghost Teeth Knife remained in the air and unmoving. Lone Bamboo looked at Han Sen, or rather, the sword he wielded. When he did, a complex expression overtook his face. On a green grassy field, a little girl that was 9 years old was holding a jade sword. She had ponytails. She was practicing sword skills, and she was obviously a beginner. She accidentally hit herself on the head and dropped onto the ground. She threw the sword away and wiped the tears from her eyes. "Warner, why are you crying?" a young man asked, smiling. He crouched down next to her and took her head in a gentle hand. "Big brother, I am not practicing with a sword anymore. That stupid sword just bullied me," Warner said, wiping her tears. "How could your sword bully you? He is your most loyal, little guy. If you treat him well, he will be nice to you in return," the young man said, as he picked up the jade sword. Warner lifted her lips and said, "I am nice to it. I wipe it clean and even make it smell good, but even so, it just won't listen to me. It's annoying." The young man laughed. He held the jade sword, and as he stood upon the grass, he began to swing it. That jade sword was light in his hand, as spry as a dragon in a dance. "Warner, to treat it nice is to understand it. Wiping it clean is not enough." The young man stopped practicing, and he handed it back to the girl and rubbed her on the head. "I don't care. I hate it. It won't listen to me. It only listens to you." Warner sounded mad, but even so, she looked happy. In a garden, a young man lay down beside a pond and repeatedly threw up. He was going to puke his guts out. "Brother, how can you drink like that?" A lady with a big ponytail walked out of the house. She ran up to the young man and tried to help him up. "Ignore me. It is fine," the man mumbled. "Brother, to fail is nothing. I know you are the best, and I know you have what it takes to win. You have to stay strong," the lady spoke with sincerity, as she lifted the young man upright. The young man fell back to the ground and passed out. He was too heavy to lift without any help. The lady tried to pull him up, but she was unable to. She ran to the house and collected a blanket. With it, she covered him. Then, she sat down near him and prayed to the stars. "If there is a God up there, I hope you can help my brother and show him the way. I will do anything for that." Under the moon, the man lay on the ground with tears in his eyes. "Warner." Lone Bamboo looked at the jade sword and moved his lips. He did not make a noise, but his eyes said he was thinking of many things. "I can't fall. I can't fall. If I am going to die. Even with just a dirty soul left. I have to keep going." Lone Bamboo's teeth shook, but his eyes looked adamant. The knife's fire was like a demon in the sky. It was just fading, rather than being destroyed. Lone Bamboo seems to have woken up a little. The woman next to the Sky Palace leader sounded surprised. Yun Chongkong and the elders looked happy, but it was only for a second. The demon's roots were deep, and not even a king class could suppress it completely. It was remarkable that Lone Bamboo had managed to get his mind back in this condition, but there was no way he could suppress the desire of the demon. Han Sen watched Lone Bamboo, surprised. Lone Bamboo controlled the demon at the very last second. He did not give in to it. Lone Bamboo's body quivered. He had experienced pain that could not be described. That scary depression and knife mind were fading inside him. Everyone looked so happy. Lone Bamboo pushed the demon back into his body. Now, he was scarier than a ghost. The nobles were all delighted. They had no clue how he had done that. Han Sen put away his own powers. He lowered the jade sword and looked at Lone Bamboo. The power was no longer encompassing the arena. Lone Bamboo threw Ghost Teeth knife over to Han Senator. He said simply, "I am a marquise. I should not fight. You win this round." Han Sen picked up Ghost Teeth knife and handed over the jade sword. Lone Bamboo accepted the jade sword, wiped it clean, and resheathed it in his scabbard. That sword was his most precious possession. Seeing Lone Bamboo leave, Han Sen spoke to himself. His body contains a demon, but his heart possesses an angel. Strange man. No one expected the scary spectacle to end this way, but it didn't affect the overall excitement. A long time after that fight came to an end, people continued to talk about it. Those who watched that fight didn't forget the appearance of the fighters. They would never forget. After that fight, Sky Palace students frequently debated whether Han Sen or Lone Bamboo was stronger. The discussions never yielded any answers, though. Lone Bamboo had become a marquise, but Han Sen remained an earl. If they were to have a rematch, it wouldn't be for a long time. However, Han Sen's performance in the fight had garnered him much respect from all of the students of Sky Palace. The next few rounds of the exam offered no trouble. He won every match and achieved first place in the Earl class exams. He received permission to visit the Holy House, and there, he found the Under the Sky knife skill. He was also the recipient of more Feng Ho pills and a marquise treasure for a prize. Han Sen's name was famous in Sky Palace, but he cared little for the recognition. He focused on practicing his knife skills at home. Yu Jing was super cocky when walking up to the rich men to collect his winnings. With a smug look, he said, "I brought you the contract. Did you guys bring the harvest?" One of the men smiled and instructed his maid to give Yu Jing a box. He smiled and said, "We did lose. It was amazing to watch, and it was worth losing this. What you deserve is inside." "Thank you." Yu Jing accepted the box and had a look at the contents. He smiled like a flower. Yun Sui didn't go looking for Han Sen for a few days. She knew there couldn't be a happy ending between them, but she couldn't stop thinking about him each day. After Han Sen took the scroll, he quickly learned the knife skill. And just as expected, with his Heavenly Go, Dongxian Sutra, and Sky Palace as a base, it was easy to get comfortable with. He improved a lot in just a few days. This knife skill has a significant flaw. It is not because Yun Sui performed it incorrectly. After Han Sen practiced with it himself, he quickly discovered the problem. Han Sen had a decent understanding of Sky Palace's text. With Heavenly Go and the Dongxian Sutra, there was a way he could fix the problem without having to learn the textless book. That way, he would be able to make Under the Sky nearly perfect. If I'm known to hold this knife skill, when I use the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go, people will believe I'm using Under the Sky. If I'm careful, Isha won't think I am dollar. Han Sen wanted this skill badly, and that was one of the reasons why. Otherwise, he couldn't use Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. Without them, he was a good deal weaker, which sucked. Han Sen did not see Yun Sui, and he didn't make plans to see her either. But if he happened to run into her, he would show her the modified version of Under the Sky. Han Sen went to the 7th floor of the White Jade building. He did not see Yun Sui, so he settled for absorbing the jade air and leveling up his jade skin. "Brother Han, how have you been recently?" Han Sen was sitting near an old tree, reading. Yu Jing came flying over on his mount. Now Yu Jing looked like a bona fide rich person. The jade night crane he had used previously was gone, and he was now riding a green flying dragon. His armor had been exchanged for a new set that looked incredibly valuable, and he was also decorated with an array of jewelry. He looked very powerful. "Not bad. What do you want?" Han Sen asked Yu Jing, looking up from his reading. "Brother Han, I gave you my Feng Ho pills, but you did not use them in the exam." Yu Jing smiled. "You said you gave them to me as a gift for free. Are you saying you want them back?" Han Sen asked lackadaisically. "Of course not. The pills belong to you. Why would I want them back? I am saying there is someone who would like to buy them. When you reached first place, you received more of them. Would you like to sell the ones I gave you?" "The price is handsome," Yu Jing explained, making an expansive gesture with his hands. I'm not selling, Han Sen said, then went back to his reading. Yu Jing took a peek, and seeing that Han Sen was trying to learn the regional populations of xenogeneics, he smiled and said, "Ah, Brother Han. You are hunting xenogeneics. I have a good place you can go. Are you interested?" "Oh, tell me." Han Sen looked at him. He had been looking for a long time, and he hadn't been able to find a location in which he could slay many earls in a small amount of time. Every place had some sort of drawback. Old Night Island's monster population was spread too thin, and it was difficult to find big groups of earl xenogeneics there. Xianyuan Cave xenogeneics were hidden, and you usually had to wait for them to find you. Every place had a flaw, and not one had large groups of earls. "I've seen this pamphlet before," Yu Jing said. "This is shared with other students, so of course it doesn't have the really good spots. I know of a private island with lots of rare xenogeneics. They are mostly earls, too. If it's private, how do I gain access?" Han Sen asked. Yu Jing laughed and said, "In the past, you wouldn't have been able to get in. But now, things are different. You are Han Senator at this point, who doesn't know your name? Being the knife and sword master is no joke." "Wait, when was I given this title?" Han Sen thought the label sounded old-fashioned. "No, you're not the knife and sword master by yourself," Yu Jing said. Han Sen didn't understand that, so he waited. Yu Jing, seeing Han Sen's confusion, coughed and said, "It only works when you and Lone Bamboo are together. You know of Lone Bamboo's reputation here. If the students of Sky Palace put you, an outsider, on par with Lone Bamboo, you should know how lofty your reputation has become." "So, am I the knife master or the sword master?" Han Sen asked with a smile. "Neither. You cannot be separated. You are both the knife and sword master. There is no knife master, and neither is there a sword master." Yu Jing then changed his tone. "The island I have told you about is called Rare Beast Island. That island is owned by the second elder. He treasures it so much, not even his students can go there. Only those of his bloodline can enter and hunt there. The elder has a young son called Sherbei Feng, and he admires you a great deal. He would like to invite you to hunt there. Something that great exists." Han Sen looked at Yu Jing in disbelief. "Of course, but there is one condition. He wants you to help him capture a xenogeneic." Yu Jing finally explained the true purpose of all this. Rare Beast Island was an amazing place. It looked like one island, but nobles of any rank could enter. They'd be teleported to different places across the island, and it would seem as if they were actually on different islands. Only those of the same level could appear at each spot, though. Sherbei Feng wanted to capture an Earl Xenogeneic for a mount, but that Earl Xenogeneic was special. He had gathered a few teams to try their hand at capturing it, but none of their attempts were successful. So this time, he wanted Han Sen's help. Outside of Rare Beast Island, a dozen students were standing at the entrance looking around. They seemed to have grown quite bored as they waited. A Sky student spoke to Sherbei Feng in a disgusted tone. "Brother Shi, Han Sen is too arrogant. He has made us wait here for so long, and he obviously isn't taking your invitation seriously. Who does he think he is?" Sherbei Feng looked at the man coldly. "If you can fight against Brother Lone Bamboo in the same fashion that he did, then I would gladly wait for you this long, as well. If you cannot, then just shut up." After hearing Sherbei Feng's response, the student felt a chill. He looked away, lowered his head, and did not say anything. They waited for another half an hour, and eventually, a legless jade knight crane arrived. When it landed, a man in white armor came floating down in front of Sherbei Feng. "Brother Han, thank you for helping us." Sherbei Feng smiled and then bowed. The students looked Han Sen over. He didn't look like a famous elite who had fought against Lone Bamboo, though. No problem. I took your money, so you are practically my employer. This is something I should do for you. Han Sen smiled. Shi Beifeng nodded and said, let's go to Rare Beast Island. I'll give you the details on the way. Shi Beifeng appreciated what Han Sen had said. He was not afraid of spending money, but he detested those who would take his money and not do the job they were commissioned to. Han Sen was expensive, but if he could get things done, it would be worth the price. Han Sen followed Shi Beifeng to Rare Beast Island, and Shi Beifeng explained the job. What Shi Beifeng wished to capture was a mutant Earl Xenogeniac. Its name was Crystal Kirin. It lived near Bibo Lake, and it was a water-aligned Xenogeniac. The Crystal Kirin could fly, run, and swim. It did all this at high speed. Its scales were very hardy, too. Shi Beifeng had to use a king-class weapon to damage the scales. But even so, strikes went no deeper than the skin. The Crystal Kirin moved incredibly fast, and it had a tendency to run off whenever it was in danger. When it was in the lake, it'd be harder to hunt, as well. Shi Beifeng had led a few hunting parties here before, but they had been unable to capture a Crystal Kirin. Injuries were the only things they had taken off the island. So, ultimately, there was nothing they could do. Han Sen heard what he was told, and he thought, mutant Xenogeniac. It should be eaten. It is a waste to make it a mount. If the others knew what Han Sen was thinking, they'd declare him crazy. Mutant Xenogeniacs were incredibly rare, and for normal inhabitants of the Geno universe, eating a mutant would be the waste. Brother Shi, let me make sure that I understand. I help you capture this Crystal Kirin, and in return, you provide me with a month to hunt Xenogeniacs across this island. Is that correct? Han Sen asked Shi Beifeng. Shi Beifeng passed a beast tablet to Han Sen, and he said, this is a permit that grants you access to this place. You can come here with this card. Regardless of whether you fail or succeed, you may always return. Han Sen took the tablet and said, that's very nice. After I capture this Crystal Kirin, I will give it back to you in a month. Rare Beast Island was bigger than Old Night Island, and there were far more high-class Xenogeniacs there. As they traveled, Han Sen had already detected many Earl Xenogeniacs. But Shi Beifeng was in a big hurry to capture the Crystal Kirin, and so he didn't bother with the other Xenogeniacs. Bibo Lake was 800 miles wide, and there were many different beasts that occupied it. Water dragons could occasionally be seen playing on the shore. It is important to have a good dad. The Xenogeniacs here are of a high level, and they are of good quality, too. And compared to Xianyuan Cave and Old Night Island, there really are a great many of them. Han Sen sighed. Shi Beifeng told his workers to establish camp in a nearby forest. There, they would wait for the Crystal Kirin to show up. The Crystal Kirin is almost always underwater, but there are too many Xenogeniacs beneath the surface of the lake. There are marquises there, too. Fighting it underwater would be a bad idea for us, so we will need to wait for it to come out of the lake. Over the next few days, the Crystal Kirin is sure to show up. He will surface to eat the green flowers, but as for the exact timing, I don't know. It'll be sometime during the next few days. Shi Beifeng pointed at the green flowers as he spoke. Then let us wait. Han Sen nodded. Brother Han, how do you plan on capturing it? Do you need our help? Shi Beifeng asked. You can ready the cage for the Kirin, but I can take care of the rest, Han Sen said, as he stood up and took a look around. Before the Crystal Kirin appears, I will take a walk around the lake, so I can absorb its lovely views. After Han Sen left, one of the students next to Shi Beifeng said, Brother Shi, is Han Sen being too reckless? The Crystal Kirin is so strong, and if we fail, we will have to wait another month. He says what he says because he can do it. Wait and see if that is the truth, Shi Beifeng said, after thinking for a moment. Han Sen skirted the lake and walked for a dozen miles. He found a few Earl Xenogeneics, and they were different from the ones on Old Night Island. All the Xenogeneics he saw seemed to be of rare species. Suddenly, Han Sen heard splashes from the lake. He turned around to take a look. There, he saw a white dragon that was halfway out of the water. It was spewing out a mist, as if it were absorbing the power of the earth. Another rare Marquise Xenogeneic. Han Sen watched it a while, before returning to camp. Bei Feng was nice to talk to. He chatted with Han Sen, and it turned out that he knew a lot of things. He always had entertaining things to talk about, and he stopped the conversations from becoming boring. Han Sen and the others had good luck. After waiting only a single day, they saw movement in the lake. Something emerged that was the size of an elephant, a kirin with jade-like scales. The kirin's horns were shining like stars. The crystal kirin came up the shore, and there, it started to eat the green flowers. The people in the woods stopped breathing. They did not want to alert the kirin to their presence. Han Sen knew the power of the crystal kirin, and its mutation made its speed greater and scales sturdier. Compared to others of the same level, it was remarkably powerful. But to Han Sen, this was the easiest sort to deal with. The rabbit shoes appeared beneath Han Sen's feet. He raced down to the crystal kirin, which startled the beast. It spat out globs of water at Han Sen, and it tried to retreat back into Bibo Lake. Han Sen stretched out a hand that gleamed like jade. He slapped the crystal kirin on the back. A turtle symbol appeared there, and it brought the creature's speed down to a crawl. Han Sen then led the crystal kirin, which now walked as slow as a turtle, over to Bei Feng. Bei Feng's people had not reacted yet. They were still holding the cage while they stared at the stumbling crystal kirin in shock. The crystal kirin lifted itself up off the ground. It wished to fly off, but before long, it fell back down again. Han Sen patted the crystal kirin's head, and very much like a turtle, it barely moved. He grabbed the crystal kirin and threw it into the cage. Then, he closed the cage door. "Brother Shi, the mission has been accomplished. Okay, I have to go. I'll return the tablet to you in a month." After that, Han Sen mounted his legless crane and left. That's it. The people snapped out of their daze. They looked at the caged crystal kirin in befuddlement. Someone sighed and said, "When he fought Lone Bamboo, it was an acceptable bout. But when he fights against normal Earls, they don't stand a chance against him. Even mutant Earl Xenogeneics can be captured so easily. He must be the strongest." Bei Feng looked at them expressionlessly and said, "The strength of an elite that can fight Lone Bamboo isn't something you lot can ever guess." Han Sen rode the legless crane to a flat mesa. It was difficult to fight in the water, and a mountainous landscape would be hard to navigate. Open plains were the easiest places to fight. But before Han Sen made it over the mountains, he heard a bird in the sky. There was a big black bird that was 10 meters long, coming down from the clouds. Han Sen pulled out ghost teeth knife and slashed with his knife air. The bird's body was quickly shattered. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Black feather bird, Xenogeneic gene found. Rare Beast Island was a great place for Han Senator. There were many Earl Xenogeneics about, and in less than a week, Han Sen was able to obtain all the Earl genes he required. He reached 100. The legless crane was able to dine on a lot of the Xenogeneic flesh, too. And Han Sen also gave Bubble a lot of energy. It evolved and became a Viscount. But Bubble was still not very useful. It could make itself look like an ordinary creature, but it couldn't wield their actual powers. There's still most of the month left. It'd be a waste to leave it now. Why don't I use this opportunity to hunt some Marquises? That way, I won't have to look for them when I become one myself. Han Sen hunted Earls as he scoured the land, looking to pick up the trail of a Marquise. After Han Sen leveled up his Dongxian Sutra, his power had grown. Super Spank had become stronger, but more importantly, the Dongxian Sutra could now be used to build up a sequence structure. Han Sen could use the Dongxian aura to see sequence structures, and he could break the substance between. Doing this severed the substance's chain. But Han Sen's power had to be strong enough to break them, of course. If he was unable to do that, then Super Spank was useless. Now the Dongxian aura had a different substance that could link sequence chains, allowing him to combine two different powers. It was similar to how Han Sen could use sword and knife powers simultaneously. Doing that, he'd become much more powerful. With Han Sen's power, using the Dongxian aura to fight Marquis creatures wouldn't be too difficult. But not all substances were stronger when combined. Some had side effects, so Han Sen had spent some time running tests. He wanted to find out more about the connections he could make. But for now, the strongest combination was Teeth Knife and Lone Bamboo's sword skills. After Han Sen combined Double Fly and Teeth Knife power, the results were poor. The two powers were rendered weaker. There weren't many marquises in the area, perhaps because it was an earl's territory. He looked around for half a day until he found one resting beneath a tree. The Xenogeneic was under the boughs of a tree, and it looked like a cow. It was 3 meters tall, and its back was laden with spikes. It was quite scary. Han Sen approached the Xenogeneic and drew out his ghost teeth knife. He slashed towards the Xenogeneic's head. The rabbit shoes provided him a burst of speed, and Ghost Teeth Knife was imbued with the powers of knives and swords. He did not try to use Super Spank powers, though. If that power annihilated the sequence structure, the Xenogeneic's entire body would dissolve, including the Xenogeneic gene. That would just be wasteful. Catcha. Although Han Sen did not use Super Spank, and he only used knife and sword powers, he was still able to cut the Marquis Xenogeneic's head off. A big cow head rolled across the ground, and the headless body squirted blood like a fountain. Xenogeneic Marquis hunted. Stone cow, Xenogeneic gene found. Han Sen felt depressed. Rare Beast Island was bad luck for him. He had killed many Xenogeneics, but he hadn't earned a single beast soul. Han Sen used Ghost Teeth Knife to cut open the stone cow's body. He found a heart that looked like stone, so it was safe to guess that was the Xenogeneic gene. Han Sen took the stone heart from its chest, and he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He looked behind him, and on the field, there was a gray stone cow staring at him with red eyes. This stone cow looked like the other one, but bigger. Its presence was far scarier, as well. Moo! Before Han Sen could get a good look, the beast raised its legs and slammed them back down. A shockwave moved out like ripples on water. It spread in widening circles. Han Sen drew Ghost Teeth Knife again and swung it at the shockwave. Ghost Teeth Knife's knife air cut through the shockwave, but the shockwave itself was like magic. When the shockwave touched Han Sen's fingers, he noticed that the armor on his hands had been turned to gray stone. The stone cow roared, lowered its head, and pointed its horns at Han Senator. It thundered forward like a train, and the earth shook beneath its hooves. Han Sen used his powers, but he couldn't get rid of the petrification. He was shocked. He quickly summoned the Red Reaper beside the stone cow's head and had it slash the creature's neck. The Red Reaper's scythe slashed across the stone cow's neck, but all it dealt was a minor scratch. It couldn't even be considered an injury. After all, there was a level difference between the two. Han Sen couldn't blame the Red Reaper for not being strong enough. But after the attack, the stone cow was only enraged. It turned around and looked at the Red Reaper. It reared with its legs and stamped down on the ground to create another shockwave. The Red Reaper was petrified in midair. It dropped down to the ground and cracked, like an ordinary statue. D*MN. This guy's petrification is effective. It even took down the Red Reaper, which is practically smoke. Fortunately, it isn't really a creature, and it's only something shaped by a Geno art, Han Sen thought, shocked. Han Sen's body brimmed with energy, and from it, he generated another Red Reaper. Again, it moved to attack the stone cow. Han Sen wanted to buy some time. He tried the story of genes, the Dongxian Sutra, Jade Skin, and the Blood Pulse Sutra, but none of them could free him from the petrification. Should I use Super God Spirit mode? Han Sen frowned. But then, he suddenly remembered he had the petrify skill. It was a little different than the stone cow's petrification, in that he could only use it on himself. But perhaps it would work here. Han Sen cast Petrify and petrified his own body. He deepened the power of the effect, petrifying himself far beyond what the stone cow had managed. When Han Sen removed his petrification, the stone cow's petrification disappeared as well. I did not expect Petrify to be this useful. Han Sen grinned. Meanwhile, the stone cow had just shattered the Red Reaper. It angrily turned back toward Han Sen, stomping the ground again to produce more shockwaves. Han Sen pulled out his knife and slashed towards the stone cow. The knife and sword power synergized into one and came out of Ghost Teeth Knife's blade, headed right for the stone cow. The knife and sword power struck the cow's head. There was a boom, and the stone cow reeled backwards with a deep gash across its body. The knife and sword power had broken the creature's horns. The stone cow shook its head and got up. It wasn't impaired by the attack. It roared and ran straight back at Han. Senator Han Sen removed his petrification and slashed towards the stone cow again. The attack wasn't very effective, though. It could only move the stone cow back a little, and it left him petrified again. The stone cow's circular shockwave was an area-off effect attack. It did not matter what direction Han Sen attacked from, he was petrified each time. As the stone cow came for him again, Han Sen decided not to slash it this time. He used Turtle. And when Han Sen was petrified the next time, he cast it onto the beast's head. A turtle symbol glowed atop the cow's head. Han Sen thought to himself, it does not matter how strong you are, Turtle turns everyone into a slowpoke. Before Han Sen struck again, the stone cow stopped and created more shockwaves. But this was stronger than the stone cow's previous attacks. Han Sen removed the petrification, but he also noticed he had slowed down. He lowered his head and realized that the turtle symbol was now on him. *T. The stone cow can reverse a Geno art. Han Sen was shocked. The stone cow kept stomping and stamping. Each step sent out another shockwave. Han Sen kept getting petrified, and each time it happened, another turtle image appeared on his body. *CK This stone cow is too creepy. Han Sen got rid of the petrification and turtle effects. Then, he slashed towards the stone cow and ran. Until he figured out what the thing could do, he would only be able to kill it with Super God Spirit. The stone cow was directly behind Han Sen, mooing. It was extremely annoying, and Han Sen thought, wait until I become a marquise, and I'll be back to one-hit kill you. You won't have nearly as much fun when you're not bullying an earl. Han Sen grew more and more frustrated as he ran. The stone cow's shockwaves kept petrifying him. The stone cow would probably have already killed an average marquise, especially since they wouldn't be able to run away. Fortunately, Han Sen had petrify and the rabbit shoes. Han Sen escaped the stone cow's pursuit. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, that cannot be a marquise mutant xenogenic. Han Sen did not want to leave just yet. He allowed Spell to engage her sniper mode, and with it, he used her sniper scope to watch the stone cow. Han Sen's nose wrinkled in disgust. The stone cow was eating the other stone cow's meat. It swallowed the xenogenic gene heart before Han Sen could take it. Han Sen thought the stone cow was angry because its relative had been murdered. But that thing seemed willing to eat the remains of its own people. It just wanted to eat the prey that someone else had gone to the work of killing. F***CKU. Let's see who can last longer. Han Sen began to think of ways he might get rid of the stone cow. Its body was hard, so it must have been of the top tier of the marquises. It would take multiple attacks at close range to hurt the stone cow. However, because of the petrifying shock waves, Han Sen could not get close. While Han Sen could remove the petrification, it took time. While he was petrified, Han Sen could not move. It was a difficult problem. The scariest thing was how the stone cow could flip the turtle's skill back onto him. That was just overpowered. No. It is not just reflecting the effect back to me, since the turtle spell remains active on the stone cow. The turtle symbol only disappeared when the power faded. While under turtle's effects, the stone cow did move slower and its shockwave was less effective. This is not just a reversal of my own attacks, Han Sen thought. Han Sen wanted to prove his theory correct, so he used his sniper rifle to take aim at the stone cow. Then he pulled the trigger. Han Sen pulled ammo from the turtle spell. The bullet went flying towards the stone cow. The thing was still munching on the dead cow's body when the bullet smacked into its butt. The image of a turtle appeared on its bum. Moo! The stone cow spun around angrily, already stomping the ground to send out shockwaves. But Han Sen was not petrified, and he did not have the turtle skill reversed upon him. The turtle mark was still planted on the cow's bum. Success, Han Sen said with a smile. Pang! Pang! The bullet struck the stone cow from afar. They made the stone cow angry, but after repeated hits, its speed was slower than that of a snail. It couldn't come after Senator Han Sen was shooting from as far away as possible. The stone cow couldn't even see him, and even if it had been able to, it wouldn't have been able to go after him. Earl-class spell weaponry could damage many things, but the bullets couldn't pierce the stone cow's body. Han Sen hadn't expected that they would be able to kill the stone cow, though. He kept firing bullets, imbued with the turtle spell, to leave turtle markings across the stone cow's body to slow it. At first, the stone cow was able to stomp to create its shockwaves. But as the turtle symbols piled across it, the stone cow looked like it was in slow motion. Its signature shockwave started to appear less and less frequently. Han Sen examined the shockwaves and found that they had a radius of 500 meters. Beyond that, their strength dropped dramatically. 500 meters. I'll have to use very careful timing to strike in between the casting of the shockwaves. Han Sen kept on sniping the stone cow to increase the amount of the turtle spell that affected it. As he did, he moved closer to the stone cow, but not within the radius of the shockwave. Now! Han Sen drew his knife and started running. He raced to the stone cow like a ghost. In a moment, he was right beside it. Before the stone cow could raise its legs, the ghost teeth knife sliced the cow's ear with knife and sword powers. Dong! The knife and sword power shattered. Ghost teeth knife's blade came against the stone cow's ears. One of the ears was cut in half. Han Sen immediately retreated dozens of meters. A loud stomping noise came from behind him and the shockwave rolled over him, petrifying him. Han Sen was dealt a turtle spell, too. Han Sen quickly removed the petrification and the turtle spell, then jumped out of the radius of the shockwave. The stone cow wanted to chase after him, but its movement was laughably slow. All it could do was roar. Steal my prey, huh? You are dead. Han Sen used his rifle to shoot the stone cow again. The turtle spell had a time limit. Over time, its effectiveness decreased. Han Sen fired a few more shots as he moved out of the stone cow's attack range, just to be safe. Since the stone cow was still bellowing and moving sluggishly, Han-sen felt safe pausing to look at it. The ear that had been cut open was shrouded in purple smoke, which was spreading slowly across its body. But the stone cow's body had no blood, so it wouldn't bleed out. The teeth power would have to chew apart its body a piece at a time. Han-sen kept firing at the stone cow to ensure that it wouldn't be able to escape. He'd allow the teeth power to kill it. The stone cow was starting to realize something was frightfully wrong. Instead of bellowing at Han-sen, it was now trying to turn around and run away. Unfortunately for the cow, it was still as slow as a sloth. It couldn't escape Han-sen's watchful eye. Han-sen was not in too much of a rush either. He continued shooting the cow occasionally. The teeth powers kept tearing at the cow's wounds, spreading across its head. The stone cow's body was strong, and Han-sen's teeth power was still only Earl class, so the damage increased slowly. But even at that speed, the cow would die in a couple of days. The stone cow kept trying to escape, but the effort was futile. Han-sen couldn't stop the creature entirely, but he made sure that it never got out of shooting range. The stone cow kept squealing furiously as it ran. It wasn't very happy with Senator Han-sen did not want to provoke the cow too much, though. He preferred that the cow continue trying to run rather than attempt to fight off its inevitable death. The creature was strange, and it might possess more weird powers that Han-sen hadn't yet seen. Ultimately, Han-sen decided to watch it die slowly from afar. He wasn't going to take any unnecessary chances. But things didn't go as smoothly as he believed they would. Under the stone cow's constant squealing, Han-sen heard a low rumbling. The earth trembled. Not long after, a group of small stone cows approached. There were at least 40 of them. The herd met the fleeing stone cow and surrounded it. A larger cow mooed at the stone cow, to which the stone cow replied. The stone cows all glared in Han-sen's direction, then shuffled forward to position the wounded stone cow behind them. *T. That guy ate the smaller stone cow. Why are they still protecting it? They should be enemies. Han-sen sighed, but the stone cows were already headed his way. Han-sen had to leave. He wasn't powerful enough to tackle an entire group of marquises. Han-sen grabbed the sniper rifle and took off running. He couldn't kill the stone cow while the smaller ones were around. Luckily, he was still able to snipe from afar. As the stone cows approached, he found himself falling back into the mountains. He soon heard a mooing noise from within the cow group. Rocks began to fall from the sky like a meteor shower. The group of marquise stone cows pooled their strength, and the land for 10 square miles around them was pummeled by rocks. It looked like the end of the world. Han-sen managed to lose his pursuers in the mountains, then circled back around. The stone cow was gone, but there were still a few of the smaller ones in the vicinity. Han-sen used the Dongxian aura to scan for the trail of the stone cow. After a few minutes of searching, he found it. He followed it all the way to a valley. The group of stone cows were there, but the one he had fought was no longer around. Han-sen frowned. It should be in the valley. It is inflicted with teeth power, but it shouldn't last long. Han-sen waited there for 2 days. He wanted to wait until it died before going into the valley after its body. But waiting for another night, Han-sen had yet to hear an announcement confirming its death. That meant the cow was still alive, someplace in the valley. How can the teeth power just disappear? That should be impossible. Han-sen used the sniper scope to see if the cow's ear was healed. There was no sign of teeth power around it. Han-sen stared in disbelief. The stone cow strutted around the valley like it owned the place. The ordinary, small stone cows were avoiding it. They seemed afraid of it. One of the smaller cows was too slow to get out of its way, and the creature found itself rammed to the ground. Its body was cut by the large cow's horns. The small stone cow did not fight back. It merely squealed and scrambled away. The stone cow walked around the valley, going into its deeper recesses. The walls of the valley blocked Han Sen's vision, so he decided to find a new spot to observe from. He climbed up a mountain that was near the valley, using vines as cover. When he found a good place to rest, he used his sniper scope to watch the stone cows. A path wound across the center of the valley, through a small pass, and into a smaller valley. There weren't any small stone cows in the smaller valley. After the stone cow entered, it went to lay down beneath the boughs of a tree. It didn't look as if it was resting, though. The cow settled itself and looked at the tree. It stared intently as if it was gazing at something in particular. Han Sen looked at the tree, but he couldn't see anything noteworthy about it. The tree was very thick, and it was 13 meters tall. The top of the tree looked like an umbrella. Because he was too far away, Han Sen couldn't feel the tree's aura. He couldn't even see any fruit on the tree. It was just a green-leaf tree. Weird. The valley doesn't seem to have any special qualities, so how did the stone cow remove the wound I made with teeth power? The stone cow can't possess an ability like that itself, or it wouldn't have allowed the teeth power to do so much damage when I fought it yesterday. Han Sen continued watching the cow, hoping to find some answers to his questions. The stone cow lay there for a while, but it eventually grew fidgety. It started walking around in circles, looking towards the top of the tree. There has to be something special about this tree. Han Sen kept observing it, but he couldn't figure it out. After a while, a pleased look crossed the stone cow's face. It kept staring at the top of the tree. Han Sen looked closer, and he finally noticed a hole in the tree that was about the same size as a basketball. Something was emerging from the hole. Han Sen didn't know what it was. It looked like a mouse, but it stood on 2 feet. It was wearing clothes made of leaves, and it held a stick in its hands. It looked creepy, and the sight made Han Sen feel uneasy. That thing looked evil. Its triangle eyes gleamed red. After it walked out of the hole, it struck a nearby leaf with its stick. It jumped onto the leaf and glided it down to the ground. The stone cow approached. It looked at the mouse-like creature and bellowed at it. The thing screamed back at the stone cow. It seemed like the two were arguing. After a while, the little thing pulled out a rock and threw it to the stone cow. The stone cow opened its mouth and stuck its tongue out. The rock landed in its mouth and slid right down its throat. The stone cow didn't even chew. After the cow swallowed the rock, its body started to glow. The stone cow looked as if it was having some difficulty, so it settled down onto the ground again and went to sleep. The rat-like thing watched the stone cow for a while, then leaped back up the tree and disappeared inside the tree hole. I don't know what kind of species that rat thing belongs to, but it does look intelligent. And what was that little stone that the cow just ate? Is that how it removed the teeth power? Han Sen wondered. After discovering this, Han Sen did not want to abandon this pursuit. He wanted to find out what was going on between the stone cow and the rat. So, he remained hidden and continued to watch. After the stone cow woke up, it looked much better. It went out to signal the other cows and then returned to the valley. The smaller stone cows brought it xenogeneics, and it gobbled them up immediately. The stone cow ventured out of the valley sometimes, but it returned to wait beneath the tree every day. If the rat-looking xenogeneic did not give it a little stone, it would ram the tree until branches started falling off. The cow would do so until the rat came out and gave it another little stone. The rat was clearly afraid of the stone cow, and it seemed that the rat would never refuse its demands. It gave the cow a little stone every day. What are those little stones? And where does the rat get them? Han Sen wanted to find out, but there were so many small stone cows, so he couldn't just waltz in. After thinking for a while, he came up with a plan. Han Sen waited until the stone cow was outside the valley, and when it went far enough, he found the chance. He shot the stone cow while it was at unawares. The bullet hit the stone cow and placed a turtle spell on it. The stone cow was furious, but Han Sen kept firing more and more bullets to make it slower and slower. Just like last time, the stone cow ran back towards the valley, squealing as it went. After a short time, an assembly of smaller stone cows came after Han Senator. He summoned the Red Reaper to draw their attention and lure them further away. Han Sen slipped around them and ran towards the valley. He wanted to see what was inside the tree hole. When Han Sen ran into the big valley, he used his scope to aim at the rat-like Xenogeniac. It was standing on a tall branch, having a look around. Without a second thought, he used the sniper rifle to shoot it. Han Sen had only wanted to find out what it was. He hadn't expected the single bullet to blow the rat's head off. Xenogeniac Earl hunted. Eating rat, Xenogeniac gene found. Huh? An Earl Xenogeniac? Han Sen was surprised. Since the eating rat seemed unusually intelligent, he thought that it'd be the same level as the stone cow. It was actually just an Earl. Han Sen didn't like doing it, but he still ran inside the valley. The speed of the rabbit shoes quickly brought him beneath the little valley's tree. Han Sen leaped atop the tree, using the Dongxian aura to look inside the hole. He noticed that it was quite spacious within and that most of the tree was hollow. However, there was no life force or treasure to be seen. Han Sen did not want to give up on this pursuit, though. If the eating rat could give the stone cow a pebble every day, there had to be more of them somewhere. Han Sen used his ghost teeth knife to carve out the entrance of the hole. He widened it enough for him to fit through, then stuck his head inside. The tree was even more hollow than he thought. Its trunk was hollow all the way down to the ground, where a rocky cave appeared. With no hesitation, Han Sen wormed his way into the tree through the hole and started climbing down. Quickly, he descended into the cave. Han Sen lowered himself into the cave, which led off through a crooked tunnel. Not long after, the tunnel opened up and Han Sen discovered a big natural cave beyond it. It was the size of an air raid shelter. Han Sen moved in to get a better look. There were no signs of living creatures about, but he did detect the remnants of the eating rat's presence. Darkness did not affect Han Senator. He used the Dongxian aura to scan the whole cave. The cave seemed ordinary, with nothing unusual about it. The only way out was back up through the hole in the tree. At the center of the cave was a little pool of water with a giant stalactite hanging above it. Liquid was slowly dripping off the end of the stalactite into the pond below. Han Sen looked at the pool, and there he saw the little stones that the rat had given to the cow each and every day. They were as small as a finger each, and they were gray. They were sitting at the bottom of the pool. Han Sen estimated there to be around 100 of them. There didn't seem to be anything indicating they were something special. Han Sen brought out spell in her lady mode. She walked over to the pool to retrieve the stones for him. Nothing dangerous happened to her while she did so. Spell reached into the pond and grabbed one of the pebbles. Xenogeniac gene discovered. A voice sounded in Han Sen's head. These stones are Xenogeniac genes. Han Sen picked up one and noticed that it felt really cold, like a wet stone. There was nothing specific about the announcement, though. He didn't know what sort of Xenogeniac gene it was. Han Sen collected every single stone he could find and put them in his pocket. There were 128. He took each and every one. Before he left, he searched the pond for anything else. He found another rock that seemed quite unusual. Han Sen touched it and lifted the moss that had grown on it. When the moss fell away, he could see that it was a 1-foot-tall human statue. The statue was green and black, so he couldn't tell what its original color might have been. But it was of a man sitting. Han Sen wasn't in the mood to examine it for long. He looked around the pond, but there was nothing else to see. He decided to go back the way he had come. When Han Sen exited the tree hole, the stone cow was waiting outside. It looked at him angrily. Behind the stone cow, all the little stone cows had gathered, too. Han Sen knew he had been down there for too long, which had given the cows time to return. Pang! The stone cow stomped the ground, and 2 shockwaves suddenly exploded outward. They raced towards Han. Senator Han Sen jumped out of the tree hole. It'd be dangerous if he got petrified within. But even as he exited the hole, he knew he wouldn't have time to get out of the shockwave's radius. He was still petrified. The group of smaller stone cows were not affected. They all turned into giant rocks, then launched themselves at Han. Senator Han Sen removed his petrification, then spawned his Xian jade wings behind his ears. They flapped, and all of a sudden, Han Sen was soaring away from the gourd-shaped valley. The stone cow furiously tried to chase after Han Sen, but luckily, it couldn't fly. Although it looked strong, this was its greatest weakness. It was a Marquis Xenogeniac that did not know how to fly. But it couldn't have caught up with Han Sen regardless. It would have been far slower than the Xian jade wings. Han Sen had spell summon her sniper rifle. He instructed her to shoot the smaller stone cows. She began to pick them off one by one with the turtle spell, slowing them down. Han Sen did not shoot the primary stone cow, though. He had the smaller ones targeted first. The horde was eventually all slowed, and Han Sen was able to shake off their pursuit. Perhaps the stone cow could smell the little stones Han Sen was now carrying, and that was why it chased him doggedly without looking back. Regardless, Han Sen lured the stone cow a long ways away. He eventually drew it far from the smaller stone cows. Han Sen could not kill it with the small stone cows to protect it. If it was on its own, he might have a chance. The stone cow was strong, but there was certainly a weakness to it. The Xenogeniacs Han Sen passed all ran off when they noticed the stone cow coming their way. No one stopped its passage. Han Sen must have run 100 miles, and even so, the stone cow kept following him. It was like Han Sen had murdered the cow's wife or something. Eventually, it seemed to realize that its herd was gone. It hesitated, wondering if it should continue chasing Han Sen, and it slowed down a touch. Han Sen, seeing that, shook the little stones in his pocket. The stone cow bellowed and resumed the chase. Han Sen had planned to kill the cow then and there if he could not entice it to continue. Now there was no need. What creature created these xenogenic genes? The stone cow really seems to want them badly. Han Sen was surprised. The stone cow chased Han Sen for 300 miles. When Han Sen decided that they were out of range of the smaller stone cows, Han Sen turned and shot the stone cow with a turtle spell. Have you enjoyed chasing me for so long? Good. Now it is time you pay. Han Sen stopped running, and he kept firing at the stone cow with the sniper rifle. The stone cow was very strong, but now it was also very slow. The shock waves couldn't block the bullets either. Soon, the stone cow fell to the same fate it had before. It could walk no faster than a turtle. Han Sen immediately grabbed his blade, and with his knife and sword powers, he slashed the stone cow. Dong! After delivering a slash to the stone cow's body, Han Sen fell back and became petrified. Within a second, Han Sen had removed the petrification and moved forward to strike the stone cow again. After a few repetitions of this, Han Sen's blade had left multiple marks on the stone cow's body. The purple teeth powers were spreading. There was no use in the stone cow crying aloud anymore, as the smaller stone cows were too far away. They wouldn't hear the squeals. Han Sen and the stone cow kept fighting over the next 30 hours. Stone Cow's body was finally unable to withstand its wounds, and it was torn apart by the teeth powers. It was reduced to nothing but shattered bits of rock. Mutant xenogenic Marquise killed. Petrified demon cow, mutant xenogenic gene found. Obtained mutant xenogenic beast soul, demon stone cow. The announcement played in Han Sen's head, and he smiled. He rushed over to the shattered rock and began picking through the rubble. Stone Cow's body was made of stone, and so it had no flesh. After a while, however, he found its special stone heart. There was a light inside it, and it reminded him of the demon stone cow itself. After refining this mutant xenogenic gene, will I learn how to petrify others? Han Sen was really interested in the stone cow's ability. Learning the ability to petrify other xenogenics with a stomp would be fairly great. But the bad thing about all this was that the demon stone cow was a Marquise mutant xenogenic. To refine it, he'd have to be a Marquise himself, with a number of Marquise genes stockpiled. Han Sen was interested in the demon stone cow's beast soul, too, though. He took a look at it. Mutant demon stone cow beast soul, shapeshift type. A wide grin spread across Han Sen's face. He could now turn himself into the demon stone cow. He wondered if it would give him all the physical capabilities of the demon stone cow. That would be a great boost for his strength, if so. Han Sen immediately used the shapeshift demon stone cow beast soul. When he summoned it, he turned into the demon stone cow. He felt as if his power and speed increased, the power in particular. There was a big increase in that. But sadly, Han Sen's shape-shifting demon stone cow beast soul only gave him the raw strength of the creature. He didn't earn the ability to petrify others or reverse negative effects onto others. It looks like I'll just have to hold out for the demon stone cow's mutant gene. Han Sen put away the shape-shifting demon stone cow and continued his search for xenogenics. Sky Palace was entertaining some beautiful guests. The men were strong, and the women were lovely. They had gorgeous white wings, and they were the feather from holy heaven. Soon, the news spread across the entire Geno universe. The feather had sided with Sky Palace, and they had become a subordinate race of the sky. The kings of the feather had allowed their heirs to come and practice in Sky Palace. They were there to learn powerful Geno arts to secure and protect future generations. The young feathers also served as hostages in some ways, in that they would put themselves at the mercy of the sky to prove the feathers' overall loyalty to Sky Palace. Angia, will we live here from now on? We cannot return to holy heaven. A beautiful feather lady asked a feather man who looked like Apollo. The other children of the feather kings all looked towards that man, as well. It seemed as if he was their leader. No, we will return to holy heaven one day, and holy heaven will be the home of a high race once more. Until then, we have to earn the respect and the approval of the sky race. Angia smiled at the girl. How do we earn their respect and approval? Before we became a low race, we were so much inferior to the sky already. Now we are actually a low race. The lady was worried. No high race was born a high race. You only need to be strong to earn the respect and approval of others. It's like that everywhere, Angia pronounced. A strong male feather stood up and said, Angia, tell us what to do. Be patient. Learn and perform. Make us strong again. Let them see that we are worthy. Angia paused, then went on to say, the sky are powerful. Amongst the higher races, they are the most accepting of outsiders. They are very unlike the Buddha, who treat outsiders like tools for their own purpose. That is why we refused the Buddha's offer and came here instead. Here, we might become students of Sky Palace, as much as the sky themselves are. Many outsiders have become members of this place. And we need strength. Do not worry. We will keep practicing. One day, the feathers will become a high race again, the strong male feather swore. The other feathers agreed, too. But few of them looked very hopeful. Becoming a high race was difficult. If the feather had no deified elites, then they couldn't become one of the high races again. Aside from the feather alpha, the strongest feather was only half deified. None of them were fully deified yet. And now that they were a lower race, achieving deified status for one of their members would be even more difficult. Just fighting is not enough, Angia said grimly. We are only commoners here. We do not have the benefits, and we cannot yet learn powerful Geno arts. We need to impress the elders and the leader so that we can become official students. Only then will we stand a chance. Then what do we do? A lady feather looked at Angia. The exams would be our best opportunity, but this year's exams are already done. Angia sighed. That means we will have to wait until next year, a male feather said, looking quite sad. Perhaps not. We'll do well if we can beat one person. Do that, and we'll instantly become famous in Sky Palace. We will garner the attention of the elders and the leader. Angia's eyes looked sharp. Who? The young feathers asked together. That crystallizer Kong Fei gifted a deified feather to. Knife Queen's student, Angia said calmly. He earned first place in the exam for Earl class and fought Lone Bamboo to a draw. Lone Bamboo is legendary amongst the sky. If we beat the crystallizer, we will earn the approval we need. That guy. One of Kong Fei's people. He should die. The strong feather man said. Shut up. No matter what he was before, now he is a student of Sky Palace. We should not talk like that, Angia scolded him. The feather respected Angia, so he lowered his head and stopped talking. But he was chosen by that traitor Kong Fei. We do not need to go easy on him or anything, Angia said icily. 1 month passed. Han Sen left Rare Beast Island and returned the tablet to Sherbei Feng. Brother Han, if you'd like, you can stay for longer. It is okay. Sherbei Feng had come to say goodbye to Han Sen, who was going to leave the island. It's okay. This month of hunting benefited me greatly, and if I was to stay any longer, I would only feel guilty. Han Sen pointed at the legless crane while he spoke. The legless crane was loaded with xenogeneic genes, and when Sherbei Feng had a look, he was shocked. Most of the xenogeneic genes atop it were Marquis genes. Given Han Sen's reputation, it wasn't strange that he could slay Marquis xenogeneics as an earl. The surprising thing was how many he had killed within the space of a month. Sherbei Feng wanted to be friends with Han Sen even more now, and so he smiled and said, okay, but if you need anything, come and look for me. The Shi family will always be willing to help you. Thanks, Brother Shi. Han Sen bowed and didn't say anything more. The legless crane was carrying so many materials that it struggled to get airborne. Sherbei Feng saw that there was no space for Han Sen to sit on it, so he lent Han Sen a 4-winged lion mount. The loned mount and the legless crane brought Han Sen and the xenogeneic genes back to Jade Island. Han Sen had earned a lot this time. He got a dozen Marquis-class xenogeneic genes and the demon stone cow beast soul. He also earned those little stones, and the stone statue that was near them. But Han Sen did not know what kind of xenogeneic gene those little rocks were. He guessed they were Marquis class, otherwise, he would have already absorbed them. And in regards to the statue, Han Sen tried cleaning it, but it made little difference. It was just gray, like ordinary stone. The style of it was quite simplistic, so there wasn't much finesse to the carving. There were no engravings or words upon it either. It looked like a wildling statue, from some ancient time. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to examine the stone statue, and he thought there was more to it than met the eye. He couldn't determine exactly what was special about it, though. He only knew that it was a sky statue. Brother Han, you are back. I have missed you. Han Sen had just arrived home on the Jade Island, but before he could dismount, Yu Jing rode over on his green dragon. They entered Han Sen's home, and Yu Jing grabbed Han Sen's hands with passion. What do you want? Don't touch me, I'm not gay. Han Sen pulled his hands away and wiped them down with a cloth. He thought Yu Jing was looking at him queerly. It looked as if the man was seeing some beautiful naked woman instead of Han Sr. What? I would go for a sky if I wanted to go gay. Why would I come over here for you? Yu Jing didn't think that sounded right, so he spat on the floor and went on to say, no, I'm not gay at all. After that, Yu Jing's eyes kept wandering around Han Sen's house. He said, Brother Han, I have heard you earned many things from Rare Beast Island. Do you plan to sell the wares? If you sell them to me, I can give you a good price. After that, Yu Jing saw a bunch of xenogeneic genes in the corner of Han Sen's house. His eyes widened, and after rummaging through the genes for a minute, he said, this is a Marquise class wind tiger's tail. This is a bone elephant's tusk. Are all these Marquise xenogeneic genes? Almost, Han Sen said casually. Very strong. To be able to kill marquises as an earl, well. Very few of the sky can accomplish something like that. Only you and Lone Bamboo, as far as I know. After that, Yu Jing came back to Han Senator. He sat away at the table and poured himself some water. He drank and said, have you heard that the Feather have allied with Sky Palace? They are our subordinate race now. They have sent many nobles here to study. That's not strange. The Feather lost their position as a high race, and they're much weaker now. If they didn't make new alliances, they'd be brought to ruin. Holy Heaven is a large xenogeneic space, and many of the other higher races want it. It was just a matter of time, Han Sen responded. Yu Jing nodded and said, that's not the point. When the kings came here, they were very generous. Although people don't respect them very much, no one is going to turn down money. So, they are living a good life here. After that, Yu Jing smiled at Han Sen and said, are you familiar with a feather named Angia? No. Han Sen shook his head, as his knowledge of the feather was truly limited. He is the son of one of the half-deified kings. He is really talented, and he is a student of Sky Palace. He is the leader of the feather students, and he is an earl like you. He walked the road to the sky and received compliments. He has been practicing with the earl's students, and while he has not lost nor won, his geno arts have proven themselves to be quite special. What does that mean? Han Sen asked, catching Yu Jing's tone. Before he fights, he presents a bottle of spring water from Holy Heaven. If someone of Earl class can beat him with knife skills, he will give them the spring water. Yu Jing coldly laughed and said, our Sky Palace students study knife skills, but we aren't renowned for them. We mostly use swords. You are the only one amongst us that is good with them. He is obviously provoking you. How dare he, eh? After that, Yu Jing smiled and said, but the heavenly spring water is some good stuff. As long as you're still living, cleaning your wounds with that stuff will fix you up quick. It can save you from even mortal injuries, as it is a treasure from Holy Heaven. This guy is unlucky. You can go over, beat him, and help yourself to the spring water. If you don't need it, I can sell it on your behalf. Maybe if I have time. I need to practice in the White Jade building first. Han Sen wasn't really concerned about the implied challenge, as dealing with the feathers was not on his priority list. The next day, he practiced in the White Jade building. There, he saw Yun Sui on the 4th floor. He thought about Under the Sky, so he caught Yun Sui's attention. I did some research on Under the Sky. If you have the time, we can explore it further together. Han Sen's words startled Yun Sui so much that she leaked some of the jade air. Does he want to date me? Should I go or not? He has a wife, and he is the father of 2 children. Maybe he has just identified the flaw with Under the Sky. Yun Sui, what are you thinking? How could he possibly discover that? Yun Sui's head was a mess, and her thoughts kept going in circles. After the second jade era ended, she left White Jade Building swiftly to escape. But when she returned home, her mind continued to chum over what Han Sen had told her. No, I can't do this. I have to face it. I need to tell him, and then end this. I need to be Yun Sui once more. She rolled around in bed for a long time, but she couldn't sleep. She eventually got up and got changed, then rode her Jade-Wing Tiger to Jade Island. Yun Sui was an emotional wreck. She wanted to end her association with Han's senator, but when she thought about doing it, she felt sick to her stomach. Yun Sui rode to Little Jade Island, and there, she saw Han Sen practicing a knife skill. It was Under the Sky. Yun Sui's tiger landed on the island, prompting Han Sen to lower his knife. He smiled and said, I've been practicing Under the Sky for a while, and I can confirm that the problem you were having isn't an issue with your execution of the skill. The problem lies within the knife skill itself. After concluding my research, I was able to fix this issue. You can try it and see how it works. As Yun Sui flew to the island, she kept reminding herself to be honest with Han's senator, but when she was on the island, she couldn't bring herself to say anything she wished to. After hearing Han Sen's claim that he had found a way to fix Under the Sky, however, she looked at him with disbelief. You really found a solution? I've altered how the skill is used. It's less like I fixed it and more like I used a replacement part. I haven't worked out all of the details yet, but it's not dangerous if you'd like to give it a shot, Han Sen said. What did you think of to fix Under the Sky's problem? Yun Sui did not believe Han Sen had fixed it, but she was still curious. All the geniuses of Sky Palace had been unable to fix the issue, and Han Sen had only been practicing Under the Sky for about a month. For him to have fixed it in such a short time was quite unbelievable. Watch me perform it once. After that, Han Sen walked into the field, drew Ghost Teeth Knife, and performed the modified Under the Sky. When it started, Yun Sui was a little confused. But before long, she looked quite shocked. Previously, she had planned to use the knife skill to get close to Han Sen, and so she approached the skill quite seriously. Also, Under the Sky was originally created by the Yun family, so the family scroll was different from the one in the Holy House. The knife skill was the same, but there were many comments and annotations in the Yun family's Under the Sky. Those tips and explanations were priceless, and Han Sen hadn't benefited from being able to read them. So, despite the fact that Yun Sui hadn't practiced too much, the notes allowed her to understand a lot. As Yun Sui watched Han Sen's Under the Sky, her jaw dropped. The problem with Under the Sky is fixed. How did he do it? Yun Sui looked completely stunned. Did he practice with the textless book? But that should be impossible. And what outsider can learn truth spell? The textless book is a secret of the sky, and only the sky can practice with it. Yun Sui looked at Han Sen with a complex expression. Even long after Han Sen finished performing the knife skill, she was trapped in deep thought. What do you think? Do you think that fixed it? Han Sen asked Yun Sui, putting the knife away. Yun Sui's mind eventually returned to the present. She looked at Han Sen, and a while later, she said, Han Sen, can you tell me how you did it? Han Sen had already devised an explanation that was a mixture of truths and falsehoods. When I traversed the Sky Road, the words of Sky Palace came into my body. They came from the textless book, and Under the Sky came from the textless book, too. So, they share something in common. I cobbled this together during my research, but I wasn't sure if it worked. What do you think? Yun Sui's eyes avoided him, but she quietly said, I am not sure. Could you please teach me, so I can understand better what it is you are thinking? Of course. Han Sen nodded, and he went on to say, but my method is a bit tricky. You need to understand the feelings of Sky Palace in order to use this fix. Yun Sui looked disappointed, and she shook her head. I grew up in Sky Palace, and I have read those words many times. With that being said, I have never picked up the feelings that you're talking about. Maybe it is because I am too used to it, but I've never noticed anything while reading those words. Don't worry, I have another solution. I can allow you to experience the feelings of under the sky. Han Sen smiled. How? Yun Sui asked in surprise. I can use under the sky to fight with you. That way, you can feel my knife skill. After a while, you should be able to learn it naturally, Han Sen said. Does it work that way? Yun Sui's eyes shone brightly. Try it, and we'll find out. Han Sen brought out 2 practice jade knives. He handed one to Yun Sui and picked up one for himself. He was just helping Yun Sui practice, so there was no need to use ghost teeth knife for such an exercise. Yun Sui practiced with Han Sen and tried to feel Han Sen's knife skill. She didn't know if she was making a mistake, but she felt as if her body was tangled up by an invisible knife air. She couldn't seem to escape it. I think too much. He really did fix the problem with under the sky. But it only took him a month, so how? And he practiced under the sky so well. Yun Sui kept turning it over in her head, but she couldn't figure it out. Over the next few days, Yun Sui kept coming to practice with Han Senator for some reason. Yun Sui did not file any sort of report to say Han Sen had fixed under the sky. She was just hoping she could practice with Han Sen like this, each and every day. With Han Sen's help, Yun Sui quickly became a beginner of the modified under the sky. The feathers wanted to use Han Sen to boost their reputation, but Han Sen ignored them. He stuck to practicing with his Geno arts and his knife skills. Because his core talents were so good, Han Sen's progress with under the sky was coming along quickly. When he practiced with Yun Sui, however, he suppressed it. He continued to practice with her because she could be a witness for him. If anyone doubted his ability to learn and correct under the sky, she would be able to speak in support of him. He really did only learn it faster than others. Having been at Sky Palace for 3 months now, Han Sen's jade skin was finally going to ascend. A strange power flowed inside his bones and flesh. Leveling up to Earl meant generating a spirit. Jade skin's power had a light element. As the power increased, a jade light would cast a shadow across Han Sen at all times. It was very weird. The strangest part of the process was that beautiful light. It looked rather like a cold fairy, and her skin shone like jade. Han Sen successfully became an earl with jade skin, and his fitness level increased. Other people could only level up to earl and gain strength in the process once. Han Sen, however, had leveled up earl 3 times. That meant his body was 3 times stronger. His strength was practically like a marquise. After Jade Skin successfully reached earl status, he put all his power and focus into the practice of the Blood Pulse Sutra. He used the Jade Air to practice with the Blood Pulse Sutra, but its progress was only accelerated a little. It wasn't as compatible with the Jade Air as Jade Skin was. Yun Sui was becoming an earl. Yun Changkong soon had her studying at home. With his extra free time, Han Sen returned to Xianyuan Cave to hunt down xenogeneics. When Yun Sui leveled up to earl, she began practicing Phenomenon. It was a skill that was only 1 level beneath the textless book. It was a powerful skill. Yun Sui gave up on using swords and furthered herself with knife skills and under the sky. Using swords no longer felt comfortable to her. It looks like I should find myself a decent knife. Yun Sui was still not sure if she should totally abandon swords, as she had never owned a proper knife for herself. If she decided to proceed with knives, she'd have to procure a knife that was suitable for her. Sui, why are you using knives? Yun Susheng asked, following her to the armory. I learned a new knife skill, so I thought I should give it a try. Yun Suyi started looking through the knives available in the armory. She seemed rather carefree about it. You can try knife skills, sure. But there is one thing you can't try. Yun Susheng looked very serious. What are you talking about, sis? Yun Suyi's heart panicked a little. Yun Susheng sighed and said, you know what I'm talking about. You know Han Sen isn't an option, so why do you remain so close to him? What are you thinking? He has a wife and kids. What can I do? I am just practicing with knives with him and nothing more, Yun Suyi explained. Good. Yun Susheng let the conversation end there. She didn't want to push the subject with Yun Suyi any further and risk making her mad. Yun Susheng smiled and said, if you're practicing knife skills, you'll want to attend a knife event on Cloud Island. What knife event? Do we have an event like that? Yun Suyi asked with surprise. Yun Susheng smiled and said, yes, because of the feathers. They really want to use Han Sen to boost their reputation, but Han Sen continues to ignore them. They think too highly of themselves. If they really think they can fight Han Sen, Yun Suyi scoffed. Yun Susheng, seeing her confidence in Han Sen, felt worried. Even so, she knew she shouldn't say anything about it. After a moment of silence, Yun Susheng said, Angia wants to challenge Han Sen, and he's not a fool. You cannot underestimate him. The feathers became a low race, and they all dropped a level because of it. Angia was an earl, and he was knocked down to a viscount. Angia was very angry, so he went to the pool of rebirth. His body returned to 0, and now he has become an earl again. Because of this, Angia is much stronger than the average earl. Furthermore, he has practiced with the most difficult skill of the feathers, Heaven Feather. Not many people can learn it, like our textless book. It is not too powerful, but regardless, he is strong. This Angia does sound strong. The pool of rebirth is dangerous. If 10 people made use of it, there's no guarantee one of them would succeed. He is very lucky, Yun Suyi said. Yun Susheng nodded and said, he removed all of his skills with the pool, but his talent remained. Otherwise, he could not have learned Heaven Feather. The guy is complicated, but he is also ambitious. He makes for a difficult target. Even so, he's still weaker than Han Sen, Yun Suyi said with a smile. Yun Susheng did not say anything, and she just looked at her sister with something that resembled a smile. Yun Suyi blushed and said, am I not correct? Han Sen was able to fight Lone Bamboo. That Angia is nothing. I don't even think he could beat me. So, you'll be attending tomorrow's knife event? Yun Susheng smiled. Yes. Why wouldn't I? Yun Suyi said. The armory had all sorts of weapons, but it was mostly filled with swords. Yun Suyi selected a Marquise ice knife. There were also some Duke knives available, but despite being a higher class, they weren't as good as ice knife. After she returned, she used the ice knife to practice under the sky. It worked far better than it did with a practice knife. You really do need a real knife to practice knife skills. Yun Suyi touched the blade of the ice knife gleefully. The next afternoon, Yun Susheng took Yun Suyi to participate in the knife event on Cloud Island. On their way, Yun Susheng remembered the question she had wanted to ask. By the way, which knife skill are you practicing? We are learning the Yun family's skill under the sky. Han Sen chose that skill as his prize, so I have been learning from him, Yun Suyi said. Yun Susheng did not say anything, but she thought to herself, what can he do with under the sky? That skill is useless. It has a flaw. The feather students that lived on Cloud Island were busy preparing the knife event. Angia, do you think Han Sen will come? Asked a feather lady called An Lingxin. Before Angia replied, a strong feather named Andrew said, I think he is afraid of Angia. That is why he hasn't appeared. I bet you he won't come. Hearing what he did in Sky Palace, I thought he was strong. I didn't expect he'd be so much of a pussy that he wouldn't even show up. Ha, and people call him the knife and sword master. Angia stared at Andrew and said, shut up. When are you going to stop being an idiot and watch your words? The knife and sword master includes Lone Bamboo. What if the sky heard what you just said? Sorry, Andrew apologized. Angia shook his head. Andrew had always been like that, so changing him was difficult. After a brief moment of silence, Angia said, it is fine if Han-sen does not come. People will just think he is afraid of us, and that still contributes to our cause. And Lingxin was worried, though. We have been here for so long, and we have heard many stories about Han Senator. The people here respect him, and they say he is so strong. So what? Angia will win. Andrew was very confident in Angia's abilities. Angia touched An Lingxin's head. Don't worry. I have experienced rebirth, and I have practiced Heaven Feather and Judgment Knife. With all this, I will not be weak. And even if I do lose, with Han Sen's reputation, it would still count as a win just to fight with him. Just like him fighting Lone Bamboo. If he hadn't fought Lone Bamboo, he wouldn't have earned the reputation he currently possesses. We need a chance like this. If he comes and fights me, it will count as a win no matter what. After that, Angia smiled. Go and prepare. The guests will soon arrive. Whether Han-sen comes or not, we need this to look good. Yun Sushang and Yun Sui soon arrived at Cloud Island. There were a number of familiar faces there, like Thousand Feather Crane. Brother Crane. Yun Sushang told Yun Sui over to sit next to him. Do you guys know where Han-sen is? Will he come to this knife event? Thousand Feather Crane asked the two, but he was looking at Yun Sui. Yun Sui answered, Han-sen went to Xianyuan Cave. He hasn't come back yet. He cannot participate in the knife event. It would be best if he didn't come. Thousand Feather Crane nodded. Why? Yun Sui did not understand. Thousand Feather Crane lowered his head and said, with Han Sen's reputation, Angia is the only one who would benefit if they fought. It wouldn't matter if he won or lost. There is no need to help their kind. Yun Sui was not stupid. She understood what Thousand Feather Crane meant, and so she nodded. There were many Sky Palace students arriving. The highest of them were Earl class. The feathers hadn't been here for very long, so they were lucky to have that many people attend. Most people were there to see the blood feather knife. The blood feather knife was something that a feather alpha used a deified feather to forge. It was a treasure of the feathers, but even most of them never saw it. For outsiders, the chances were even less. For Angia to bring the blood feather knife here was surprising. Many elders wished to see it, so they sent their students to take a look on their behalf. Angia had prepared a speech for the beginning of the knife event. The feathers were very beautiful, and Angia was a good speaker. The atmosphere was pleasant. Angia did not waste time talking about pointless things, and he presented the blood feather knife quickly. Everyone focused on the rectangle box. Angia said quietly, the blood feather knife has existed for thousands of centuries. We have yet to find a scabbard worthy of it, so we have kept it stored inside this box. I must apologize for this. After this, Angia gently opened the case. Yun Sui and the others stared at the box. In it, there was a 3-foot-long white feather-shaped weapon. There was a blood marking on the white feather blade. It made a startling contrast with the white body. Angia explained, this blade was created by our alpha using a deified feather. When it was created, a deified xenogeniac wanted it. Our alpha used the knife, which was not yet completed, to heavily damage the xenogeniac. That deified xenogeniac escaped, but the feather knife absorbed the xenogeniac's blood. That is why there is a mark. It led to the Alpha naming it Blood Feather Knife. Excitement moved through the audience. They wished to hold the blood feather knife to determine for themselves if the knife was real or fake. Angia knew people wanted to see it, too. So, he took it out of the box and handed it to the nearest student, so they could pass it along. Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Susheng, and Yun Suyi looked over the blood feather knife and came to the conclusion that it was a good knife. But there was a rumor that said the knife was a deified weapon, despite it not looking like one. People passed along the blood feather knife, all complimenting it. When it was handed back to Angia, an Earl class student asked, "If this is a deified weapon, why doesn't it reveal its power?" Angia smiled and said, "You have remarkable eyesight. Others will tell you it is a deified weapon, and with the material it was created with, it should be one. But the story I have just told you, about striking the deified xenogeniac, kept that from happening. The xenogeniac blood that splashed across it was not too compatible with the knife, so it came to be a king-class weapon instead. It is not a deified weapon, it is a king-class weapon. So that is why. People felt it was a great shame. King-class weapons were strong, but they weren't deified weapons. Today, I have asked you to come here in the hopes of finding a master for this knife. If anyone can beat me with knife skills, they may own it." After Angia said that, people became excited. Angia and his companions had come to Sky Palace because they had to. The rest of the feather race was depending on them to make friends with the sky. They wanted to quickly integrate with the population of Sky Palace so they could be considered natural members. When they came there, they brought a lot of treasures to hand out. Blood feather knife was one of them. But it wasn't as simple as handing out gifts to the first sky they met. They weren't entirely sure how the greedy elders of Sky Palace would react, and they made their treasures available. And if the feathers' goods were simply taken from them, it would do little to grow their relationship with the sky. Angia only made the offer to the crowd because Han Sen hadn't come to the knife event. When he put the blood feather knife on display, he had no plan to receive it back. Of the sky students attending the knife event, one of them was the third elder's son. He was an earl called Win 19. The third elder used knives, and so his son used knives, too. The third elder was in charge of interacting with the feathers, so the feathers planned to give the blood feather knife to him. If they simply handed it to the third elder, though, it might not make much of an impression. He was an elder, and it was fair to say he had no lack of king-class weapons already. But if Win 19 could win the knife in this knife event, it'd make everyone look good. When he received the knife as a prize, it would be far more memorable. Angia couldn't just give the knife to Win 19, but if Win 19 believed he used his own strength to win the knife, then the feathers wouldn't curry any favor. It had taken a little while for the feathers to devise a plan. Angia had to win a few rounds before losing to him. That way, Win 19 would know that he was receiving a gift meant for him. "Angia, are you serious?" asked a strong man with a cow's head, his eyes wide. Angia smiled and said, "Of course. If any of you can beat me, then you can claim the blood feather knife for yourself. That includes you, Brother Cow." "Good. Then what are we waiting for? I am the best when it comes to knives. How about we compare our knife skills?" The cowhead man said, standing up. "Yes, please." Angia smiled and gestured towards the arena. The cowhead man was strong, and he was one of the outsider students. He was good with knives and fairly well known amongst the other students. He was also known for being quite grumpy. His name was Strong Cow. He was one of the students Angia hired to use knives against him. That way, before Angia fought Win 19, he could show off his own powers. Angia did not mind losing and giving out a gift, but he wanted to become very famous in the process. Everyone watched Angia and Strong Cow move to the arena, and they observed the match. Strong Cow was over 3 meters tall, and he was holding a giant horse knife. It was even taller than he was. It looked very scary. "I am going to begin," Strong Cow said simply, then slashed towards Angia. The giant horse knife was associated with the element of thunder. The knife light was like lightning. It became a cow-shaped bolt when it came for Angia. The Thunder Cow roared as it approached, and this was a fine display of Strong Cow's greatest skill. It was very strong, and the elites of the same level would not dare try to block such an attack. Everyone now looked at Angia, curious to see how he might react. Angia's white wings were still folded on his back. He was obviously not planning to evade. He was holding a common, Earl-class jade knife. It was made from Xian jade spirits, so it was nothing particularly special. As the Thunder Cow's knife light flashed towards Angia, the power looked as if it could break a mountain. Angia smiled. He moved his jade knife and slashed towards Strong Cow's Thunder Cow knife light. The jade knife was shining gold. It was like a light from heaven. Catcha! The Thunder Cow knife light was cut in half by Angia's golden light. The gold light did not stop, and it hit the horse knife and broke it in half. Strong Cow retreated. The gold light was a mere 3 inches in front of him when it disappeared. Everyone was shocked by the display. They could immediately tell that Angia had held back some of his power, too. If he had wanted to, the gold light would have cut right through the cow's face. Strong Cow was not a very talented elite, but he was still considered one of the strongest earls. Thunder Cow roar was powerful, but Angia had just beaten it without issue. Clearly, Angia was a top-rank earl. The Feather's Judgment Knife is special. It is a very strong Geno art, and it is said that it can cut through anything. I have never seen it before today, though. Thousand Feather Crane explained what they had just seen to Yun Sushang. "Brother Crane, do you think you can win?" Yun Sushang frowned. "I don't know. But I'm not good with knives, and that is what they are comparing. So, it is pointless for me to participate." Thousand Feather Crane shook his head. Strong Cow lost. The other students hesitated to try. Angia had fought a few bouts before today, but he had never proven himself to be that strong before. A student who was good at knife skills wanted to try. He didn't lose in such a dramatic fashion as Strong Cow, but everyone could tell he had been suppressed by Angia. No one was able to beat him over the next few rounds of battle. People started to look at Angia differently. Not many people in Sky Palace used knives or practiced knife skills. The few fighters Angia had just defeated weren't really the best earls. But even so, the fact that Angia kept winning was more than enough to prove his power. No one dared challenge him, and that included Wind 19. Angia knew that Wind 19 did not think he could win, so he didn't do anything about it. He simply went back to the stage and said, "Sky Palace has been home to a high race since ancient times. The genes and Geno arts here greatly surpass those of the feathers. I have come here in the hopes of learning, and now I have. I am so happy. I have heard Han Sen and Wind 19 are the best earls when it comes to knife skills. That being said, it seems that Brother Han is either busy or is choosing to avoid me. That is very disappointing. Fortunately, Brother Wind is here. Do you think you could teach me?" Angia spoke quite politely, but everyone knew he was just taking digs at Han Senator. He was suggesting Han Sen was too scared to fight him. Angia didn't say it directly, but Yun Sui thought this reflected poorly on Han Senator. She felt angry, hearing him speak that way. "Han Sen didn't come, but I have learned knife skills from him. I will fight on his behalf, and I will satisfy your desire by proxy." Yun Sui, dressed in her white garb, marched straight down to the arena. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang were shocked, and they were too late to stop what was in motion. Angia was a top earl. even they didn't think they could beat him. Yun Sui had only just become an earl, so it was highly unlikely she'd win. Fortunately, this was Sky Palace. Even if she lost, her life wouldn't be in danger. Yun Sushang still felt sick, though. She knew Yun Sui could not stand ill words being said about Han Sen, and that was why she was stepping forward. Angia watched the elegantly dressed lady walk towards him. He looked surprised. He smiled and said, "Sister Yun must have only just become an earl. If I remember correctly, the Yun family specializes in swords. I would feel terrible if I defeated you. The Yun family's sword skills are strong, so it would not be all that impressive if I used sword skills to win. I have, however, learned a few knife skills from Han Senator. I wager that will be enough," Yun Sui said coldly. Then she drew ice knife. Angia frowned. He knew Yun Sui was Yun Changkong's daughter, and it would be bad for him to offend her. But the feathers had prepared the blood feather knife for the third elder, so he couldn't hand it over to Yun Sui instead. Yun Sui had just become an earl, too. If he lost to her, it would actually damage his own reputation. People would think he had deliberately thrown a match just to please a woman. It'd look terrible. Angia raced to think of a way out, but Yun Sui had already drawn her knife. He couldn't tell her he wasn't going to fight. So, after a moment of thought, Angia concocted a new scheme. "If Sister Yun is this interested, then I will agree to the contest. Please." Angia pulled out a jade knife as he smiled to her. He planned to only block her attacks in order to make her feel her inferiority. If she refused to quit, he would concede. That way, people would simply think he was a gentleman who wouldn't fight a woman. Yun Sui bowed with her ice knife, and then she slashed. She used the knife skill Under the Sky. Yun Sui could not withstand Angia's mocking of Han Sen, but she knew that she hadn't mastered Under the Sky yet. After all, not many people would use Under the Sky to fight. All her experience with it had come from Han Sen himself. Han Sen told her she had finished learning it, though, and all she had to do was keep practicing with it. She had no idea how powerfully she might be able to use it in a real contest. And when Yun Sui attacked, Angia's face changed. His plan vanished in a puff of smoke as he saw a woman that looked like a ravenous wolf coming for him. He immediately became tense. It was just one slash, but Angia could feel wisps of a most dangerous presence rising from that skill. Angia was careful, and so he responded seriously. He started to cast Judgment Knife to retaliate, and he looked more serious now than he had when beating down Strong Cow. After Yun Sui slashed once, she was on the move. Before the knife air completed its attack, she slashed another 2 times. Angia lifted his knife and retreated. He used his knife skills to fight back. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang were frozen. They had seen Under the Sky before, as the Yun family had created and developed it. But they knew not many people made use of it, due to how fatal its flaws could be. If an opponent caught wind of the technique's flaw during a fight, it could lead to an opening and the subsequent death of the user. But Yun Sui's Under the Sky seemed very different to Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang. They could not tell what had changed, but it was obvious that the biggest problems of the skill had vanished under Yun Sui's casting. How strong was Under the Sky? This question had an answer in Yun Sui. In the beginning, Yun Sui was nervous and her movements were unnatural. She soon noticed that, after using the skill, Angia was following her lead. It was just like how she practiced, and now she felt safe. Yun Sui remembered Han Sen told her that unless the opponent was much stronger than her, as long as she pulled off the first strike, none could beat her. The first strike was not random, it would home in on the opponent's weakness. That was how Under the Sky began. Once the opponent blocked the first strike, Under the Sky would keep on coming. It was like a target lock on the opposing fighter that would trap them in the skill. Unless the opponent's mind could see through destiny, they could not escape the trap that was under the sky. They would end up like a puppet, locked into following under the sky until they were completely trapped. Yun Sui usually fought Han Sen, and she knew Han Sen's knife mind was only one step away from being deified. The pressure Han Sen put upon Yun Sui was nothing like fighting Angia. She was used to Han Sen's strength, and dealing with Angia was easy, by comparison. The pressure was nowhere near on the same level. Thousand Feather Crane and the other students looked upon Yun Sui in shock as she kept swinging her ice knife. Her attacks seemed almost carefree. And in front of her was Angia, who now looked awfully grim. His forehead was dripping with sweat as he tried to escape her onslaught. Angia was like a puppet now. He couldn't cast any knife skills anymore. Every time he tried to, Yun Sui interrupted him halfway through with a perfectly placed attack. So, he would end up falling back again. Angia prepared to use a skill that would injure them both, but then, he noticed he couldn't even do that. Yun Sui was striking before he could cast a single thing. He began to feel like there was some invisible wire tangling him up, and it was getting tighter and tighter. So much so that he couldn't use his talents. He wanted to start coughing up blood. If Angia had been someone like Lone Bamboo, who could put his knife away before destiny, then he might have been able to escape under the sky. But he wasn't that strong. The entire arena was frozen. No one expected Yun Sui to be this strong. Even Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Sushang were frozen in disbelief. How is that possible? Her under the sky has no flaw. Thousand Feather Crane mumbled to himself. It was very shocking to see a fixed version of Under the Sky being used perfectly. This was something that was going to shock everyone from the elders to the leader himself. Han Sen. Yun Sushang said suddenly. Han Sen. What do you mean? Is this connected to Han Sen? Thousand Feather Crane looked at Yun Sushang with confusion. Did you forget? Han Sen was the first in the exam, and through it, he received Under the Sky. Yun Sushang looked strange as she spoke. How am I supposed to know what he selected? Only he made the decision, and I didn't ask him. Thousand Feather Crane looked at Yun Sushang. How do you know that he selected Under the Sky? Yun Sushang gave a wry smile and told him the situation between Han Sen and Yun Sui. When she finished the story, Thousand Feather Crane's eyes were wide. You mean, Han Sen chose Under the Sky because of Yun Sui? And he fixed Under the Sky's flaw in such a short amount of time. And on top of that, he taught her the corrected version of Under the Sky. Is such a thing even possible? I wouldn't believe it either. But you can see what she's doing, plain as day. There are no flaws in her execution. I can't think of another likelihood. Yun Sushang's expression looked disturbed. If this is true, then that means Han Sen has performed a great service for Sky Palace. He has fixed an ancient problem. This guy is a genius, no doubt. He will be an incredibly important person in the future. Thousand Feather Crane complimented him. It is hard to say that now. Yun Sui's opponent is just Angia, remember. When she faces a stronger opponent, we will have to see if there are still flaws in Han Sen's modifications. Yun Sushang retreated into thought for a moment, before going on to say, when this ends, we will take Yun Sui with us to report to father. He should be able to find out the truth of this. As they had their discussion, Angia was in the midst of a difficult situation. Angia was far stronger than Yun Sui. If Yun Sui's power was equivalent to an average human, then Angia was a big and scary shark. His power could kill Yun Sui with ease. But currently, Angia was a shark that had been caught on a hook. Yun Sui would add some slack to the cord whenever he struggled, so he couldn't use strength to get away. However, whenever he relaxed a little, the wire would tighten. Angia could not exercise any of his strengths. The hook continued to sink deeper into him, and he was getting tangled up even further by Under the Sky. I have lost. Sister Yun is very strong. This must be the Yun family's technique that is called Under the Sky. It is fairly amazing. It is one of the best knife skills in the world, for sure. Angia was smart. He knew he was going to lose, so if he kept fighting for the sake of it, it'd only be a matter of time before things took an ugly turn for him. As a result, he chose to concede and save face. But he carefully pointed out where Under the Sky came from, and he only admitted that he lost to Under the Sky. He did not make a single mention of the fact that it was a skill she had learned from Han Senator. Many of the students had never before seen Under the Sky in action. They only noticed that's what it was now, after Angia spoke. Yun Sui returned her ice knife to its scabbard and said darkly, Under the Sky has always had a big flaw that rendered it unusable in combat. The Under the Sky I used was a variant that was modified by Han Senator. It corrects the problems of the original. I have not learned it well, and if I was to estimate, I am at around 10% of Han Sen's proficiency with it. After hearing that, all the students of Sky Palace were in shock. So many people had wished to modify Under the Sky, but no one had been able to solve the issues plaguing it. It was difficult to believe Han Sen had sorted it out. Angia's face, in the meantime, was turning green and white. Even a smart guy like him couldn't think of anything else to, Can I take the blood feather knife now? Yun Sui said, looking right at Angia. She was angry that Angia had mocked Han Sen, so she wasn't going to be polite. Of course. Sister Yun's knife skill is strong, and so the knife is yours. Angia forced a smile and passed the box to Yun Sui. Thanks. Yun Sui put away the blood feather knife and left the arena. Yun Sushang and Thousand Feather Crane got up to meet her, and Yun Sushang asked, Sui, is what you said true? Under the Sky's flaws have been fixed. Of course it is true. Yun Sui nodded. Let's go. We are going to have to see our father. Yun Sushang pulled Yun Sui away, and they left Cloud Island. The news that Under the Sky had been fixed was far too important. She couldn't wait around for the event to end before going back. And furthermore, Yun Sui had received the blood feather knife, so the event would soon be over anyway. The other students started to leave, too. They also wished to know if Under the Sky had truly been fixed. If that was true, then Sky Palace had another exclusive knife skill. Angia and the other feathers all looked depressed. No one wished to say a word. They wanted to use Han Sen to get famous, but instead, Angia had been beaten by Han Sen's student. They were all so upset. It was far worse than losing to Han Sen directly. They wouldn't gain any fame from this, and they couldn't give the knife to the third elder as planned. And the biggest problem was that Yun Sui had taken the knife without being the slightest bit impressed. This failure had certainly led to a loss of reputation. Despite being unable to beat Yun Sui, who had learned directly from Han Sen, Angia had provoked Han Sen multiple times. It'd sound fairly ridiculous. He had completely lost, and it filled the feathers with frustration. There was nothing they could to discharge their anger either. All they could do was swallow it. I can't believe Han Sen concocted a plan like that. I underestimated him. It looks like that man is not just a fighter, Angia said through gritted teeth. He thought Han Sen had planned to use Yun Sui to fight him all along, but he was thinking too much, of course. Han Sen had never spared a thought about how he might deal with Angia. It was still not over yet, though. Yun Sushang brought Yun Sui to meet with Yun Chongkong. They told him about Han Sen and Under the Sky. Really? Sui, show me Han Sen's modified version. Yun Chongkong did not believe Han Sen had what it took to fix the skill. He believed there had to be some sort of problem remaining. After all, so many elites had tried and failed to fix it. Han Sen couldn't just fix it within a month, even if he was a genius. But when Yun Chongkong witnessed Yun Sui's performance, his mouth dropped wide open. Yun Changkong was the leader of the Yun family and the 10th elder of Sky Palace. He was no stranger to Under the Sky. Yun Sui showed him her Under the Sky, and he immediately recognized that it was different from the original version. But the difference fixed the inherent problem it had once possessed. There were no more flaws. It had become a skill that was perfectly usable in battle. Sui, did you really learn this from Han Sen? Yun Changkong hastily asked Yun Sui after she finished her performance. Yes. He's been teaching me since I leveled up to become an earl. Yun Sui nodded. Father, does the modified Under the Sky really work? Yun Susang asked. Yes, it looks like it really can. There's one thing I don't understand, however. How can your knife skill express the feelings of the textless book? Yun Changkong asked. Yun Sui quickly explained how Han Sen used his knife mind in a way that allowed her to get a feel for it. Yun Changkong heard this and gave a wry smile. This Han Sen is a genius. He has modified the knife skill itself and used feelings as its guidance. He did fix Under the Sky's problem, and he has made it usable in proper combat. He learned Under the Sky as a beginner, then he expanded his understanding in order to abandon the strict rules of the text and start infusing it with his own emotions. He made something complicated far simpler. Yun Changkong thought for a minute, then continued. An elder once thought about doing this, but there were too many problems for it to be effective. But it seems that is what Han Sen has done, and somehow, he has finished it. This required a keen observation and a profound understanding of the skill's core. That which he has done with his knife is something only a grandmaster could do. Assuming, of course, that he is the one who has done all this. Yun Changkong stopped talking. He took Yun Sui with him to meet with the leader of Sky Palace. The news of Under the Sky being fixed spread like wildfire, and the position of Under the Sky changed. It became a Geno art of the palace, good and proper. It had a big impact on things, too. Han Sen's name was heard far and wide again, with Angia being someplace on the sidelines. Whenever he was mentioned, it would be just as the small character who it was showcased upon. Han Sen did not know about this, though. He kept practicing and doing his thing in Xianyuan Cave until the White Jade building was ready to open. Han Sen went back to his Jade Island first, though. And before he went on to White Jade building, Thousand Feather Crane came to see him. Brother Han, the leader has requested an audience with you. Let's pack you up, so we can go. Thousand Feather Crane smiled to Han Sr., the leader wants me for something. Han Sen was surprised as he looked on Thousand Feather Crane. The leader was a very busy man, so he wouldn't summon Han Sen for nothing. You don't know. The Under the Sky modifications of yours, they were verified and accepted by the leader. It has been accepted into the library of Sky Palace's legendary techniques. As the modifier, you are to be given a reward. That's why the leader has summoned you. Thousand Feather Crane smiled. Han Sen, hearing this, was surprised. He hadn't realized so many things would happen while he was gone. He followed Thousand Feather Crane to Sky Palace. When he walked the road to the sky, he didn't feel anything unusual. Only your first time ascending would give you that sense of suppression. Inside Sky Palace, many students looked at Han Sen strangely. Their eyes were filled with admiration. This was the first time Han Sen would get to see the Sky Palace leader. Han Sen had met him once, but he hadn't been fully conscious at the time. He wasn't sure what the leader really looked like. It turned out that the Sky Palace leader seemed fairly ordinary. He looked like a common, middle-aged man. He did not look intimidating, and he did not look holy. He just looked like a normal guy. Han Sen walked up to him and bowed. The leader of Sky Palace looked at him with interest and smiled. Stand up. You look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, that was terrible. Sorry about being so useless. Han Sen felt embarrassed. It was terrible that Thousand Feather Crane had to carry him in. The leader of Sky Palace squinted his eyes at Hans Sr. You are not useless. You finished modifying Under the Sky with success. That is something many people have longed to fix. If you were useless, then what are my elders? I didn't mean it that way. Han Sen lowered his head. The leader of Sky Palace laughed and said, Don't be so polite. Your master, Isha, wasn't like you. She never really was polite, but I liked her how she was. Han Sen had no idea Isha was held with such high regard in Sky Palace. It looked like the leader of Sky Palace still missed her somewhat. Did this old man fall in love with his student? Is that why he misses her so much? Han Sen wondered. The leader's face turned stony. He flicked his finger, and suddenly, Han Sen felt incredibly heavy. He almost collapsed on the floor. You little brat. You look respectable enough, but you were thinking something sordid in your mind. The leader of Sky Palace looked at Han Sen and grunted. Han Sen was suddenly covered in cold sweat. The leader could see through Han Sen's mind. That was a scary power for someone to have. I apologize. Han Sen said, as quickly and sincerely as he could. The leader of Sky Palace laughed and said, Isha always yelled at me, but she did so directly. Unlike you, who keeps your real opinions in the privacy of your mind. This guy is a creep. He loves to be yelled at, so he must be a masochist. Han Sen couldn't help but think. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he knew he had done something bad. The leader of Sky Palace smiled at Han Sen, and even more pressure dropped onto him. It was a struggle not to fall to his knees. I really know I did wrong this time. Han Sen shouted, his face looking bitter. The leader of Sky Palace smiled and said, It's okay. You are Isha's student, and you have been a great help to Sky Palace. Under the Sky's modifications are good. Tell me what you would like. It was my pleasure to help you. I wouldn't dare be bold enough to ask for a reward, Han Sen said quickly. It is fine. You are not that humble, so there is no use pretending that you are. The Sky Palace leader grinned. How about this? Isha used to feed horses, and you can feed horses, too. That will be your reward for the modifications. Thanks. Han Sen forced his mind not to think of anything else. Okay, you can go. The leader of Sky Palace waved his hand, indicating Han Sen could leave. Cough cough. Mr. Leader, you are so powerful. With a flick of your fingers, you can inhibit all my movements. That is impressive. Han Sen's feet did not move. It felt as if his body was carrying a mountain. He could barely stand. Sky Palace leader squinted his eyes, looked at Han Sen, and said, This is my reward for you. If you do not leave, I will reward you more. Han Sen turned around and departed, swearing to God he would never come and see that man again. F***CK. What is this reward? I did a great service to these people. It'd be fine if they didn't want to reward me, but making me feed horses. I don't want to feed your F***king horses. After Han Sen left Sky Palace, he repeatedly swore in his heart. Walking out of Sky Palace made Han Sen all sweaty. He did not know what Geno art was being used on him, but it felt like he was bearing a great weight on his back. He could withstand it, but he was not able to run. All he could do was walk. What is it? What did the leader give you? Thousand Feather Crane asked, coming forward eagerly. Let's not talk about it. When my master was in Sky Palace, did she offend the leader in some way? Han Sen thought that it must be Isha's fault that he was being treated so poorly. Why do you ask that? The leader loved her the most. He took her as a student, so everyone knows that, Thousand Feather Crane said. That is strange. If my master was that loved, then why did he not reward me? He used a weird Geno art to suppress my body, and he's now making me feed his horses. Han Sen frowned, and then went on to say, is he really mad that he could not take me on as a student, perhaps? What happened? Thousand Feather Crane asked. Han Sen told him his story. Thousand Feather Crane heard it all, and when the story was finished, his mouth had fallen wide open. He looked at Han Sen as if he had just seen a ghost. Don't you think that this is a little much? Han Sen also thought to himself, I only complained in my mind, so why is he going this far? Thousand Feather Crane gave Han Sen a strange look. You are lucky. The Geno art you were put under is Sky Heart Lock. It is a part of the textless book. King classes can barely make use of it, and they often end up damaged. If they did not have the right blood, they wouldn't even try to use it. It is difficult to find someone that knows about textless book and sacrifices. The leader has used it twice on you, and not even Lone Bamboo was subjected to that. Han Sen felt his eyebrows rise. Really? Of course. Sky Heart Lock is no secret here. It locks down your body, and you have to use your own power to break free. Do it, and your fitness and air can increase. You know how important the basics are. You can do this to become stronger, and it won't affect your leveling up progress. Many people would actually enjoy that. You've received it twice, and here you are complaining. It makes me want to hit you. Thousand Feather Crane looked jealous. Han Sen looked at him strangely and said, what about feeding the horses? That can't be good. If I am correct, the horse you'll be feeding is the Dream Beast. I cannot tell you if that is good or bad, though, Thousand Feather Crane said, after a moment of thought. While they were talking, a butler-like man approached. He bowed to Han Sen and said, Brother Han, the leader has requested that I take you to Dream Island. You will have to work for Dream Beast for 3 months. Can you go now or must you pack? Brother, can I go tomorrow? Han Sen asked. Sure, I'll pick you up tomorrow. The man smiled. Thanks a lot. Han Sen turned back to Thousand Feather Crane and said, Old Crane, find me a way to get back to Jade Island. With my weight, the legless crane cannot carry me. Thousand Feather Crane laughed and said, Don't worry, the lock is only clamping down on your body. It hasn't increased your weight. Your Mount 1_T suffer because of it. Han Sen had no choice but to believe him. He climbed atop the crane with his heavy body. The crane felt nothing, and it took off into flight as it usually did. The bird had eaten many pieces of high-class xenogenic meat. It was really strong, and it was flying a little faster than it had in the beginning. Its speed had only increased a little, though. Its wings were still injured, and so it couldn't fly entirely straight. It couldn't go too fast. When Han Sen was back at Little Jade Island, he used all kinds of powers to try to remove the lock that had been placed upon him. Aside from using Super God Spirit Mode, he tried everything at his disposal and failed to unlock it. Han Sen had no choice now but to pack. The next day, the butler took him to Dream Island. Han Sen did not know much about Dream Beast. He knew it was a deified xenogenic, though, and Lone Bamboo had endured the nightmares given to him by this creature. Is that old man going to make the Dream Beast give me 10,000 nightmares? I don't want to experience those things. My life is a happy story. There is no need for tragedy, Han Sen thought with fright. It took Lone Bamboo 10 years to wake up. Even if Han Sen was stronger, it'd still take a few years. And by then, Linger wouldn't even know who her father was. That would be sad. No. I cannot have a nightmare. I need to talk to that old man again. Han Sen turned around, wanting to leave. But then, all of a sudden, a gravelly, monstrous voice said from behind him, Who said you could leave? Han Sen's body froze stiff. He slowly turned back around, and at the center of a mirror-like lake, a white unicorn-like creature was emerging. It might have been the greatest xenogeniac Han Sen had ever seen, but when he looked into its eyes, Han Sen felt chills roll through him. Looking at the creature did not make him feel good. The dreamy blue eyes, however, were smiling. Even so, they gave him goosebumps. Ahaha. Mr. Dream. The leader sent me here to check on whether or not you need anything. If there is something you require, I will report it to the leader and bring it here, Han Sen said quickly. He thought he should get out now. I see. There is something I need. Come here. The dream beast stepped onto the grass, smiling at Han Sen. Mr. Dream, what do you require? Han Sen didn't think that the creature's smile was very nice. Dream Beast did not say anything, but his eyes flashed. Han Sen felt a power come upon him, and his heavy body started to fly. Splash! Han Sen flew over the lake and dropped into it. Normally, falling into a lake was no big deal. But now, his body was so heavy that he could not get away from the water. He couldn't even float. Dream Beast approached Han Sen's struggling form and laughed. Stop pretending. I know you can survive in the water. There is a type of gemstone beneath the sand. It is my food. You can go down there and get me some. I require 10 of them a day. If you don't fill the quota, I will give you a nightmare. And by the way, I am fond of cleanliness. Some would say too much. So, do not make the water dirty. If you do that, I will give you 100 nightmares, Dream Beast said. Han Sen, upon hearing all that, stopped pretending to struggle. He immediately dove down into the water. He could breathe underwater, but he just wanted to earn some sympathy points first. Unfortunately, the act didn't work on Dream Beast. The dream lake was clean, and you could see down to the bottom. Han Sen guessed it must have been 10 meters deep. Strangely, though, Han Sen did not see any other creatures in the water. There weren't even any plants like seaweed. The whole lake was clean like a well-polished gemstone. There was not a single speck of dust, which was quite scary. Han Sen's body reached the bottom, and his feet touched the sand. The sand followed the waves, rising like mist. This is your first day, so I'm only giving you a warning. If you kick up any sand again, straight into the dreamscape you go. Dream Beast's voice boomed into Han Sen's ears. If you don't let me stand on the sand, how am I supposed to find your gemstones? Han Sen asked quickly. That is your problem, not mine. I am merely following the rules, Dream Beast said as if it was ordinary. Han Sen knew there was no point resisting, so he pulled his legs off the bottom of the lake. He remained afloat, afraid of moving the sand with his body. But the sand was very light. The slightest wave would make the sand rise like mist, and the water would become dirty-looking. Han Sen tried his best to keep any more body parts from touching the sand, and that was how he avoided making the sand rise again. Normally, it would not have been difficult to maintain this position, but Han Sen still had Sky Heart Lock clamping down on him. Beneath that pressure, holding his position was difficult. It brought his body pain. Han Sen was using all kinds of strength to support his body, otherwise, he'd have already been down against the bottom of the lake. But keeping that position was a challenge. Han Sen looked around the lake, and the sand was very flat. There was no mark or disturbance, and neither were there any convenient rocks. Han Sen looked around for a while, but there did not seem to be any gemstones. According to what Dream Beast said, the gemstones were supposed to reside beneath the sand. So, he'd have to collect the gemstones out of the sand. But Han Sen did not know where exactly beneath the sand a gemstone might lie. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the lake bed, but there was nothing to be seen. At least today I can break the rules. Han Sen used his strength to dig through the sand, and after digging for a while, he found a clean, orb-sized gemstone that looked like a diamond. "Mr. Dream, is this what you are looking for?" Han Sen asked, holding up the gemstone. "Yes. I eat 10 a day. If you miss one, you'll have nightmares forever. Plus, you deliberately destroyed the bed of sand. I will punish you now by making you work for me for another month." Dream Beast's voice came out of nowhere. Han Sen felt depressed, but it was his own fault for not abiding by the rules in someone else's abode. The sand did indeed harbor gemstones, but they were a rare find. Detecting the gemstones without touching the sand was very hard. But that couldn't stop Han. Senator Han Sen had learned a gentle skill from Moon Will King and the narrow moon knife. He could cast power into water without causing a ripple. It would not be too difficult to keep the sand still, then. Han Sen cast his gentle moon skill and looked through the sand carefully, searching for a gemstone. His body was suppressed by Sky Heart Lock. He had to keep his head down and his feet up, and he had to use the gentlest power he could to retrieve the gemstones. He was in the lake for a whole 10 hours straight, fetching the gemstones. When he came back out of the lake, he did not want to move. "You are better than I thought. It looks like if I want to eat more, it should be fine." Dream Beast was resting beneath a tree. He smiled at Han Sen casually. Han Sen did not even have the strength to complain. He just lay in the grass near the lake, his body too sore to move. He felt so soft, as if his body was devoid of bones. The sad life of Han Sen started on that day. Every day, he spent most of his time under the surface of the lake in pursuit of gemstones. Whenever he had time remaining to himself, he rested. He did not have time to practice. Han Sen did not know why the leader wanted him to be here, but it was related to Isha. Therefore, it shouldn't have been too harmful. And the leader had used his own energy to give Han Sen 2 Sky Heart Locks. If he wanted to harm Han Sen, he wouldn't have had to make such an effort. Han Sen worked hard in the lake. Dream Beast still never grew to like him, though. If he got up late, Dream Beast would go and kick him into the water. And the sick Dream Beast would always say how great fresh gemstones were. Han Sen couldn't get any more than 10 to save for the next day. "When I become deified and stronger than you, I will make you search for the gemstones. I will tie your legs up and make you scour the sand with your own tongue," Han Sen thought angrily to himself. Good thinking. From today on, you will use your own tongue to search for the gemstones. But if your tongue touches a gemstone, I will cut it off, Dream Beast's toneless voice said right beside Han. Senator Han Sen was struck with another chill. He felt hopeless, and he thought, **T. He can read minds. Han Sen was going crazy, having to dig through the sand with his tongue for the job. Han Sen could withstand a lot, but Dream Beast's ability to read his mind was particularly annoying. Han Sen thought of many different ways in which he might be able to protect his thoughts from the mind-reading ability, but nothing seemed to work. Han Sen gave those methods a few tries each, risking punishment. Before long, though, he noticed that the whole mind-reading thing wasn't based on hearing his precise thoughts. The creature would get an idea of what Han Sen was thinking about, then guess the rest. That made Han Sen feel a bit better. If Dream Beast could read the details of everything in Han Sen's brain, many secrets would be revealed. Because of all this testing, however, Han Sen was punished many times. The length of time he was supposed to work with Dream Beast was extended from 3 months to 13 months. After half a month of hard work, Han Sen was given the opportunity to meet someone. When he saw Yun Sui, Han Sen felt as if he had been in jail for decades. With someone coming to visit him, he almost cried. Han Sen. What happened to you? Yun Sui looked at Han Sen in confusion. I am fine. Sand has gotten into my eyes, that's all. Han Sen acted like a man, trying to play things cool. At times, Han Sen would go to ridiculous lengths to save face. Right, well, why have you come to see me? Han Sen asked Yun Sui after he gained control of himself. Yun Sui unstrapped a box she had attached to her waist. She opened it and passed it to Han Sr. I used the knife skills you taught me to win this king-class weapon called Blood Feather Knife. I got it for beating Angia. Half of it is yours, so I have brought it here for you to take a look at. You won the knife. It's yours. Besides, I have ghost teeth knife. I don't require any more, Han Sen said, but he still took a look at the blade, anyway. You are right. You own half of the knife, but I use it, Yun Sui said with a chuckle. This is quite good. Han Sen stroked the body of Blood Feather Knife, and then went on to say, it is a good knife. It doesn't seem as strong as my ghost teeth knife, but the abilities aren't compatible with my teeth knife stuff anyway. It seems to be very good for something like Under the Sky. Han Sen stroked the blade, and then something burned the tips of his fingers. He jumped, then looked at the blade more closely. His fingers had been burned by the blood mark on the blade. The blood-red stain was fairly obvious against the white of the blade. Yun Sui explained, Blood Feather Knife was made from a deified feather of a feather alpha. Before it was complete, however, a deified Xenogeniac came to take it. The Xenogeniac was injured, and the Blood Feather Knife was stained with its blood. The blood couldn't be rinsed off the blade, and because of this, the knife was unable to be deified. It had to settle for being king class. The feather alpha couldn't wipe the blood off. Han Sen reached out his finger and touched the blood markings. If it could be wiped off, it wouldn't be there. And I doubt the knife would ever have been offered as a gift, Yun Sui said. Han Sen nodded. His finger touched the blood mark, and there was that burning feeling again. The crystallized blood in his body started to melt in response to the heat. Han Sen pressed his finger to the mark more firmly and cast the Blood Pulse Sutra. He felt a trace of blood-tinged air follow his finger and enter his body. The blood in Han Sen's finger touched the bloody air. It was like fire meeting gasoline. It was going to burn with a flash. Han Sen was shocked and happy. All it took was a tiny bit of blood air to make his blood boil. If Han Sen could absorb all the blood on the blade, his Blood Pulse Sutra might be able to reach Earl status. What is it? Yun Sui saw Han Sen freeze on the spot, and she got a little worried. Han Sen. What's going on? Han Sen hesitated, unsure of what he would need to tell her. Women were very caring. Seeing Han Sen's face, Yun Sui gently said, if you need anything, you can tell me. I will help you, if I am able to. Han Sen hesitated, and he said, Sui, can I play with this knife for a bit? I thought it was something big. You own this knife, too, so just take it, Yun Sui told him firmly. Han Sen was so happy. He took out his ghost teeth knife and passed it over to Yun Sui. I am taking your blood feather knife for a bit, so in the meantime, use this ghost teeth knife. Yun Sui blushed. She seemed to fall into deep thought, but she still accepted the knife. She held it uncomfortably and said, okay. I will use this for now. Han Sen hadn't had anyone to talk to on the island, and he wanted to continue speaking with Yun Sui, but Dream Beast reminded him of his need to collect 10 gemstones. If he didn't, he'd suffer nightmares forever. Han Sen had to send Yun Sui away so that he could return to the water and collect gemstones with his tongue. Han Sen didn't learn much, but he did craft a skill called Sword Tongue. It wasn't powerful, and it was actually really gentle. If it wasn't, he wouldn't have been able to use his tongue to dig through the sand. Finding 10 gemstones was hard that day, and after he handed them over, he was tired. Still, he did not let himself rest. Han Sen took out the blood feather knife from the box he was given. Then, he placed it on his knees. He touched the mark and cast the blood pulse sutra. He felt a blood air rise from the blade. But it was very slow. Han Sen cast it for a while, and he only took the blood air that was on the surface. Han Sen thought for a bit, then dripped a drop of his crystal blood onto the mark on the blade. The crystal blood melted into the mark and merged with it. You couldn't see the blood anymore. Han Sen cast the blood pulse sutra. He felt the blood air burst out of the mark. It went into his body, and when it did, his crystal blood boiled. Han Sen felt as if his body was going to be evaporated like steam. It took 7 hours for a portion of the blood air to be refined. This is scary, for just a little blood air to be so strong. Perhaps a few of these will take my blood pulse sutra up to Earl status. Han Sen was delighted. After that, before Han Sen went back to work, he used a drop of his crystal blood on the blood mark again. After he worked, he'd come and collect that blood. The blood had the energy of the xenogenic, and Han Sen could refine it for hours. Habits could be very scary things. Han Sen had been on Dream Island for 3 months now, and he had grown used to having 2 sky heart locks on his body. Aside from moving slower, he was living like a normal person. His efficiency in digging up the gemstones was higher now, too. He could find 10 of them in 2 or 3 hours. What made Han Sen the happiest, however, was that his blood pulse sutra reached Earl status. The blood feather knife's mark was much lighter, too. Han Sen planned to keep on absorbing the blood that plagued it. The blood was damaging the blood feather knife, so if Han Sen could absorb all of it, perhaps there was a chance to make the blade deified again. He was positive that Yun Sui wouldn't mind that. Dream Beast did not enjoy seeing Han Sen relaxing, so he had started to demand more gemstones. He made sure that Han Sen worked 10 hours underwater every day. Because that was too boring, Han Sen practiced his tongue skills. It wasn't an amazing power, but his tongue could generate a sword air that would kill someone with no problem. But as of yet, Han Sen hadn't broken a single sky heart lock. Perhaps he hadn't approached it correctly or there was some other problem. He wasn't sure. Han Sen asked Thousand Feather Crane whenever he came to visit, but sky heart locks were very rare. Thousand Feather Crane hadn't experienced one himself, so he didn't know too much about it. Thousand Feather Crane did pledge to seek out information regarding it, though, so he could help Han Sen figure out what to do. There was a student of the sky that once suffered the sky heart lock, and it took him 3 years to remove it. And that person only had one to endure. But Han Sen had 2 locks to deal with. Thousand Feather Crane couldn't be sure when he could unlock them. As more and more time passed, Han Sen grew used to the sky heart locks. They didn't affect him as much, but he still couldn't break them. After half a year passed, Han Sen started to miss his family. He missed Ji Yenran, Linger, and even Little Flower who had been taken by Old Cat. How is Han Sen doing? In Sky Palace, the leader asked the elegant Dream Beast. Not bad. The Sky Heart Lock doesn't seem to affect him as much, Dream Beast answered. Not bad, huh? From you, that's a mighty compliment. The Sky Palace leader laughed. Dream Beast smiled but did not answer. He did go on to say, are you sure you want Han Sen to go to the ancient god xenogenic space? Not Lone Bamboo. The leader of Sky Palace quietly said, you know of Lone Bamboo's situation. He is already a marquise. It would be meaningless for him to go, and it would be too dangerous for the average student. Any cent would not be coming back. After a while, the leader went on to say, I promised Isha I would make Han Sen a marquise. If Lone Bamboo does not need to go there, then he is the next best candidate. Dream Beast nodded and said, he is almost done. He cannot get any better in Dream Island, so I suppose I can let him G. It was supposed to be a 1-year term, and only half of that has passed. You cannot waste the rest of the year, can you? The Sky Palace leader smiled. You know he received the blood feather knife, yes? Dream Beast asked. Sky Palace leader nodded. He looked at Dream Beast, wondering why he was mentioning it. He is absorbing the xenogenic blood on the knife. It is working. In perhaps a few months, the xenogenic blood will be completely absorbed, Dream Beast said. Really? The leader of Sky Palace looked very surprised. The feathers tried many methods to remove the blood, but none worked. Now, Han-sen is absorbing it. If they learn this was actually possible, they will be very angry. Dream Beast laughed as he spoke. If he can really absorb the xenogenic blood, the blood feather knife might possibly become a deified weapon again. But it will also need to be refined once more. We will have to set this up, so we can get another deified weapon for Sky Palace. That is all I can do. The leader of Sky Palace laughed. When will that guy come back? Dream Beast asked suddenly. He hasn't come back from the Barrens yet. The leader of Sky Palace looked troubled. In a hard voice, Dream Beast said, there cannot be an empty elder throne for too long. If he is truly not coming back, we need to make plans. It would be bad if the elders keep fighting. The leader of Sky Palace thought for a moment. There is no need to rush this. That guy wouldn't be killed with any ease. Perhaps there was some kind of incident, but he will be back. I hope so. Dream Beast said, then walked out of the Sky Palace. There is still half a year to go. If you have the time, teach him something so he has a higher chance of surviving in ancient god space, the leader of Sky Palace said to Dream Beast's back. He is not a student of Sky Palace. Why would I do such a thing? After Dream Beast said that, he disappeared. Han-sen finished digging up gemstones for the day. He washed the gemstones and placed them on the leaves next to Dream Beast. When he was going back to absorb the xenogenic blood on the blade, Dream Beast suddenly said, from now on, there is no need for you to dig up gemstones. Han-sen was so happy to hear this, and he said, you are letting me go. Letting you go? That would be impossible. Dream Beast smiled and looked at Han-sen. His eyes looked very dreamy. Han-sen started to say something, but his eyes froze and went out of focus. The scene before Han-sen had changed. He was suddenly inside an abandoned city. He realized what was going on, and he yelled, Dream, you said that if I completed my tasks, I wouldn't be put into a dream. I only promised I wouldn't put you inside a tragedy dream. Dream Beast's voice resonated in the air. What is this dream then? Han-sen asked with a frown. It is a nightmare. Enjoy, Dream Beast said, and his voice vanished. Han-sen wanted to ask something, but he suddenly heard a beast roar from someplace amidst the ruins around him. Many xenogenics began to climb out of the rubble, and they ran towards Han-sen as soon as they saw him. Han-sen was standing on a ruin that looked like a landfill. There were all sorts of xenogenics, in different shapes, coming for him. Even the sky was filled with them. D***mn. It is just a dream. I will wake up when I die, Han-sen thought to himself. If you died in this dream, your body would be fine. But your will would perish. For example, you might go into a vegetative state. Dream Beast's voice was cold in the air again. Inside a storage shed in a kindergarten, Lu Zime was in a strange position. She was sweating and her skin was red. I can do it. Lu Zime was lying on the floor, gasping. She felt like her bones were going to fall apart. Her muscles were sore. If she moved, she'd feel like she was getting stung by needles. After she signed that unfair contract, her sad life began. She had to do whatever Bauer told her to do. Bauer told her that this was a strong Geno art. Bauer watched her practice, but she felt as if it was more like torture. It was a very painful process. It is okay if you do not wish to learn it, and the debt you have. Bauer was sitting atop a plank of wood. In her fat hand, she clasped many contractual papers. Lu Zimei saw all those papers, and then she gritted her teeth and continued the horrible Geno art that Bauer was supposedly teaching her. After all this time, she had incurred more and more debt. The debt she had now was something she could not pay back in multiple lifetimes. Lu Zimei hated herself for not being able to resist the temptations presented by Bauer. She had been drawn in by beautiful clothes and cosmetics, so she had signed a number of different contracts. That was unfair. And of course, since she could not pay it all back, she thought that she might as well sign up for greater debts. Let's stop here. We can continue this tomorrow. Bauer looked at the time and then jumped off of the wood plank. She walked out of the storage shed. D*MN kid. Lu Zimei lay down on the ground like a rug, unable to move. Han Sen was as sad as Lu Zimei. He kept fighting against different types of xenogenics in the dream he was placed in. He couldn't stop, for the xenogenics kept coming. There was nowhere to hide, either. All he could do was kill. Because he was inside a dream, he could only get tired mentally. His body was fine, so he could keep fighting without rest. Dream Beast did not want him to rest. The worst thing, however, was that Sky Heart Lock worked in the dream. It made him depressed. Han Sen did not know how long he had been fighting. He had pretty grown numb to it all now. There were many xenogenics in the dream, and they stretched out before Han Sen in endless lines. There were the likes of the Xian Jade spirits, but many others that Han Sen had never seen before, too. All those xenogenics wielded different powers, as well. They felt so real to Han Senator, everything was so lucid that it was difficult to determine whether it was truly a dream or not. Han Sen had to use everything he could to fight, and he had come close to death on numerous occasions. Dream Beast watched Han Sen with a strange expression. He told Han Sen that he would become a vegetable if he died in the dream, and that wasn't a lie. He could make Han Sen die a mental death if he wanted to. But Dream Beast did not plan on killing him. He did it so Han Sen would fight non-stop and give it his all. He wanted to see how long he'd last. But Han Sen's performance was beyond his wildest expectations. Han Sen only had to survive for a month, and he had already surpassed that requirement. Han Sen had been in the dream, killing, for 4 months. He had yet to perish. It was not strange that Han Sen could kill the xenogenics because the creatures in the dream were set to Han Sen's level. Even the higher tier ones had the same power as Han Senator. He did this to train Han Sen, so Han Sen could learn more about xenogenics. Through all of this, he would gain knowledge. But amidst all that constant, intense fighting, Han Sen did not slip up once. His willpower was still perfectly focused. It was hard to imagine an Earl could have such a hardy will. This guy must have experienced something before. How can his will compare to Lone Bamboo's? Is he the same as Lone Bamboo, in that he has a will that cannot break? Dream Beast seemed befuddled. Han Sen's willpower was getting weaker, however. Despite that, he wasn't going to get killed. Dream Beast knew how scary all of that must have been. He'd rather have his soul killed than give up. Not all beings had that kind of drive. For Dream Beast, Han Sen's will was shining like jewelry. Dream Beast sighed. His eyes took on a dreamy look, and then he removed the dream from Han Senator. He didn't want to get Han Sen killed. If things kept going, Han Sen's soul might have been exhausted. Then, he really would have died, and not just in the dream. Crash! Han Sen's body fell to the ground. His brain was buzzing, and it felt like it was ready to explode. That was the condition of one who was mentally exhausted. Dream Beast called for someone to return Han Sen to his island. He took the next few days to rest, and he slowly got better. When Han Sen recovered, his will was much clearer. His powers of sense were sharper. But the thing that made Han Sen the happiest was that he was now free. He knew that Dream Beast was only training him, but he still vastly preferred the feeling of freedom. While he was still sleeping, he let Bubble mimic him on the bed. Then, he slipped back to the Alliance. He held Linger and kissed her. Then, he held Ji Yanran. Han Sen thought it was the best thing ever. No one bothered Han Sen, and he spent the next month relaxing. He almost forgot he still had the 2 sky heart locks on him. The happy days flew by, and 2 months after returning to Dream Island, Thousand Feather Crane came to visit him. He had news to deliver. The ancient god Xenogenic space. What is that place? Han Sen asked Thousand Feather Crane, stricken with confusion. He did not know why the leader of Sky Palace wanted to send him there. Thousand Feather Crane looked worried, and he said, Ancient God Xenogenic space is a xenogenic space next to a barren system. We don't own it, but every time it opens, there is a spot available for us. I did not expect the leader to select you. Is there a benefit to going? Han Sen asked. Of course. While it is very big, it is also dangerous, I must note. Even the top earls or marquises might not make it out alive from such places, Thousand Feather Crane said. What are these benefits? Han Sen filtered out the dangerous part. He was afraid of danger, but if the leader wanted him to go there was no use worrying about it. The xenogenics in ancient god space are dangerous, but I do not know the specifics. I haven't been there before, but my master said it isn't just the xenogenics you should be wary of. There are also those of the other races who will enter when you do. Thousand Feather Crane explained what he knew. Han Sen was in a bad mood. He had been an ancient god for half a day, and he had already walked 30 miles. He was sweating. Under the protection of Yun Changkong, the 10th elder, Han Sen arrived in the ancient god space. When he arrived, though, he realized that some power had entangled him. The power he felt was reminiscent of Sky Heart Lock. It was a little different, but the effects were similar. It hindered Han Sen's movement. Now Han Sen knew why the leader made him suffer the Sky Heart Locks. It was because he wanted him to experience what it was like to be hampered. The Sky Palace leader had planned to send Han Sen here a long time ago, that was clear. It was only a shame that the Sky Heart Locks had not been broken yet. If they had been, the ancient god space's restrictions wouldn't have been so arduous. The ancient god space was not as dangerous as he thought it would be, however. Aside from rocks everywhere, Han Sen walked all day without encountering a single xenogeniac. Yun Changkong told Han Sen that his job there would be to hunt xenogeniacs. The xenogeniacs there were special, and their genes were fairly unique. The more he managed to retrieve, the better. But as of yet, he hadn't been able to find a single one. Without any to find, there weren't any to kill. Suddenly, Han Sen saw something move over a little rocky mountain. It was a being of some type, but upon closer inspection, the sight made Han Sen frown. Han Sen. The person saw Han Sen and screamed aloud. Then they approached Han Sr. Why do I see you everywhere? Han Sen said to Hire the pirate. He really hadn't wanted to see her again. Hire was an earl now. Her presence was much stronger than when he bumped into her with the Buddha. I should be the one asking you this. I thought Burning Lamp Alpha turned you into an ant. How did you recover? Hire looked at Han Sen curiously. It was just a small trick. He didn't really do anything. Han Sen smiled. He was not in the mood to explain things to her. Hire smiled and said, well, since our fates repeatedly intertwine, why don't we cooperate once more? Together we can slay the ancient god xenogeniacs. No. I prefer being alone. I am meant to be alone. Whoever follows me is subject to awful luck. Han Sen did not want her and her trouble to join him. Hire grinned and said, but this is fate. A clairvoyant told me. I connect well with loners, so that means we are meant to be together. We are partners, you know. It's okay if you want to follow, but I won't be sharing a single xenogeneic with you. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. Ah, so you weren't told. The Buddha sent someone to this place, too. What do you think might happen if he caught sight of you? Hire was not angry, and she kept talking as she followed behind Han Sr. I'm not afraid of burning lamp alpha, so why would I be afraid of a student? Even if I was scared, is cooperating with you supposed to make me less scared? Han Sen said. The Buddha sent a Marquis Buddha. He is not as strong as Seven Spirit, but he is an important person to them. However, that isn't the thing you need to know. The most important thing is that the Buddha are cooperating with demon. The demons are enemies of Sky Palace, and they sent a person named Sharon. Do you have any idea how dangerous your situation is? Hire said. Who is Sharon? Han Sen kept on walking lackadaisically, as if he didn't care at all. You don't know who Sharon is? Hire asked Han Sen with shock. Do I have to know who he is? Han Sen lifted his lips. Hire finally believed that Han Sen really didn't know. You are Knife Queen's student, and you do is. Have you heard of Lone Bamboo in Sky Palace? Yeah, Han Sen said casually. Good. Sharon's reputation with the demon is similar to Lone Bamboo's in Sky Palace. They are frequently mentioned together. He has already become a marquis, so you are bound to know what will happen if you see him, Hire said. People talk about me in the same capacity as Lone Bamboo, too. That means I don't have to be afraid of that Sharon. Han Sen laughed. What are you talking about? I know you. Seven Spirit almost killed you. Sharon is much better than Seven Spirit. Hire looked at him with disdain. Han Sen laughed and explained no more. Due to Sky Palace being quite private, news from the inside didn't often spread outside. Not many outsiders knew about him and Lone Bamboo. Even if I was afraid of Sharon, what use would bringing you along prove? Don't tell me you have battled him before, Han Sen said casually. I cannot beat him, but I know that there is a secret place in the ancient god space. I can take you there, where we can fight xenogeneics and avoid encountering Sharon. Do you want to co-op or not? We split the xenogeneics 50-50. I can help kill them, too, Hire said. That doesn't sound too shabby. What kind of place is it, anyway? Han Sen had walked for so long, and despite that, he hadn't seen a single xenogeneic. He thought he wasn't going to fare too well. That place is mysterious. When the pirates of Ur came here, they stumbled upon it by pure happenstance. No one else should be able to find it without me guiding them there. Hire looked all cocky. If it is as good as you are leading me to believe, then I guess I can cooperate with you, Han Sen said. Of course. We will go right now. Hire said, and then kept on walking. After they met in Holy Heaven, she understood Han Sen a bit more. She knew Han Sen was the trustable sort, and as long as he would gain some sort of benefit, he wouldn't betray and kill her. Plus, Hire had a secret defense system. She wasn't afraid of Han Sen betraying her. Han Sen then followed Hire. There were many rocks around, but that was all. There was no place for the creatures to hide, so the chance of finding creatures there was virtually nil. Han Sen's body was restricted by the ancient god space's powers. Together, the pair walked dozens of miles. They ended up sweating so much, it looked as if they had just emerged from spring water. Here, this is it. Hire looked at her map and came to a stop near a crevice. Han Sen examined the crevice and noted how crooked it was. Only one person could go in at a time, slipping through sideways. There were many crevices such as this in the ancient god space, too. Hire went in first, and Han Sen followed her from behind. They both moved along the crevice for a few miles, until eventually, the space they occupied began to widen. Inside the mountains, there was a giant cave. Han Sen saw a statue made of stone just sitting there, but it was at least 100 meters tall. In front of the statue, Han Sen and Haier were as small as 2 ants. Han Sen could not tell which race this statue depicted. Its head was a sheep's, and its body was human-like. It also had wings. It looked like some prehistoric sheep god. Fortunately, there weren't any of such sheep around. Otherwise, he was going to call them grandfather. Why does this place have a statue? Do xenogeneics build statues? Han Sen asked with confusion. Thousand Feather Crane had told Han Sen some things about the ancient god space, but the young Sky hadn't actually been here. He couldn't have known what the xenogeneics were truly like. Haier said, "It is not a statue. It is a home for ancient god xenogeneics." A home? Han Sen was surprised, and so he looked at the statue again. Yes. Otherwise, why would they be called an ancient god xenogeneic? It is because these xenogeneics live in ancient statues. You came here and didn't know anything about this. Knife Queen didn't inform you? Haier asked, looking confused. Han Sen dropped his shoulders. He didn't know why the leader of Sky Palace would do this either. Sending him here without giving him an ounce of information was weird. He couldn't discern what the man wanted. Haier wanted to say something more, but a ding-dong noise sounded through the giant cave. She quickly shut up and went to hide in a crevice. Han Sen looked towards the sound. The echo was reverberating around the room, but Han Sen's power could still tell him where it was coming from. It was coming from the nostrils of the statue. Not long after, a 3-meter-wide spider slid out of the nostril. The spider was black with a few red patterns flaring across it. Its body looked metallic, and the pattern on its back looked like a humanoid face. This is Ancient God's ghost face spider. It is an Earl xenogeneic. Do not strike yet, as they always work in groups. There must be far more of them inside the statue. A Marquise one might even reside within. We should discuss our plan of action before we end up getting ourselves surrounded, Haier said. Han Sen looked at the ghost face spider with a thoughtful expression. He had fought these spiders in the dream he was put under. In fact, he had fought quite a lot of them. He knew a lot about the spider and the power it possessed. The dream had to be training for this. Why didn't he just tell me? Why did he try to scare me like that? Han Sen wondered. But Han Sen knew that if the Sky Palace leader had given him files on all the xenogeneics, he'd only have given it a brief look. He wouldn't have researched the foes properly. The dream, however, made Han Sen remember the creatures clearly. He knew everything about them, to a degree that would never lessen. The effectiveness of the two teaching methods was not even remotely comparable. Han Sen summoned spell as a gun in his hands. Then, he climbed into a gap and raised the gun. He took aim at the ghost spider emerging from the nostril. What are you doing? You are not going to shoot the ghost face spider from that distance, are you? The ghost face spider is very strong for an Earl. Haier gasped. Haier knew that Han Sen would have no problem killing a ghost face spider, but the range between them and the creature was over 3 kilometers. The Earl power would be weakened over a long distance, and the rest of the power wouldn't be enough to kill a ghost face spider. Pang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet tore through the distance. It hit the spider's back. The part of the face pattern that comprised its left eye was its weak spot. Han Sen had killed too many of them in the dream he suffered, so he knew them all too well. Blood began to ooze from the gunshot wound in the creature's back. Then, it flipped and fell. It met the ground with a loud noise. Xenogeneic Earl killed. Ghost face spider, xenogeneic gene found. The announcement sounded in Han Sen's head. Haier was in shock. Han Sen's power was far stronger than the average Earl to one-hit kill the spider over such a long distance. After that shot, though, many more spiders began to emerge from the statue's nostrils and ears. There was a great host of them. But their vision and senses were rather limited, so they couldn't figure out where Han Sen was. Pang! Another gunshot rang out, and a bullet broke through another spider's back. He still took aim at the left eye's location. A hail of gunfire followed, as each spider was shot off of the statue. The spiders weren't very intelligent, and they only seemed to rely on basic instinct. They couldn't find Han Sen at all. Han Sen killed the spiders one at a time, taking down dozens in the space of a few seconds. Hyer looked at Han Sen with shock, as her mind drifted out to space. Hyer felt a chill in her heart. That gun-looking Geno armament of his had amazing range. She'd never know if Han Sen decided to use it to assassinate her. She was confident she could evade the attack if she was prepared. But she couldn't be on alert every hour of the day and night. Han Sen's power really was that scary. And he was only an earl. If he became a king or a deified being, he could probably kill a person by firing through the crust or core of a planet. The enemy would never even know how they died. Ghost-face spiders kept climbing all around, and they kept firing out spider webs. They had no idea where Han Sen was, and they blindly fired their silk everywhere. It was obviously not effective on Han Senator, and the spiders continued to get picked off, as if they were mere target practice for him. After killing 100 of the Earl ghost-face spiders, Han Sen finally heard the announcement to inform him that he had acquired a beast soul. Han Sen killed a few more, and then a weird scream sounded. It came from the mouth of the statue. A spider that was twice as big emerged. "That is the Marquis's ghost-face spider." Hyer screamed. Han Sen did not say a word. He stopped firing. He waited until the giant ghost-face spider revealed its back to them. And when it did, he pulled the trigger. Pang! A bullet struck the ghost-face spider's back, and it broke the pattern's left eye. The Marquis-class ghost-face spider fell down. Hyer looked at Han Sen in disbelief. He had one hit killed a Marquis-class ghost-face spider. She did not know what Han Sen's strength was anymore. It hasn't been that long, so how has he gotten this strong? Hyer thought back to meeting Han Sen in the heaven. He was a different person, and he was so much stronger now. Hyer thought she had leveled up quickly, but it was clear to her that Han Sen had been much faster. Chapter 2024 The beginning of Ancient God. In total, 187 Earl and 2 Marquis ghost-face spiders had been one-hit killed by Han Senator. None had been left alive, and none required a double tap to finish off. Han Sen's power was scary. Having practiced inside that dream was one of the reasons for this. If he hadn't endured that, he wouldn't have known the precise weaknesses of the ghost-face spiders, and he wouldn't have been able to kill the Marquis spiders in one hit. But despite killing so many spiders, he had only earned a single beast soul for himself. It was a disappointment for Han Sen, overall. Han Sen made sure there were no more spiders waiting to emerge from the statue, and then the pair crawled out of the crevice and started cutting up the bodies. The ancient god space's xenogeneics were different from the ones found elsewhere. The xenogeneic genes of the ghost-face spiders were little balls. They looked like pearls. After Han Sen pulled one of the little orbs out, Hyer looked hesitant. She hadn't actually done anything, so she didn't think she should take any of the spoils. She most certainly didn't think she should be going 50-50. But Han Sen went ahead and split the orbs in half. He placed half of them in his pockets and then climbed up the statue. Hyer didn't hesitate to collect the rest of the orbs. Without Hyer leading, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to find this cavern. There were too many crevices and gulches to traverse, and despite walking for a very long time, stumbling on this statue would have been very unlikely. So, Han Sen thought that the split of spoils was fair enough. Information was worth a lot. But there were many benefits yet to see, so their trip wasn't over yet. Inside the ancient god Xenogeneic cave, many goodies were waiting for them. Hire put away the orbs she had gathered and followed after Han's senator. She climbed up to the statue's shoulder. "Where should we go?" Han Sen asked, while observing the statue's head. With his knowledge of ghost face spiders, he knew that their creation was a strange process. If their origin wasn't destroyed, ghost face spiders would spawn continually. Normally, the statue's mouth is the closest to a beginning of ancient god. But the items are always contained within the statue, Hire explained. "What is a beginning of ancient god?" Han Sen asked. "You don't know?" Hire was surprised, but she knew Han Sen had no reason to lie to her. So, she went ahead to explain. A beginning of ancient god is what the Xenogeneics are born from. Those are the most valuable things in the ancient god space. If you are able to get a beginning of ancient god, you can keep spawning ancient god Xenogeneics forever. Those things are important to big factions. Surely you must know this. Han Sen nodded, and then he climbed into the mouth of the statue. Hire entered with him, and it was very large inside. There was a path that was only a few meters wide. It was very low, though, so they had to bend to traverse it. "If you don't know anything about this place, why did you decide to come?" Hire asked curiously as she walked. Han Sen did not answer. He hadn't known what a beginning of ancient god was. He had seen it in a dream, but he had never been told its name. Rather than telling him, Dream Beast had used the dream to inform him of the things he needed to know. It was easier than Han Sen thought it would be, though. Perhaps they had killed all of the ghost face spiders, because they didn't encounter any more along the way. They walked for 2 or 3 hours inside the statue, on a road that took them down many different routes. Eventually, they found a beginning of ancient god. It was a tablet about the size of a hand. It was gray, but it possessed a number of red lights. It also bore the pattern that adorned the ghost face spiders. Hire took it out from where it was embedded in a stone slot. And when she did, the pattern on the tablet went dim. Its red glow disappeared. "There is only one of them. If you would like, you can have it first." Hire gave the beginning of ancient god, the one that pertained to the ghost face spiders, to Han Sr. "I will take the next one." Han Sen did not accept the beginning of ancient god. In his dream, he recalled that the ghost face spiders were one of the weaker varieties. There were other Xenogeneics with a beginning of ancient god that were far stronger than the ghost face spiders. After that, Han Sen turned around and started walking towards the exit. Their bodies were bound by the Xenogeneic space, so they could not walk very fast. And neither could they fly out. When they emerged, they climbed down the statue and entered a cave nearby. "You have given me this beginning of ancient god. Aren't you afraid that there might be no more to find later on?" Hire said as she fiddled with the beginning of ancient god, smiling Han Sen from behind. "It's okay. Accept it as a reward for the information you have provided me with," Han Sen said casually. "I have really come to like you a bit more. If the rebate don't want you anymore, you can gladly come and live with us pirates. If you follow me, I can treat you with everything you could ever desire," Hire said. "We can talk about that when the time comes," Han Sen said lackadaisically. He wasn't too interested. He had heard of the pirates before. They were a bunch of thieves, but the things they stole were massive. They weren't the sort to steal from ordinary creatures. They had stolen from many high races and earned many enemies across the Geno universe. Due to the pirates being so powerful, amongst other reasons, no one could do anything to stop them either. Han Sen didn't want to be a thief. Even if Hire invited him sincerely, he wouldn't accept the offer. And on top of that, Hire always seemed to have an evil streak. Who knew what her true plans might have been? There was only one way to go after that statue, and after 8 miles of following it, they had yet to find a single other branch leading elsewhere. But they eventually heard the sound of water. It was similar to the noise of a big waterfall. They looked at each other and slowed down. They walked another 3 miles, and that was when the path widened again. There was indeed a waterfall. It looked like a galaxy in the deepest recess of the cave. The water sounds were very loud. Behind that waterfall was a silver statue. The waterfall came out from the statue's belly button. The statue's lower body was like that of a horse. The upper body was that of a human. It had the head of a bird, and it also possessed wings. It looked so strange. Did your elder tell you what xenogenics this statue might harbor? Han Sen asked Higher. Higher shook her head. I don't know. When he came here, he was heavily injured. He didn't touch the statue from earlier, so he could not have come this far. I am just like you right now, clueless. As they were talking, a silver monster emerged from the water beneath the statue. It climbed up the waterfall and entered the belly button of the silver statue. Chapter 2025 Silver-Winged Beetle. The xenogeniac looked like it had been made entirely from silver. It sort of looked like a trilobite. It was, however, 1 meter long. When Han Sen saw the trilobite-looking silver xenogeniac, he frowned. In his dream, he had not encountered this xenogeniac. Is it an ancient god xenogeniac that dream beast was unaware of? Han Sen remained in thought, not yet ready to take action. He killed the ghost face spiders so confidently because he knew what they were. But facing something unknown was dodgy, and he wasn't sure he wanted to take the risk. Do you know of this xenogeniac? Han Sen looked at Higher. Higher just shook her head. You should fire a shot into the water. Perhaps there are other silver xenogeniacs lurking within. Han Sen frowned. Without knowing what he was getting into, he didn't want to fire a bullet. Ghost face spiders weren't intelligent, so they were unable to discern where the bullets were fired from. It did not mean that the other xenogeniacs were the same, however. Attacking randomly, without caution, could put them in danger. They were bound by the powers that governed ancient god space. While that did not affect their strength, their speed was definitely lowered. Their reactions to danger would be much slower. They couldn't take unnecessary risks. After letting silence settle in for a bit, Han Sen moved his fingers. A red gas drifted out of his fingertips. A reaper appeared, clutching a red crystal scythe. It took off flying around the cave before heading for the pool of water near the waterfall. Higher looked at the red reaper with curiosity. She was used to Han Sen possessing all manners of tricks, but she was still interested in finding out what the reaper was capable of. When the reaper reached the water exploded. A trilobite-looking xenogeniac suddenly emerged, leaping up to consume the red reaper. The red reaper's reaction was fast, however, and it struck the creature's silver shell. The reaper was a powerful little thing, but all it did was leave a minor mark across the shell. It certainly couldn't break through it. Pang! 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 More silver xenogeniacs leapt out of the water. They were like cannonballs, shooting up towards the red reaper. The red reaper's scythe could not bear the brunt of such force, and one of the silver xenogeniacs was able to strike its body. Fortunately, the red reaper was made of smoke. After the silver xenogeniac broke its misty form, it was able to quickly recompose itself. But the silver xenogeniacs weren't going to give up, and they repeatedly tried to attack the red reaper. When a xenogeniac's jaws closed on the red reaper's scythe, the weapon was bitten off. Then, more and more silver xenogeniacs leapt up to bite the red scythe itself. Not long after, it had all been chomped and broken to pieces. The red crystal scythe was the strongest weapon that the red reaper had at its disposal. It was also its greatest weakness. Once it was broken, the red reaper would disappear. After the red reaper was destroyed, the silver xenogeneics started swimming around in the water like a legion of crocodiles on the prowl for human flesh. They have some very strong bodies. And not to mention their physical power. These things must rank amongst the best of earls out there. There are dozens of them, too. This will be tough to deal with, Han Sen said quietly. If he only had to deal with the silver xenogeneics he had seen so far, he wouldn't be afraid. But if the Earl ones were that powerful, then the power of a potential Marquise one would be unimaginable. Han Sen rested for a bit, then recomposed the Red Reaper. He sent it out to the water again. The silver xenogeneics weren't deep in the water yet, so the Red Reaper swooped down on one. And then, the silver xenogeneic sunk. The other silver xenogeneics started coming after the Red Reaper again. Han Sen turned his sniper rifle into a rocket launcher, then he mounted it on his shoulder and fired it at the Red Reaper. A group comprised of a dozen silver xenogeneics latched onto the Red Reaper's scythe, breaking it immediately, just as the rocket came. Boom! A white mushroom light exploded from the midst of the silver xenogeneic crowd. The strength blew each and every one of the xenogeneics away. But those silver xenogeneics' bodies glowed with a strange aura. They remained inside the fire, and the rocket's explosive power was unable to destroy their bodies. That is a powerful protection they possess. Not even spell can break through it. Han Sen complimented them. Why are you still standing there? Run. Hire said, before starting to run. The silver xenogeneics were traveling towards them really quickly, scrambling over the stones. Their speed was frightening. Han Sen did not move, though. He stood firm with his rocket launcher, then fired another rocket at the silver xenogeneics. This time, however, he had glazed the effects of turtle atop the rocket. Boom! A rocket exploded in the middle of the waves of silver xenogeneics. They had an aura around them, shielding them from the explosion. It also protected them from turtle, preventing the symbol from sticking on them. It had been blocked. Buzz! Before Han Sen could attack again, a silver xenogeneic flew out from that belly button. It looked like the first one they had seen in the water. This one had transparent silver wings, though. It was able to fly very fast. There were 4 or 5 of them flying out towards Han Sen, in total. They soon reached the front lines, soaring towards him. Han Sen did not fall back. He pulled out the blood feather knife and used his knife and sword power on the blade. Then, he slashed towards the silver-winged xenogeneic nearest him. The knife and sword power hit the silver-winged xenogeneic and activated its armor, but that scary knife and sword power was sufficient to break the auras and HEW the body of the silver-winged xenogeneic in half. Mutant xenogeneic Earl hunted. Silver-winged beetle, xenogeneic gene found. Obtained mutant silver-winged beetle beast soul. Han Sen was happy, but he didn't have time to stop and look at his new beast soul. He was running towards the nearest silver beetle that was coming his way. He killed one of the silver beetles that could not fly. Those silver beetles weren't mutant. They were just ordinary Earl silver beetles. While Han Sen was having fun killing the beetles, something screamed near the silver statue. There was a silver, glass-like monster coming out. Its body was over 10 meters long. Its head possessed a silver beard, and there were 4 transparent wings on its back. It was already before Han Senator a silver light came out of its mouth, moving much faster than knife lights and sword airs. Chapter 2026 Strange Scary Bug. Han Sen's body was hampered by both the sky heart locks and the ancient god space itself. His speed was very slow, but fortunately, his rabbit shoes weren't affected. He could still move with the speed of a duke. The moment he dodged the silver light, a gold ant pattern appeared on Han Sen's body. It increased his power. He slashed towards the silver, glass-like bug. Dong! The knife and sword powers came against the silver glass bug. A transparent silver light appeared. Han Sen's attack did not break the light at all. Han Sen was shocked. His body was like an ordinary marquise, and he had the Ant King Mark's buff. It shouldn't have been difficult for him to bring down a marquise. But his full-strength strike was unable to break the silver glass bug's armor. It was a scary thing to comprehend. Han Sen used the rabbit shoes and their speed to fight with the silver glass bug. He kept striking its shielding aura, but nothing seemed to work. The aura was far too tough, and not even his knife and sword powers could break through it. Han Sen was at a very bad disadvantage. Han Sen's speed was aided by the rabbit shoes, but Sky Heart Lock and Ancient God's Hampering were still in play. Under the pressure of this tough of a fight, he was starting to feel tired. His body was sore, and he felt awful. This cannot continue. Han Sen wanted to leave, and as he made the decision, he noticed Hire was already long gone. The silver glass bug was not slow at all. It kept chasing after Han Sen, spitting out silver light. Han Sen clenched his jaw and ran towards the waterfall cave. That was the only way to go back, and there was no place he could hide. He would rather take his chances in a wider space. The silver glass bug was flying. And so Han Sen flew like a phoenix to swoop around and strike its back while airborne. But the knife and sword power still couldn't break the silver armor. This was the first time Han Sen had encountered a Xenogeniac with extremely high defense. Han Sen believed it had to be a mutant Marquise Xenogeniac that was simply aligned with defensive attributes. Han Sen continued to fight, retreating all the while. He ran into the belly button of the silver statue. If he was going to run off, he was not going to run off empty-handed. He wanted to find the statue's beginning of Ancient God. He could not kill the bug, but he still thought that the beginning of Ancient God might be up for grabs. Luckily, the statue had many different paths to take. So, Han Sen used the unique geography to kite the silver glass bug around. It made things better, but it also cost Han Sen a lot of power. He was getting slower and slower as time went by. Since there were no other people around, Han Sen summoned his Dongxian armor. The Dongxian armor started absorbing the energy in the atmosphere to keep Han Sen fueled up. That way, he could keep on fighting and not wind up failing due to exhaustion. It looked like the Xenogeniac silver beetles he had encountered earlier were all there were. After he killed the ones on the outside, there were no more to be discovered on the inside of the cave. Han Sen kept heading down the same tunnel, and 2 hours later, he found the beginning of Ancient God embedded in a wall. It was a silver metal slab with an irregular, haphazard shape. There was a trilobite symbol on it, though, flashing with a silver light. Han Sen was pleased to have found it, and he ran over to it and pried it free. The silver glass bug was furious, and its desire to kill Han Sen was even greater now. A bug and a human were fighting inside that cave. Han Sen could not break its armor, and he was hit by the silver light a few times. The Dongxian armor was also slashed open in a place or two. Han Sen planned to wait until the silver glass bug had exhausted all its power. Perhaps by then, its aura would weaken too. But after fighting for 10 hours, Han Sen felt ready to fall apart. The aura of the silver glass bug, however, was still the same. It was too late for Han Sen's body to dodge the next strike. The silver glass bug's silver light pierced through him. Han Sen's body exploded like a water balloon. It was just a clone he had generated with Moon, though. And while the bug was distracted with the Moon, Han Sen took off running down a smaller passage. He used the Dongxian Sutra to hide his presence, and then he stopped moving. The silver glass bug was flying angrily around the cave, making horrible screeching sounds. After a while, the silver glass bug flew away from the cave. When it did, Han Sen emerged and started making his way back out from the way he had come. The silver glass bug was too strong, especially its silver armor. Unless he used Super Spank, he didn't think he could break it. Super Spank's power might have broken the armor, but it also might destroy the body completely. That would rob him of potential gains. If he wouldn't receive any benefits, Han Sen wasn't going to bother. Han Sen came out of the crevice, and he found Higher standing just outside. Han Sen switched to his spell armor. You run fast. Han Sen looked at Higher and smiled. Higher smiled and said, I am just a pirate. I am not good at anything else. I run fast to secure survival. I had faith in you, though. I knew you would come back alive. Han Sen sat on the floor. He was really tired. The weight of the Sky Heart Locks and Ancient God Space's force had hindered him quite a bit, and he was 10 times more tired than he should have been. He had almost exhausted his entire reserve of energy, just to make it out. Where do we go next? Higher asked Han Sen, sitting opposite him. I think our cooperation ends here. After this, we will go our separate ways and have no further engagement, Han Sen said. You are too cruel. We have defied death together. Hang on, you just left me to die. Don't try to butter it up, Han Sen exclaimed, stopping her. Higher rolled her eyes and said, how about I hire you to hunt xenogenics, then? I am not interested. Han Sen lay down on the floor and closed his eyes. Sweat was dripping from him and his muscles were all sore. Someone is here, Higher said suddenly. Han Sen sat up, and he looked in the direction that Higher was indicating. A few people were coming, but their faces could not be seen clearly. A bald head in their midst did stand out, however. Buddha. Han Sen was shocked. Run. I will see you again. Higher turned around and ran, forgetting all about her pleas for cooperation. She really is good at running. He felt poorly. He wanted to leave, as well, but he was far too tired. He would rather preserve his energy for a fight than run off. Chapter 2027 Trapped 5. The group saw Han Sen and approached him. One of them was a Buddha, and one of them had purple horns. He was a demon. The others were comprised of different races. In total, there were 6 of them. Amitba. Mr. Han, I cannot believe we have met here once again. The Buddha, seeing Han Sen, looked murderous. I didn't expect to see you guys here either. Han Sen sat where he was, not moving. He wanted to rest some more. You are Han Sen. The man of the demon looked at Han Sen with interest. Han Sen looked back at the man, guessing he was the Sharon that Higher had told him so much about. Unlike Lone Bamboo, Sharon was a born genius. He was far better than those of the same level, and he had apparently never failed at anything. He had learned all of his Geno arts quickly, and he had also been known to improve techniques and skills. That was why he was so good. Sharon was a rare person who possessed 2 Geno arts. He had studied the Demon Sky Demon Sutra and another mysterious Geno art. He had been buffed twice, so he really was quite strong. According to Higher, he made a gamble with every opponent that was of the same level. He had never lost once. He was expected to become deified, one day. Not bad. I am Han Senator. Who are you? Han Sen asked, looking at Sharon. He didn't care if it was Sharon or not, he just wanted to keep up the small talk so he could rest. I am Sharon of the Demon, Sharon answered. The Buddha next to Han Sen then said, Mr. Han, it looks like you've just been through a big fight. Is there an ancient god statue nearby? So what if there is? Han Sen answered. Did you get the beginning of ancient god? The people's eyes went bright as they kept checking Han Sen out. If I got it, would I still be here? Han Sen lifted his lips and gave the Buddha a disdainful look. I see. Then let's go for a walk, the Buddha said to Han Sr. Why would I lead you? Han Sen asked icily. That is not up to you to decide, shouted a member of their party. It had 6 legs, and its steel-like hands reached out to grab Han. Senator Green smoke rose from its hand and formed into a big claw. It was going to sink the claw into Han Sen's body. Han Sen did not move, though. He waited until the green claw had almost reached him, and then he pulled out blood feather knife and swung it at the green claw. The 6-legged person shot the knife a dismissive glance. He was a marquis, so he didn't take the Earl-class Han Sen seriously. He was still going to press forward with his attack with the green claw. Catcha! The power put into the blood feather knife was sufficient to lop the green claw off. And it didn't end there. The knife went forward to strike the 6-legged creature directly. The 6-legged creature did not expect an earl to be that powerful. It was too late for him to try to dodge the strike now. And then, his body was cut through at the waist. It went all the way, lopping him in 2. It didn't immediately kill him, though, and he kept screaming from the ground until the teeth powers finished him off. Everyone was shocked. No one underestimated Han Sen now, and they all looked at him with caution. But they didn't fall back. Instead, the rest spread out to encircle Han's senior. Teeth knife is strong, Sharon complimented. Killing a Yahoo like that is nothing, Han Sen said expressionlessly. Mr. Sharon, there is no use in talking with him. Let's take him down, the Buddha said. Sharon did not move, however. He smiled and said, I have heard Han Sen killed 7 spirit while in your heaven. Infinite Buddha, you should not get involved. He is such a horrible person. We should kill him without a second thought, Infinite Buddha said. It is still wrong to pawn off your work on others. Perhaps you should end this yourself. What do you guys think? Han Sen looked at the other creatures. Yeah. A few of them nodded. Infinite Buddha's face changed, but only for a second. And then, he said the Buddha catchphrase. Amitba. Then I will do it. After that, Infinite Buddha threw a slap towards Han Senator. A bunch of stars came out of his hand, flying towards Han Sen like a renegade solar system. Han Sen used his blood feather knife still, and he used Tusk to fight the incoming stars. But when the knife air hit the stars, it was like it actually entered space and disappeared into the void. Nothing was able to hurt the stars. Han Sen was shocked. Infinite Buddha was not as famous as 7 Spirit, but his skills were good. He shouldn't have underestimated the power of those stars that possessed space energy. The stars landed on Han Sen, and he still hadn't moved. He used blood feather knife to draw a circle. The star power was sucked into it. And then, Han Sen flipped over his hands. The circle drawn by the knife expelled the stars, launching them back towards Infinite Buddha. That was his reversing technique. Infinite Buddha's face changed. He shouted and summoned a lotus beneath his feet. He dodged the knife circle with stars, while throwing more stars back at Han. Senator Han Sen sat on a rock and drew some knife circles with his knife. He used Infinite Buddha's attacks to fight back. Infinite Buddha used a whole host of Geno arts, but nothing he did seemed able to break Han Sen's knife circle. He could not even make Han Sen move from the spot. What a powerful teeth knife. No wonder it is a cherished technique of the rebate. Fighting the Marquis Infinite Buddha as an earl. That is scary, said one of the creatures that was preventing Han Sen from escaping. It couldn't help but compliment his finesse. Sharon shook his head and said, Teeth knife is not scary. It is Han Sen who is. Yeah. Teeth knife is strong. Amongst the rebate, only Knife Queen can practice teeth knife to the same level. Han Sen is an outsider to them, and yet he learned a rebate exclusive skill to that proficiency. That makes him a scary guy, said a woman with dragon horns and black wings. Infinite Buddha realized that he was unable to kill Han Sen, despite Han Sen's obvious exhaustion. He looked enraged. His body started to glow, then transform into gold. It was not like seven spirits' four-faced eight-armed Buddha gold body. He was like an angry King Kong, with stars all around him. Chapter 2028 Infinite Galaxy. This infinite Buddha is a xenogeneic. It seems that there are many xenogeneics amongst the Buddha. Han Sen stared at Infinite Buddha, but he didn't move. Infinite Buddha looked like an angry King Kong. He put his hands together, and then, lots of stars began to fly together and form one large cluster. As the power built, the stars became brighter and brighter. Still, their sizes remained the same. And by the end, the stars looked like miniature suns. They looked very scary. The Buddha's infinite galaxy Geno art is powerful, but it takes too long to generate. Using it to attack Han Sen, who is not being offensive, is a good idea, Sharon said, with a laugh. The dragon lady also laughed, and she said, this time, Han Sen will have to move. No matter how powerful his empty white teeth is, there's still a limit. With Han Sen's power, he won't be able to return Infinite Galaxy's power. Yup. Infinite Buddha has not struck yet, and he is still generating power. Infinite Galaxy will only keep getting stronger. Han Sen definitely won't be able to return it, and trying to would only lead to his body being destroyed, said another person. Infinite Buddha's face was dark with rage. His countenance was scary to see. The power in his hands continued getting stronger, as if there was no end to its power. Han Sen did not strike, and the Buddha wasn't ready to unleash yet. He was going to generate enough of the Infinite Galaxy's power to secure a one-hit kill on Han Senator. He didn't care about the ways that Han Sen could be useful to them. Killing Han Sen to maintain his pride was far more crucial to him than letting Han Sen lead them somewhere. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another. Infinite Galaxy was getting stronger. Han Sen looked grim. He held his blood feather knife and stared at the light in his opponent's hands. But still, he did not move. He is still not moving. He really wants to face the wrath of Infinite Buddha's Infinite Galaxy, the dragon lady said with surprise. I am afraid he thinks he is able to, Sharon laughed. Infinite Buddha's hands were too bright for him to close now. He was on the brink of losing control. Infinite Buddha shouted and pushed his hands towards Han Senator. The light became a destructive wave that hurtled towards Han Senator. Han Sen stared at the light, which looked like a compressed galaxy. It contained an unbelievable amount of power. Not even a top marquise could face off against it. Han Sen waved his blood feather knife and created another circle. It was empty white teeth. You cannot return the power possessed by Infinite Galaxy. Infinite Buddha roared. It looked like Han Sen's behavior thus far had humiliated him. As Infinite Buddha roared, the light approached the knife circle. It looked like a solar system bearing down on an ant. It looked ready to explode. The knife circle was quivering, looking likely to break. Let me give you some advice. Never use something you cannot control, Han Sen said quietly. Then, the power in his body was unleashed. The power inside the knife circle was thrown back towards Infinite Buddha. Impossible, Infinite Buddha was shocked. Facing that power, he did not attempt to block it. Instead, he tried to run away. Boom! The power slammed into a boulder sitting on the ground. The shock wave was like a planet exploding. It destroyed everything within a few 100-meter radius. Infinite Buddha was unable to evade that explosion, and half of his body was hurt badly. He was brought down to the ground, bleeding profusely. Mr. Sharon. Are you not going to attack? Infinite Buddha wanted to stop his wounds from bleeding, but the purple knife air was spreading. It was ravaging his wounds. Sharon looked at Infinite Buddha and said, would strike, but in a capacity that has nothing to do with your own petty grievance against Han Sr. As long as you strike, the reason does not matter. Infinite Buddha screamed, looking frightened. It is a shame you are so badly hurt. And with the addition of teeth powers, I am afraid I cannot save your life, Sharon said, looking calmly upon him. That is fine. Just kill Han Sen. Infinite Buddha said, while coughing up blood. His body could no longer keep the teeth power down. In a few seconds, he was torn to shreds as if in the maw of a beast. Blood poured out of him as he died. Xenogenic Marquise hunted. Star King Kong, Xenogenic gene found. An announcement played in Han Sen's head, but he knew he couldn't just go and take Infinite Buddha's xenogenic genes. A creature that looked like a white tiger moved over and swiftly swallowed the corpse. The xenogenic genes went with it. And then, the creature stared at Han. Senator Sharon looked at Han Sen with curiosity. I did not believe that you dueled and came to a draw with Lone Bamboo, but now I most certainly do. He tied with Lone Bamboo? One of the other xenogenics asked in shock. News in Sky Palace was buttoned down, but the demons were not friendly with Sky Palace. So, they gleaned as much information as they could about things there. Sharon was the only one who knew about Han Sen and Lone Bamboo. Sharon laughed and said, during that exam, Lone Bamboo leveled up to being a Marquise. He was disqualified from the Earl exam, so there was no winner. If this man can fight Lone Bamboo in such a way, then he is not someone so simple. The dragon lady looked at Han Sen, now showing a greater interest in him. Sharon looked at Han Sr., it is a shame you are not a Marquise. Otherwise, I would very much like to fight you. Even if I gave you time to heal, I'd still beat you. I don't want to have to kill you right now, so you'd best lead the way. Han Sen smiled. I don't have a good temper. It might be easy for you to kill me, but even so, you won't get me to lead. Sharon frowned. The dragon lady laughed and said, then I shall make a bet with you. If you beat me, we will let you go. And if you lose, then you lead. Who are you? Han Sen asked, looking at the dragon lady. Chapter 2029 Dragon 13 Dragon 13 of the dragon lady said in a friendly manner. Dragon 13. Nice name, but this test is not fair, Han Sen said, trying to buy himself some time. Dragon 13 knew what Han Sen was doing, but she didn't call him out on it. She simply smiled and asked, what is unfair? If I lose, I have to lead you guys somewhere that I might die. And if I win, I only get to live. That is what's not fair, Han Sen said with an innocent expression. Dragon 13 was not mad, and so she asked him kindly, that is not fair. Then what would you suggest is fair? If I win, for my remaining time in ancient god space, how about you be my bodyguard? Han Sen suggested, raising an eyebrow at Dragon 13. Dragon 13 laughed and said, that's a good idea. I will be at a disadvantage, but that is okay. I agree to these terms of yours. Then that is the deal, Han Sen said seriously. Yes. Dragon 13 brought out a black, screw-shaped lance in her hands. The moment she grabbed the lance, Han Sen felt spooked. She gave him a strange feeling. And Han Sen could not feel her inside his Dongxian aura, so he was unable to determine her true strength. Dragon 13 held the screw lance, but she did not strike. She sounded confident when she said, I am not Infinite Buddha. If you wish to use empty white teeth to return my attacks, think again. Then what am I supposed to do? Han Sen laughed. Han Sen just wanted to buy himself some time so he could rest a little bit more. He did not actually expect Dragon 13 to reply. The evil breaker lance of the dragon can break any skill thrown against it. Your returning skill might work on other races, but it won't work on me. If you seek victory, use your own strength. I hope you do, Dragon 13 said calmly. Breaking all skills, you say? That is a bold claim to make, Han Sen said. Dragon 13 simply shrugged. If you do not believe me, use your empty white teeth and see if you are able to return my attack." After that, Dragon 13 attacked Han Sen. The lance became a line that was sharper than a needle. Han Sen did not make an attempt. Power that had been concentrated like that was not something he could have returned, even if she had not used a skill. Han Sen's rabbit shoes unleashed a burst of speed as he dodged Dragon 13's lance. His blood feather knife was aimed for her neck. Dragon 13 squinted. Han Sen was just an earl that was under the ancient god Space's hampering, and yet, he could be that quick. She was surprised. She was only a little surprised, though. Dragon 13 spun her lance, and the lance temporarily disappeared. When it showed up again, the tip was going to come into contact with Han Sen's throat. Han Sen frowned and jumped to the sky. He dodged Dragon 13's lance and used his blood feather knife. They kept swooping and flashing between the rocks. No one could accurately trace their movements. They fought for a whole minute, going by each other many times. The knife and lance did not touch each other. What is this knife skill? Teeth knife should not look like this. The White Tiger Marquise was in shock. That is not teeth knife. That is Sky Palaces under the sky. Sharon's eyes looked sharp. Under the sky. I have never heard of that before, the White Tiger Marquise said doubtfully. Sharon looked at Han Sen and said, "Under the sky was created a long time ago by a Sky Palace elder. Due to there being many flaws with it, they forbid the students from ever learning it. It seems to me as if that flaw has been fixed, but who might have done that, I do not know. What is so special about this knife skill?" White Tiger Marquise asked. "I do not know. I only know this knife skill is modified and derived from the textless book. Due to no one using this skill before, no one really knows how strong it might be. But, people who haven't learned the textless book should not be able to learn it. It is surprising Han Sen has learned Under the Sky, especially as he is an outsider," Sharon said. Han Sen used the speed of the rabbit shoes to fight Dragon 13. Han Sen did not know if Evil Breaker Lance had the power to break skills, but he knew that he didn't have that kind of strength himself. If he became a Marquise, he wagered he could give it a try. Dragon 13 was not as complex as Lone Bamboo. She maintained simple lance techniques and a simple focus on power. There wasn't much variety. But even so, the simplicity of the strikes was still very violent. She could use her power to drive them to the max. If Han Sen did not have the aid of the rabbit shoe's speed, and Dragon 13 was not mellowed by the force of the ancient god Space's power, then Han Sen would have already been hit. Dragon 13 is powerful. She is a shining example of pure bravery. Her lance conquers everything. Those of the same level must avoid her carefully. I am not a Marquise, and I am weaker, Han Sen thought to himself. Frighteningly, Dragon 13 was becoming bolder for some reason. Her speed and power were increasing, too. The rabbit shoes started to fail in keeping up with her speed. Han Sen was naive to think he could fight Dragon 13. She is the bravest of the dragons for sure. No one at the same level can fight her. And furthermore, dragons get stronger the longer they fight. The longer the fight lasts, the worse off Han Sen will end up, the White Tiger Marquise said. Sharon frowned and did not speak. He thought something was wrong, but he couldn't quite tell what it was. Han Sen suddenly retreated to gain some distance. Dragon 13, clutching her lance, tried to catch up with him. But her armor started cracking as if it was being hit by something. It kept getting cut. Dragon 13 stopped. She looked around and coldly said, "When did you leave this knife air around us?" "My first strike came while I was airborne. All this time, I have generated countless knife airs. You can't see them, but if you keep hitting them, you know what will eventually happen, yes?" Han Sen smiled. Combining Under the Sky's strikes with Moon's gentility, Han Sen had set up lots of knives in the air. They were like a mesh of puppet wires all around Dragon 13. They hung in the air, strands of invisible knife silk. Chapter 20:30 The Braves, a powerful skill. A very powerful skill, Dragon 13 complimented. She looked around, unable to determine where those knife heirs were hiding. That is too much of a compliment. Han Sen smiled. Dragon 13 continued on to say, don't be so happy too soon. Do you know why the dragon are called the bravest? I don't know. Han Sen had never heard this before. You will find out soon enough, Dragon 13 said, and then she spun her black lance. The lance became even sharper, until it turned into a light that fired towards Han Senator. Countless strands of knife silk cut into her armor. Cracks appeared all over her armor, but no blood seeped out. Han Sen could see that after the knife silk cut through the armor, her skin still looked crystal white. There was no evidence of a single wound. Han Sen was shocked by this. He gathered up more knife silks. They could break a Marquise-class armor, but they could not break Dragon 13's skin. She had a very strong body. Dragon 13 was like a warrior that was walking boldly over landmines. The landmines kept exploding, but they didn't hurt her body. She approached, completely unstoppable. Her lance mind was sharp. Dragon 13 came right before Han Sen, with a speed and power that had increased even more. Han Sen was quite exhausted by this point, and he couldn't evade her attack. Pang! Han Sen's forehead was pierced through, and his body exploded. Dragon 13 only realized then that she had destroyed a simple clone generated by Moon. Han Sen was already distancing himself. Her face did not change, though. Her lance became a line that attacked Han Sen again. That attack looked unstoppable, and it was born of bravery. Not even Han Sen knew what to do against that. So, Han Sen used his movement to dodge. But Dragon 13's lance was getting faster. And due to Han Sen being bound to the forces of the space, it was even more difficult to dodge. If they had both been marquises, Han Sen would not have been so afraid of her. But there was a whole tier separating them. There was a grand gulf of strength between them, as she was undoubtedly one of the top marquises. Pang! Han Sen got hit, and he was sent shooting through the sky like a star. He thudded into a stone wall and broke it. Han Sen, concede now. If I hit you 3 inches higher, you'd have been a dead man, Dragon 13 said grimly, coming over to the broken wall. But no answer was received. She frowned. Her face changed. Oh, no. The mountain has a crevice. He accepted my hit so he could escape through it. What an annoying man. Even in a situation such as this, he had an ulterior scheme. Sharon shook his head. Why are you still talking? Go catch him, and do not let him run off. The Marquis' white tiger roared, shattering the rocks around them. The crevice was revealed more clearly, and the white tiger went inside. Dragon 13 and Sharon went in, too. They were going to catch up with Han Sen, somewhere in the gully. Han Sen traveled through the tunnel quickly. His chest had a hole in it, but he was not bleeding. However, some evil power had entered his wound, and it was permeating his entire body. Dragon power is too strong. It is not like teeth power that could go on forever, but it is far too concentrated. It is difficult to push it out of my body. And I can't stop and take the time to get rid of it. Han Sen, clutching his wound, continued fleeing through the cave. The cave had many alternate routes. Han Sen had to find a place in which he could hide and get rid of the powers inflicted by the lance. Fortunately, his blood and bones were different than those of an ordinary being. If they hadn't been, the lance's power would have destroyed him. He ran through the caverns for a long time. He felt Dragon 13 coming, though, and this confused him. With the Dongxian aura hiding him, she shouldn't have been able to find him. Is it the lance power inside me? Han Sen thought, realizing the problem. If that power was still inside him, Dragon 13 would be able to track him down. But he currently did not have the time to get rid of it. If it was just Dragon 13 alone, Han Sen would have been willing to give it a shot. But Sharon and the others were marquises. It'd be difficult for Han Sen to take them all. Han Sen gritted his teeth, and he ran to the silver ancient god statue. If he couldn't shake his pursuers, he thought he might have better luck by employing the silver glass bug. Han Sen knew how to get there, and he eventually found his way to the ghost face spider statue. Then, he went behind it and down and through another cave. Not long after, Dragon 13, with Sharon and the others, arrived at the ghost face spider cave. They saw the sheep-headed ancient god statue. There is an ancient god statue, but it looks like someone has already claimed it, Sharon said, while looking at the ancient god statue. Han Sen ran into the ancient god statue. The beginning of ancient god should be on him. If we had known this sooner, we could have just gone and killed him. There'd have been no need for all this trouble. The White Tiger Marquis wanted to try. He headed toward the statue. Dragon 13 looked at the cave behind the statue and coldly said, Han Sen is not inside the statue. He went behind. Then keep up the chase. The beginning of ancient god is on him, Sharon said. It is lucky that you left the lance power on him. Otherwise, we'd have been thoroughly fooled. And if we had taken the time to search the statue, he'd have been long gone, the White Tiger Marquis said happily. Dragon 13 brought them to the cave behind the statue and continued chasing Han. Senator Han Sen kept running, but he was unable to find the strange silver bug. He came to that same waterfall as before, but still, he could not find it. Before he could think of what to do next, he felt Dragon 13 drawing near. He gritted his teeth and fled into the statue. The entrance was in the statue's belly button. Han Sen had only been in there for a minute when Dragon 13 reached the statue. Hey, there is another ancient god statue. But this one looks different. Is Han Sen here? The White Tiger Marquis was looking at the silver ancient god statue. He is inside the statue, Dragon 13 said confidently. How about this? 13 and I chase him down, while you guys wait out here in case he runs back out. Sharon spoke to White Tiger Marquis and the others. The White Tiger Marquis nodded. Sharon and Dragon 13 entered the waterfall and chased after Han. Senator Han Sen was starting to feel pain radiating throughout his body. The lance power was like a snake, slithering inside him. If he didn't flush it out soon, his organs would start to break. Chapter 2031 Sky Heart Lock opened. Not long after entering the silver statue, Han Sen heard buzzing sounds coming from close to the statue's entrance. Han Sen was familiar with this sound. It was the sound of the silver glass bug flapping its wings. He summoned spell in the form of a rocket launcher and fired it at the cave wall. After firing it, he didn't stick around to see the result. He just took the time to tuck himself into a narrower passage and hide his presence. The rocket exploded against the wall, and a loud noise echoed throughout the caverns of the statue's interior. Han Sen heard the buzzing get stronger, and not long after, the silver glass bug came to patrol the area. Dragon 13 must have heard that, Han Sen thought, as he kept himself hidden. Dragon 13 and Sharon did hear the noise. They did not know what had happened, but whatever it was would not make them give up the chase. Dragon 13 led Sharon in Han Sen's direction. As Dragon 13 drew nearer, the silver glass bug searched fruitlessly for Han. Senator when Dragon 13 and Sharon reached Han Sen's proximity, however, what they saw was the silver glass bug. The silver glass bug caught sight of them, too. With a squeal, it came charging towards them. Its mouth opened to spew silver light. Dragon 13, who was in the front, was quick to react. She raised her lance and thrust it towards the incoming silver glass bug. Pang! The lance and the silver light collided. The silver light was broken, but the lance that was sharper than a needle came against the silver glass bug's shield. The shield flashed in response to the strike, but it was unbroken. Dragon 13 was spent spiraling back 10 meters by what remained of the silver light. A mutant Marquise xenogeniac. Dragon 13's face paled. Kill it, Sharon said. Then, he drew a scimitar. With his sky demon powers, he used it to strike the silver glass bug. There was a dong noise as the sky demon power came against the silver glass bug's shield. The creature was unhurt, and the impact only knocked it back a small distance. Sharon and Dragon 13 attacked the silver glass bug together. The silver glass bug's silver shield kept flashing under the combined strikes, though, and it looked as if it might break. Dragon 13's lance was very effective when it came to piercing things. Her strength was focused on the tip of the weapon, where it could deal the most damage. The silver glass bug's silver shield might not withstand the repeated blows for long. I can't let them kill the bug. If they kill it, I am done for, Hansen thought to himself. He emerged from the small passage he had been hiding in, and with Tusk, he attacked Dragon 13 from behind. But Dragon 13 was quick to react to this sneak attack. Her screw-shaped lance quickly came against Hansen's knife air. They collided, and the knife air was almost penetrated by the power of the lance. Hansen expected this, however. He dodged the lance and attacked again. Then, he used Under the Sky. You deal with Hansen while I deal with the xenogeniac, Sharon told Dragon 13. Okay. Dragon 13 did not hesitate. With her lance, she continued to attack Han. Senator Hansen used the complex geography of the cave to evade Dragon 13's lance. He drew her deeper into the tunnel so he could separate her from Sharon. Dragon 13 was very confident. The dragon were known to be fearless, and she above all was worthy of the title bravest. She would never find herself scared by an earl. She knew full well that Hansen sought to separate her and Sharon, but she was more than fine with following him. The lance was like a needle, and she turned a few meter-thick wall into a pincushion. There was no point in Hansen's hiding behind any stone. The evil breaker lance was of the yang element. It was the opposite of something like moon. If Hansen had been a marquise, then the power of moon would have been able to break Dragon 13's body. But moon's knife silks were unable to damage Dragon 13. He was at a disadvantage, and Dragon 13 was making him fall back further and further. Hansen eventually failed a dodge, and it led to the lance piercing his shoulder. The lance left a hole in Hansen so small that it would have been difficult to find with the naked eye. But when the lance was inside Hansen, it drilled into his bones. It racked Hansen with pain, and he shuddered under its force. Hansen had failed to dodge because the effects of the first lance strike were still in his body. The strike had hurt his organs badly, and for a brief second, it made him freeze. Hansen, you have no chance. There is still time to concede. You will be permitted to retain your life, Dragon 13 said gravely. You took the words from right out of my mouth, Hansen countered. Why must you continue to be so stubborn? Give me the 2 beginning of ancient gods, and I will let you go. Otherwise, the 2 hits delivered by my evil breaker lance will only continue to break down your body. You have to get rid of the damage. Really? I don't think that is going to happen, Hansen said, but in reality, he was thinking about how he might be able to escape from the situation he had found himself in. With his powers, he could kill a marquise. But Dragon 13 was amongst the greatest marquises alive. He would probably require Super God Spirit mode to finish off Dragon 13. But there was the issue of Super God Spirit mode being a limited thing. He could kill Dragon 13, yes, but then he'd be left even weaker. And there were 3 more marquises, including Sharon, waiting for him. That'd have him in an even sorrier state. Han Sen was too tired already, and the effects of the lance were doing a number on his body. He could not keep going on like that. Whatever. I'll kill one of you first. Han Sen decided to use Super God Spirit. But before he could, his body suddenly shook. Something inside him broke. And then, he suddenly felt as light as a feather. It was as if he had been carrying a mountain on his shoulders, and now, he was able to relieve himself of that load. Han Sen's speed increased. He easily dodged Dragon 13's lance. The Sky Heart Lock has been unlocked. Han Sen was exuberantly happy. He had been carrying the weight of the Sky Heart Lock through his entire fight with Dragon 13. Now that it was gone, the true extent of his power could be unleashed. Dong! Han Sen cast many more knife silks upon Dragon 13, and this time, the bravest dragon body was riddled with wounds. Han Sen was so happy. The Sky Heart Lock was open. The speed and power he possessed increased. Dragon 13 frowned. Holding her spear, she said incredulously, "A Sky Heart Lock. I did not know you were carrying them as you fought. But even so, you cannot beat me." After that, Dragon 13's lance came towards Han Sen in a mad flurry of attacks. Han Sen kept swinging his blood feather knife, too. When they came against each other, Han Sen's body was sent flying. He came to a stop against a sturdy wall. "I told you. You cannot beat me." Dragon 13 kept moving, and she used her lance to attack Han Senator Kacha. The sound of something else breaking inside Han Sen's body sounded. The second Sky Heart Lock was broken. Han Sen dodged. He was like a shadow as he slipped around Dragon 13's lance. He was even faster than before. 2 Sky Heart Locks. Dragon 13's face went slack. Han Sen was a powerful earl. It was shocking to learn he was carrying even just 1 Sky Heart Lock. No one would have ever expected he might be carrying 2 of them. If she hadn't seen this for herself, she wouldn't have believed it. The idea that an earl could still fight her adequately while shouldering the burden of 2 Sky Heart Locks. It was unfathomable. Now Han Sen felt very light. His body felt great. With every step he took, it seemed like he could shoot into the air like a prancing fairy. The lance that had once seemed difficult to dodge was now easy to evade. He didn't feel any of the pressure he had felt earlier. He didn't feel as easily tired as earlier either. He was now active again. Dragon 13 frowned. Han Sen had unlocked 2 Sky Heart Locks. She felt as if she was not suppressing him anymore. The 2 of them moved fast, as knife airs came against the lance in rapid collisions. Han Sen's power was a little weaker than hers, but unlike earlier, he could now hold her off. While Han Sen was fighting Dragon 13, Sharon was still engaged in battle with the Silver Glass Bug. The Silver Glass Bug's silver shield was powerful. Sharon had delivered a few hundred strikes against it, but it had yet to buckle and break. Sharon frowned. He wanted to get this fight over with quickly. Dragon 13 had been gone for some time, and he couldn't help but feel as if something was wrong. His power changed, and a black light began to shine. It gathered up across his scimitar as he slashed the Silver Glass Bug again. The scimitar had done nothing to the silver armor earlier, but under this new attack, a crack was left across the silver surface. What powerful armor! It did not shatter, even with my demon dragon air. This guy's defense must be the greatest of all marquises. Sharon frowned, but his scimitar did not relent. He kept on attacking. Sharon was part of demon, but his blood had ties to the dragon. Aside from the Sky Demon Sutra, he had also practiced with their Evil Breaker secret. The Evil Breaker power he possessed was actually stronger than what Dragon 13 had. Even amongst the demon, it was a secret that Sharon harbored dragon blood. Sharon wouldn't use evil breaker powers on a whim. Now he was worried enough to use them without a second thought. He just wanted to kill the silver xenogeniac as quickly as he could. Sharon kept striking the silver glass bug's shield and making it flash. The armor was wreathed with more and more cracks, and it looked as if it'd break very soon. The silver glass bug lost its will to fight before long, and it sought to escape. It was unable to, as Sharon pursued it like a ghost. He kept attacking it with his scimitar. Dragon 13 continued chasing Han Sen, but she felt nervous. Even though she had the title of bravest, that did not mean the dragon were the strongest. And she felt as if she could no longer suppress the man who had just broken 2 sky heart locks. A cold light glowed within her, and her lance was like a dragon itself. Dragon 13, with the evil breaker lance, was firing on all cylinders. But when the lance pierced through Han Sen's body, she knew she had failed. Pang! Han Sen's body exploded like a balloon. It was just a clone. The real Han Sen was 20 meters away, smiling at her. Dragon 13 lifted her screw-shaped lance to attack Han Sen again, but Han Sen quietly told her, "If I were you, I would not move." Dragon 13 coldly humphed and ignored Han Sen's warning. She moved forward. Catcha! The sound of armor cracking played in Dragon 13's ears. Her armor was annihilated by the knife silks. But this time, the knife silks were able to cut her skin. Like strands of steel wire, the silks were unbroken. Han Sen waved his blood feather knife. It looked as if no power was being mustered, but the many invisible strands of silk twisted together to bind Dragon 13's body. As Han Sen waved the knife, he pulled them in closer. Countless silk strands tightened around her arms, legs, waist, and head. Dragon 13's body was tied up, suspending her in the air. Her armor eventually shattered into nothing but pieces. The knife silks were starting to dig into her skin. Her pale white body was covered in marks of blood, but the blood that came out was in stark contrast to the beauty of her pale white skin. D*MNU. Dragon 13 shouted angrily. Evil breaker powers surged out of her body to destroy the knife silks binding her. But the moment she got rid of them, more knife silks arose to take their place. They bound her again, and she could no longer draw closer to Han Senator. She hung in place. "It looks like you have run out of chances. It's still not too late to beg for your life, as I am willing to spare you." Han Sen was clutching his blood feather knife, staring at Dragon 13 who had been tied up. He said the same thing she did. Catcha! Catcha! Dragon 13's evil breaker power exploded. It snapped the knife silks, but using her body to break the ties that bound her caused her even greater wounds. She was bleeding profusely from everywhere. "The body of a dragon is strong," Han Sen complimented her. After Dragon 13 escaped from the knife silks, her eyes were burning. With her lance, she again tried to attack Han Senator, but just as she raised it to strike, the knife silks were back to tie her up like a doll again. Han Sen stood in front of her, but she could not attack. Every time she cut the knife silks, more arose to entangle her. She could not move at all. It is time to end this. Han Sen's blood feather knife was shrouded in a purple mist. The knife silks had a purple air, too. Endless numbers of knife silks cut Dragon 13's flesh. Purple mist seeped into her wounds. Teeth power. Dragon 13 looked pale. Teeth powers dealt more damage than her evil breaker powers did. There was no chance for any person to survive, once they were struck by it. And with the countless wounds already across her body, there was no hope of her escaping now. Her blood spread like flower petals. Her powerful dragon body could not hold strong against the countless wounds that were being ravaged by the teeth power. Her body was ultimately torn apart. Han Sen moved into a hidden passage nearby. There, he started to use his own strength to purge his body of the evil breaker lance's power. That power was strange. When it gathered up, it was like refined steel. If you were not strong enough, then you couldn't break it. But if you used too much strength, then it was possible for you to harm your own body. Han Sen couldn't get it out of himself. Han Sen did not have much time to think, though. He used his Dongxian aura to analyze the evil breaker power infection, and then, the evil breaker powers appeared in Han Sen's brain like a sequence. The moment Dragon 13 died, Sharon had been able to feel it. His eyes darkened, and his scimitar raged with even greater strength. He struck the silver bug's shield and broke its armor. The silver glass bug squealed and started to fly away. Sharon was no longer paying attention to it, though. Immediately, he turned and went for Dragon 13. Seeing Dragon 13's exploded body, Sharon looked murderous. He clutched his scimitar and ran towards Han. Senator Han Sen frowned. He had thought that without Dragon 13, Sharon would be unable to find him. It looked as if he had been wrong, though. Sharon was coming right for him. Han Sen did not know that Sharon had evil breaker powers, too. And Sharon could sense the force of the evil breaker lance inside Han. Senator Han Sen couldn't spend much time worrying about this, though. He used Super Spank to attack the evil breaker lance's power. He tried to break the sequence structure of the affliction, and he damaged himself a little in the attempt. Those two evil breaker powers crumbled into dust, though. Sharon was already in front of the passage. He turned a murderous glare on Han Sen and said, "The pain that 13 suffered will be returned to you, 1,000 times over." Then his black light flashing scimitar came striking at Han Sen, who was still sitting. Han Sen shouted, moved like a crane, and jumped out of the little passage. His blood feather knife blocked Sharon's black light. Dong! As his body was sent flying, Han Sen felt ripples of scary power from where the knife air and the light collided. He went crashing into a wall, and quite a bit of it fell down around him. You have combined Sky Demon powers with Evil Breaker powers. Han Sen gripped his chest in pain as he came staggering out of the rubble. You blocked my Sky Demon power that can never miss. You are very strong. Sharon looked even more murderous. The black light he wielded shone brighter at Han. Senator Han Sen used a few skills, but he still couldn't dodge Sharon's scimitar. He could only fight back, but his power was not as great as Sharon's. He was knocked away, and he uncontrollably heaved up blood in the air. Sharon's power was leagues greater than Dragon 13's. That was why he was the same as Lone Bamboo. He possessed both Sky Demon and Evil Breaker powers. Han Sen knew all about the Sky Demon powers, but even so, it was very difficult to dodge. Seeing Sharon attack, Han Sen did not hesitate to use his Dongxian aura. The knife and sword powers gathered across his blade. He saw the world as nothing more than a realm of sequence structures. The scimitar came against Han Sen's blood feather knife. The powers of Super Spank could break sequence structures. And with it, he was able to shatter the black light coming for him. The scimitar Han Sen's opponent wielded was reduced to dust. Sharon's face went pale, and he looked even more enraged than he had earlier. He stared at Han Sen's knife. Han Sen had broken the knife light and the knife sequence structure, but he had still been blasted back 10 meters. He hit another wall. There was still a large gulf of power separating the two. Good, good. It is no wonder you were able to fight Lone Bamboo. Of the Marquises, I doubt any have the ability to adequately fight you. You're the best earl there is, but today you meet me, Sharon. Sharon looked right at Han Sen as he spoke. Every word was pronounced with utter contempt, with a bubbling desire to rip Han Sen apart. The next second, Sharon's black light shone again. His purple horns turned black, and his body became 3 feet taller. His armor broke in his transformation, as his muscles bulged and became clad in scales. The bones in his back broke and spread apart, becoming black dragon wings. The nails grew to become sharp, blade-like talons. The strange glowing black was now covering his entire body. It was like he had been painted in a black light. Buzz! Sharon's strong body disappeared from Han Sen's vision. Han Sen did not have the time to react, and the enemy appeared in his face again. The blade-like talons pierced through his armor and flesh. The crystal-looking blood began to come out of his body in a stream as he was sent flying. Before Han Sen landed, Sharon appeared next to him. The talons came to strike his arm. Han Sen used his prediction abilities, combined it with super spank and his knife, and attacked back at Sharon's hand. But his vision was blurred, and Sharon disappeared once more. When he reappeared, his knee was striking Han Sen in his back. It sent Han Sen to the sky, up until he crashed into a stony ceiling. Pang! Sharon waved his talons, and his black light continued to shatter that ceiling. It punched a hole completely through. Sharon was in xenogenic mode. He had the blood of the demon and dragon. His power was scary, and even a duke would die under this onslaught. Han Sen fell down across the rocks, his body soaked in blood. His armor was on the precipice of destruction. Han Sen knew there was a power gap between the two, and it wasn't anywhere close. The difference between Han Sen and Sharon was like an ordinary earl versus an ordinary marquise. They were better than their levels defined them as, but the gap was still exceptionally wide. Even with the powers of Super Spank, Han Sen couldn't touch Sharon. He couldn't break his sequence structure. I won't have you die so easily. I will skin the flesh from your bones, and I guarantee that you will die in a far cruder and more painful manner than 13 did. Sharon's every word sounded like he was spitting a curse. He moved his body again and appeared in front of Han Senator. He was going to grab his opponent's body. Han Sen wasn't even able to dodge, let alone draw his knife. As Sharon's sharp talons swooped down to perforate his body, a white light suddenly appeared in Han Sen's eye. Chapter 20:34 God's Spirit's Glory. At that moment, Han Sen's body wrapped itself up in a white flame. He turned into a being of light and became a transparent force of energy. Sharon squinted against the sudden light. His hands and nails pierced through Han Sen, but he felt nothing. He couldn't feel Han Sen's flesh in the slightest. Han Sen looked like a god. His blood feather knife blazed down towards Sharon's head like a beam of light. Sharon's wings curled, and he disappeared as if he was teleporting. Han Sen's slash missed his body. But there was some movement in the air, and Sharon's body appeared again. He roared, and his hands turned into talons to strike Han Senator. The roaring demon dragon was operating at maximum power, and he attacked Han Sen with a technique that never missed. Han Sen did not plan on evading it, though. The demon dragon pierced through Han Sen's body, but it was as if he was just a hologram. The strike went through Han Sen without damaging him at all. Impossible. What is this power? Sharon was shocked. It seemed like Sharon had hit Han Sen's real body, but it hadn't worked. His strongest strike had done nothing. This is the power that will kill you. Han Sen moved in front of Sharon like a beam of light and slashed with his blood feather knife. He did not have much time. Super God Spirit mode would only run for a short while, and if he could not kill Sharon in that window, he'd be very dead. Boom! Sharon's dragon wings flapped, and again, he disappeared. Han Sen's knife had been unable to hit him. It seemed like Sharon was using a genuine teleportation ability, so there was no hidden movement to trace. But he could be followed if Han Sen's Dongxian aura could track and predict the energy he was using. You cannot kill me, Sharon said haughtily. I have demon and dragon blood, and I have breakspace powers. I can teleport freely as I choose, and your power does not belong to an earl. You cannot last long in such a form. Once your power has been exhausted, you will be dead. I am afraid you won't have that chance. Han Sen, looking like a god, waved his blood feather knife. Then, a white knife light was in front of Sharon. Sharon dodged Han Sen's knife light and appeared down another tunnel. He looked over to Han Sen with disdain. I told you. You cannot kill me. But the next second, Sharon's face fell. As soon as he reappeared, his body had been cut by an invisible knife light. There was a noise. His arm was detached from his body, sending out a cascade of demon and dragon blood. Throughout the entire cave, knife lights shone like a spiderweb. Wherever Sharon teleported, he was hurt by the lights. They savaged him, ripping off his limbs. You are strong, but you selected the wrong opponent, Han Sen said to Sharon, swooping over to slash his body. Sharon, who had lost all his limbs, tried to teleport away. But when he finished teleporting, countless knife lights tore through his body. They sliced his body into bits, sending blood and viscera spilling everywhere. Mutant xenogenic Marquise hunted. Demon dragon, mutant xenogenic gene found. Blurg. Han Sen fell to the ground. He looked like a human again, albeit one that was coughing up blood. Sharon had been as good as a Marquise could get. Without super god spirit, Han Sen would have needed to be a Marquise to fight him. Han Sen's super god spirit had allowed him to fight Sharon, but his body had still been pushed to the limits. And with the injuries he had sustained, there was no hope of him fighting again for some time. Fortunately, there weren't any other threats in the area. Any Earl could bring an end to Han Sen right now. Han Sen forced himself to stand up. He walked over to Sharon's shattered body and picked up a black dragon demon scale. Then, he left. There should have been 2 more Marquises about, as they had been following Sharon. But Han Sen did not know where they had gone. He tried to hide his presence to avoid meeting them, since he couldn't risk having to fight them. Encountering them would likely mean death. Han Sen tried to return to the sanctuary, but the ancient god space seemed to stop him from opening a portal that he could jump back through. And of course, Han Sen's body was too weak to teleport back. He walked away from the battlefield, but he wasn't able to get very far. He found a hidden cave, and in it, he settled down and focused on recovering. He ran a number of skills to try to speed up the healing process. Luckily, Han Sen's body was stronger than the average creature's. Jade skin and the Blood Pulse Sutra made his body stronger than a dragon's. If Han Sen became a Marquise, he'd be stronger than Dragon 13. I hope those 2 Marquises don't find me before I can fight them. Han Sen knew it was useless to think about this now, though. He initiated a countdown, then cast a Geno art to heal himself. The White Tiger Marquise and the other Marquise waited outside the statue, but they saw no sign of Sharon or Dragon 13. Eventually, they found the continued absence of their companions to be strange. They knew the power of Dragon 13 and Sharon's combined might. Those 2 could kill a duke, if they chose to. But they had been inside the silver statue for the longest time, and there was no sign of either of them. It made the pair remaining start to worry. The White Tiger Marquise used a sonic power to boom his voice down through the cave. No response was heard. Silence was all that followed. Has something happened to them? Bloodbird Marquise sounded worried. I don't think so. Han Sen is an Earl. He cannot beat both Sharon and Dragon 13. The Marquise White Tiger was worried, but he didn't want to believe it. Should we go and take a look? Bloodbird Marquise asked, with obvious hesitation. We should wait, White Tiger Marquise said firmly. If Sharon and Dragon 13 were safe, they would bring Han Sen out with them. If something happened to them, then it would be suicide for Bloodbird and White Tiger to go after them. The White Tiger and Bloodbird waited outside, and the longer they waited, the more worried they became. All they wanted to do was escape. Han Sen was still recovering his powers. He had been badly hurt, and he was very exhausted. It'd take a while for him to recover. Suddenly, Han Sen heard something crawling across the rocks. His heart jumped. He opened his eyes and saw the silver glass bug coming towards him. It stared at Han Sen with its silver eyes. Chapter 20:35 Danger. The silver glass bug's wings had been broken. There were knife marks adorning its body, and its shell had been battered to the point where its flesh was mostly exposed. It was gushing silver blood everywhere. This guy's life must have been a tough one for it to be so determined. Even in a state like that, it had come looking for Han Senator. Seeing the silver glass bug coming toward him, Han Sen couldn't help but raise a wry smile. His situation was even more dire than the silver glass bug's. He didn't have half the power he would need to fight a scary xenogeniac such as that. Blurg. The silver glass bug came over to Han Sen and coughed up silver blood. It looked like it was doing just as badly as he was. I say, brother. Since we are both looking like this, why don't we try to get along? We could just not step on each other's toes for a time. Han Sen was heavily injured, and he scooted backwards across the ground as he spoke to the silver glass bug. Han Sen did not know if the insect would understand him, but he didn't have many options. He did not have the time to fight, as his body was aching and his fingers were soft. The silver glass bug did not understand Han Senator. The jaws filled with saw-like teeth opened wide, and it came snapping at him. Han Sen could not do anything. He summoned a beast soul armor and put it on. He didn't have the strength to dodge the bug's attacks. The armor provided Han Sen a small boon of power, but it also took that same power to use it. He was so soft right now that he had absolutely no strength. There was no point in thinking about using the demon stone cow beast soul, as shape-shifting beast souls were quite taxing on the body. In Han Sen's condition, he could not afford to spend any more energy. The silver glass bug jumped on Han Senator. The monster's claws scrabbled around as it kept trying to bite Han Senator, but the beast was heavily injured, too. Its strength was low, and it could no longer use silver light. Its jaws weren't as strong as Han Sen expected, and when it latched onto Han Sen, its teeth could not penetrate his armor. All that was left were some light marks. Han Sen let out a sigh of relief. If the bug couldn't kill him while he was wearing that armor, he might stand a chance. The silver glass bug soon grasped the situation, as well. It gave up trying to gnaw through Han Sen's armor, and it grabbed Han Sen by the leg instead. Then, it dragged Han Sen away and into another cave. Han Sen did not know where the silver glass bug was taking him, but he had no strength to fight back. So, he decided to play dead and allow the bug to drag him deep into the recesses of the caves. He focused on trying to recover his body, hoping that he could at least regain enough strength to fight if the need arose. Earlier, Han Sen had hung around in the cave beneath the silver statue that held the beginning of ancient God. He had not traversed the entire cave system, however. Now that the silver glass bug was tugging him along, he soon found himself passing down tunnels he had never seen before. The silver glass bug marched forward relentlessly. The silver glass bug was heavily injured. It dragged Han Sen very slowly, and after half an hour, they both found themselves inside a giant cave. Han Sen heard the sound of running water, and he looked up to see a pool that had flowers in it. Han Sen glanced around. He thought he might have been dragged to the very bottom of the cavern system. The pool before him must have connected to the waterfall outside. He could still hear water sounds from there. The walls of the cavern were laced with vines. They were covered in leaves, but there did not seem to be any fruit. It was difficult to tell what type they might have been. The silver glass bug continued to drag Han Senator. Judging from the way it was going, the silver glass bug was dragging Han Sen towards the pool. It wasn't long before Han Sen realized something was wrong, though. The silver glass bug was heavily injured. It had opted to drag Han Sen all the way there instead of prioritizing its own grievous wounds. It had obviously brought Han Sen there for more than just a simple bath. What does it want? Why did it drag me to this pool? Does it want to drown me? Han Sen thought to himself as he eyed the pool. Han Sen was too weak to use his Dongxian aura, so all he had to rely on was his basic eyesight and hearing. But for the time being, he couldn't hear anything unusual. All he heard was the sound of water. But when he looked carefully at the pool, his face turned glum. Inside the pool, Han Sen spotted a giant black shadow. It looked like something had been hidden deep within the pool. Han Sen didn't know what that patch of darkness was. Perhaps it really was just a shadow, but when Han Sen took the silver bug's behavior into consideration, he determined that the pool was nothing nice. Han Sen tried to resist, but his body was weak. He could not pull his legs free from the bug's mouth, and he could not stop the bug from entering the water. The silver glass bug kept bleeding, but it insisted on dragging Han Sen to the pool. When it reached the pool's edge, it gathered itself and then lobbed Han Sen into the water. Han Sen struggled, but it was no use. He plunged into the water. When the icy water touched him, it jolted him awake. He felt a bit of strength return to him, and he tried to swim back to the shore. But the silver glass bug was standing guard at the edge of the water. When Han Sen got too close, the bug's claws flashed forward to whack him on the head. It sent Han Sen tumbling back into the pool. Han Sen tried swimming to another shore, but the silver glass bug was not willing to let him go. As soon as he grew close to land, the creature used its claws to knock him back into the water again. Han Sen had been on Dream Island for a long time, digging for gemstones underwater. He was good in the water, but he did not have any strength right now. Merely keeping himself from sinking was all that he could manage. If he fought the silver glass bug, he'd collapse after only a couple rounds. He was already struggling to breathe in the water, so he did not dare go too close to the shore again. The silver bug was afraid of something, though. That seemed to be why it was avoiding the water itself. It was still injured badly enough to remove its ability to fly. Han Sen did not go to the shore again, so it stayed where it was. It kept squealing at Han Sen, sounding very angry as it did. Han Sen tried his best to stay afloat, but when he looked down, he could not see much in the water beneath himself. The depths of the pool looked like a black hole beneath him. He could not see the shadow that he had noticed beneath the surface. He could not see anything, but he sensed something moving in the darkness beneath him. It seemed like it was rising, too, which made his stomach sink. Am I going to die today? Han Sen had a very strong will, but his circumstances filled him with hopelessness. He felt the shadow grow larger. Chapter 2036 Return Ruins. See, the silver bug clearly hated Han Sen, perhaps because Han Sen had stolen the beginning of ancient God. No matter how hard he tried to climb onto the shore, the bug would thrust him back into the water. The shadow was growing larger. Han Sen did not think it was just his imagination, and he earnestly believed that something was rising toward him from the depths. Han Sen wanted to live, so he scrambled toward the shore again. But he was too weak, and he was physically unable to climb up. Boom! The water exploded into a fountain as a giant monster's head appeared. When it opened its mouth, Han Sen was as small as an ant in comparison. Water rushed toward the gaping maw, and Han Sen was pulled in with it. He found himself falling into a strange place that was as big as a house. Am I in the monster's stomach? Han Sen fell into a strange liquid, and to his shock, he saw that it was corroding his armor. His Marquise-class soul armor had strong defenses, but after being coated with that substance, the armor was already fizzing. The corrosive was very strong, and it wouldn't be long before the armor was completely destroyed. He thought that, at best, his armor would buy him 10 minutes. The walls were black. Hansen swam to them and tried hitting them, but it felt as if he was striking rubber. His fists bounced off without leaving a single dent. Hansen did not know if it was because he was too weak or if the creature was too high of a level. Either way, it had a strength that he just couldn't overcome regardless. He couldn't bring down the walls, and the way back up had been sealed. Hansen was soaked in a highly corrosive liquid. Things were getting dire. The soul armor was plumes of bubbles as it fizzed. It was being corroded at an alarming rate, and it'd soon break. Hansen knew that there was no way out. His only hope was to regain some energy while he was in the substance. The soul armor was breaking down too quickly, though. It was on the precipice of breaking. So, Hansen took a deep breath and returned his soul armor. He used the dregs of his strength to cast Petrify, turning his body into stone. Now, he had nothing left to do. Life or death was now at the whim of destiny. Petrify could turn Hansen to stone, but it wasn't very strong. There was a difference between it and the defensive petrification Geno arts. The liquid was strong enough to melt the soul armor of a marquise. He did not have much hope of Petrify seeing him through the ordeal. He only made the attempt because he couldn't think of anything else. The liquid surrounded his stone body, but surprisingly, his petrified body was not corroded. He slowly began to sink to the bottom. Hansen could only cast the story of genes. It was the sole Geno art he could make use of while using Petrify. Time went by, and the liquid churned around Hansen continuously. He did not know what the monster was doing, and he did not know where he was. But to him, right then, it did not matter. On an island in Return Ruined Sea, there was a collection of the dragon assembled. They looked like humans, but they had dragon horns. They were in the process of conducting a strange ritual. They threw the xenogeniacs they had killed into a pool on the island. They mumbled something to the pool, but it wasn't clear what they were saying. "Father, we've gathered such a small amount of food. Will it be enough to satiate the dragon god?" A little boy, with red dragon horns, asked his father. "Maybe." The father had to force a smile. Return Ruined Sea was one of the xenogeniac spaces that belonged to the dragon, but it was not a primary one. The dragon there was only one part of the greater dragon host. Their blood was not that pure. Return Ruined Sea was like a training ground for the dragon. The impure dragons were often sent there, and only the strongest of them were taken seriously by the dragon. Those who proved their power were taken away to become proper dragons. The dragon on that island had mixed blood. The pure dragon had dragon horns and wings, but the people of that island only had horns. They were making sacrifices to something they called the dragon god. They gave it food because whenever the dragon god came there to eat, it would leave behind dragon scales. They were items of great importance to the dragon. But the dragon god ate a lot, and these dragons were not strong. They could not hunt many xenogeniacs, and so they could not offer much of a bounty. They were worried about whether or not the dragon god would even like the food. If the dragon god was not fully satisfied, he would not leave them scales. That was assuming that he'd even eat at all, if the stuff was not to his liking. The dragon were all very worried. The corpses inside the pool had dyed it red, but soon enough, the pool began to produce bubbles. Everyone stared at the water nervously. Boom! The red pool exploded, as a giant beast opened its maw and swallowed up the meat. The dragon kept throwing food into the pool, and the dragon god xenogeniac consumed everything it was given. Its maw was like a bottomless pit. The food that fell into it just disappeared, and the beast had a stomach that seemed infinite. Quickly, they threw the last of the xenogeniac meat they had into the pool. Everyone looked at the dragon god, wondering if they had satisfied it. They did not know if it would leave them dragon scales. The dragon god ate all the food, and when it was done, it roared to the sky. It made the entire island vibrate. The water for dozens of miles around was thrown into wavy turmoil. After it roared, it returned to the water and disappeared. Everyone was shocked, but after a while, their expressions turned to depression. They hadn't given the beast enough food. Thankfully, the dragon god hadn't eaten the assembly, but it also hadn't left them scales. But as the dragon lowered their heads in exhaustion, the sound of thrashing water was heard once more. It sounded as if something was splashing its way out of the water. They quickly raised their heads again, and what they saw made their eyes widen. There was a silky smooth man coming out of the water, clutching a white feather knife. They all stood motionless, unsure what was happening. Something alive had come out of the dragon god. It was like a fairy tale to them. Chapter 2037 Spiky Turtle. Han Sen did not want to remember how he got out of the monster's stomach. After sloshing his way out of the water, he flopped onto the shore, gasping for breath. Then he raised his head and looked around. A dozen people were standing in a huddled group, simply staring. They looked like humans, but they all had dragon horns. There were men and women, young and old. It took Han Sen 3 seconds to realize he was naked. So, he quickly summoned his spell armor and pretended nothing had happened. The weather is good today. Are you guys here for a bath, as well? He asked casually. The first thing Han Sen learned was that 2 days had passed. Han Sen was curious about the dragon god. It was a xenogenic creature that could travel from the ancient god space to the return ruined sea as it pleased. That was a powerful ability for it to possess. Han Sen was glad that he had been able to survive getting swallowed by a creature such as that. He was quite lucky. The dragon were talkative enough, and Han Sen soon came to understand their situation. Return Ruined Sea was similar to Planet Eclipse. It was a place inhabited mainly by xenogenics. It was larger than Planet Eclipse, though, and there were many of the dragon there. The dragon weren't able to breed between themselves all that much, and pure dragons were quite rare. So, many of the dragons sought to reproduce with members of other races. It was difficult to determine if any particular set of mixed genes would be a good thing, so the mixes were usually sent to places such as Return Ruined Sea, where they could grow. When they grew strong, they would be taken back to the other places occupied by the dragon. There, they could officially be considered part of the dragon society. There was a family on that island whose blood was neither pure nor strong. The strongest member of the family was the granddad, who had managed to become a marquise. Because Han Sen was not a xenogenic, they had no reason to be hostile to him. Killing him would be pointless. Plus, Han Sen had come from the dragon god pool. They did not know who he was, and they did not know if he was strong. When they asked Han Sen for his name, he did not give his real one. Han Sen didn't know how much time had passed while he was in the creature's stomach, and he didn't know if they had heard about Dragon 13's death. The last thing he wanted to do was risk exposing himself, so he gave them the name Sanmu. He was a crystallizer, and the dragon god had delivered him there, somehow. Han Sen left out the part about being swallowed, of course. He said his fate was tied to the dragon god, and that he was, for all intents and purposes, a chosen one. He had been getting chased by xenogenics in a distant place, and the dragon god had chosen to save him. The dragon god allowed him to ride on its back until it brought him to Return Ruined Sea. Since he was lying so much already, he went a few miles further. He claimed that the dragon god obeyed him. When the family heard this, they were frozen. They did not know whether or not they should believe him. After all, Han Sen appeared right when the dragon god had emerged from the pool. He must have had some connection to the dragon god, since the creature had not eaten him. The family treated Han Sen well, and he was able to learn a good deal of information from them. What disappointed Han Sen the most, though, was the fact that there were no high-tech items. And the dragon had established a rule there, saying that they had to reach the level of Duke before leaving Return Ruined Sea. There was one other way to leave, however. If they had enough talent, they could go to the planet's dragon headquarters. If they were given approval, they could be allowed to leave, even at a low level. Then they would be transported to one of the dragon homeworlds. The dragon are strange, and so very cruel to their own. Han Sen was deep in thought. Since he had no way of contacting Sky Palace or the rebate, he didn't want to go through the right channels and risk exposing himself. He couldn't figure out a way in which he could leave there. Still, Han Sen was not very worried. He could still go back to the sanctuaries, and the xenogeneics in Return Ruin Sea were better than those that could be found on Planet Eclipse. It was a good place for him to be. I need to find a way to leave. If the dragon find out that I'm here, that could turn out poorly. Han Sen sat on the shore, trying to think of a way in which he could leave Return Ruin Sea. He was there for half a month, but still, he could not figure out a way off the planet. Sanmu. Sanmu, as Han Sen was thinking, a little red dragon boy came running towards him. Little Rock, what's wrong? Han Sen asked the little boy. The little boy was called Long Yen. He was the youngest of the dragon there. Spiky turtles, so many spiky turtles, Long Yen was gasping. What's a spiky turtle? Han Sen asked. You will know if you follow. Long Yen tugged at Han Sen, directing him to the other side of the island. Long Yan's family was standing next to the shore. They looked out to sea in worry. Han Sen followed the direction of their gazes and saw something dark approaching the island. With Han Sen's vision being what it was, he could tell that it was a swarm of black sea turtles. They were each the size of a stone mortar, and their numbers were countless. Old Mountain, what are these sea turtles? Han Sen asked the oldest person there, whose name was Long Shan. Long Shan's face looked grim. They are the xenogeneics known as spiky turtles. Ordinary turtles of their variety are viscount, but in a group like, there is bound to be earls, marquises, or perhaps even some dukes. They live in the sea, and during mating season, they come to the shorelines. The spiky turtles usually head to the north to mate, so we don't encounter them. This time, however, they did not go to that turtle island. They came here. Will they attack us? Han Sen asked. Of course they will. They are so cruel. Especially when they want to breed. Our island is too small. If this many spiky turtles come, we will have nowhere to hide, a dragon lady named Long Shenju said worriedly. Old Mountain, what are you going to do? Han Sen asked Long Shan. If these were just ordinary spiky turtles, we could likely deal with them. In fact, such a thing would be good for us. But I fear there are many higher-level spiky turtles in their midst. If we are to escape, the nearest place to get to would be Turtle Island. Perhaps there are more spiky turtles there, though, Long Shan murmured. While they were talking, many spiky turtles were arriving on the shore. They crawled up the sand with their spiky black shells. They looked scary, like a number of moving castles. Chapter 2038 Dragon Pool Island in the middle of the sea, a green leaf was afloat on the water. It bobbed gently as the ocean swells moved beneath it. A dragon man and woman were riding the leaf like a boat. The man sat comfortably, appreciating the sea. The woman stood on the front of the leaf, holding a paddle. Every time she pulled the paddle through the water, the leaf would move about 100 meters forward. It was going against the tide. 15. I do not know why you are spending more time in Return Ruin Sea. This is a small matter of business that your subordinates can deal with, the female dragon said as she paddled. Dragon 15 casually responded, something strange has happened in Return Ruin Sea. Since we're already here, this might be a worthwhile diversion for us. After that, Dragon 15 looked over to the large host of spiky turtles and said, with its abundance of western gold air, Turtle Island is an ideal breeding spot for the spiky turtles. But this season, none of the turtles are headed there. They are traveling south instead. Something must have occurred. But we could not find anything amiss on Turtle Island, the dragon lady said. Maybe it is not the Turtle Island that has a problem. Perhaps there is something else that is more enticing for them than Turtle Island, Dragon 15 said. 15. What could draw them away? The dragon lady asked. Just go and take a look. Dragon 15 smiled. The dragon lady kept paddling, bringing them towards the turtle swarm. The spiky turtles are headed for an island called Dragon Pool. It is just an island that uses a dragon pool. What's so special about it? Dragon 15 sounded surprised. The island has a deep pool in which a king-class dragon creature resides. Every few years, it emerges to feed. In doing so, it kills many nearby xenogeniacs. Some dragon kings came here to look for the creature, but they never found it, the dragon lady said. Dragon 15 saw the island, and with a look of surprise, he said, Our people are on Dragon Pool Island. The dragon lady followed his gaze, noticing Long Shan and his family. 15. These are just a small subset of those in Return Ruin Sea. They seem weak. There is no way they can survive the coming of the spiky turtles. Should we help them? There is no rush. Let us observe for now. After all these years, we aren't getting many useful dragons from this planet anymore. Now we have a chance to see how strong they are, Dragon 15 said, his voice unconcerned. Yes, the dragon lady answered. She put down her paddle and let the giant leaf drift. The sea was rough, but it wasn't bad enough to drag them too far off course. Because Long Shan's family wasn't prepared for the arrival of the spiky turtles, fleeing wasn't an option. Long Shan could escape by himself, but his family would never make it. Sadly, because they had no pure blood, they did not possess dragon wings. If Long Yen could fly, they could all easily avoid the spiky turtles. Get ready to fight. Long Lon, protect Little Rock and the others, Long Shan commanded. The spiky turtles found Long Shan, and they made strange squeals as their eyes turned red. Their black spikes glistened, and their legs moved rapidly as they sprinted toward him. An adult dragon roared. He released a draconic presence as he moved to strike one of the spiky turtles. The draconic presence struck the turtle across its back. The blow hadn't killed the turtle, but it had sent a web of cracks across the turtle's shell. Han Sen was surprised to see that an Earl Dragon's attack could not kill a Viscount Spiky Turtle outright. Dragon 13 had been the same race as these people, but Long Shan and his family were all considerably weaker than she was. Also, they did not seem to possess evil breaker powers. Their powers were those of an average Earl. Furthermore, the spiky turtles had surprisingly sturdy shells. The Dragon Earl had to punch the shell 3 times to kill the Viscount Spiky Turtle. More spiky turtles came towards Dragon Pool Island. Long Shan and the others fought hard. Han Sen used his jade skin to fight alongside them and slay the turtles. Han Sen used a strip of leather to wrap up his blood feather knife. The weapon was too famous, and it'd be easily recognized. The sight of it could expose Han Sen's true identity. There were too many spiky turtles, though, and killing them proved impossible. In the time it took them to kill a single turtle, 4 more would arrive on the shore. At first, there were only Viscounts spearheading the beach assault. The Earls soon appeared. That increased the pressure on the defenders, and they soon had to fall back to the mountains. When the first Marquis Spiky Turtle appeared, everyone looked utterly terrified. Long Shan had to step forward to fight it. Other than Long Shan, their strongest fighters were all Earls. Given the strength of their attackers, the battle was becoming increasingly dire. Long Yen and the other young dragons were being protected by their mother Long Lon as they retreated back into the mountains. Han Sen punched any turtle that came within range. The light of jade skin could break their bodies fairly easily. In his head, announcements played over and over. He was keeping a low profile, though, so he made sure not to kill too many. He only stepped forward to help the dragons when one of them was in danger, and so far, none of them had been seriously injured. Those mixed dragons were far too weak. They could not kill a Marquis spiky turtle, not even in a one-on-one. The dragon lady stood atop the leaf and watched. Dragon 15 was watching the fight, too, but he did not focus on Long Shan. He was observing Han Sr. How many outsiders are there in Return Ruin Sea? Dragon 15 asked unexpectedly. I do not know. There can be a lot of outsiders, and they often interbreed with the dragon. Hence their heavily mixed blood, the dragon lady answered. Are there any higher races? Dragon 15 asked. There are some of the higher races, such as the Ghana and Feather, the dragon lady said after a moment of thought. Any powerful crystallizers? Dragon 15 asked. The crystallizers have been wiped from history. There aren't many of them left. I have never heard of a powerful one residing here, at least. The dragon lady shook her head. That is interesting. Why has a crystallizer appeared here, of all places? Dragon 15 watched as Han Sen continued to fight. Chapter 2039 shows Han Sen had noticed Dragon 15 and his maid, so he kept his power in check. He didn't behave in a way that would draw particular attention, but Dragon 15 could still see he was worth watching. Han Sen's wounds had almost healed by this point, and so he could fight almost like usual. But this place belonged to the dragon, and he couldn't leave it freely. If his identity was exposed, then he could be trapped there. Suddenly, a roar came from the sea. A spiky turtle the size of a tank came lumbering up the shore. The defenders' faces went pale. Long Shan could deal with one Marquis-class turtle, but the family didn't have anyone strong enough to handle a second one. When the Marquis-class turtle came onto the island, it immediately headed for the battle on the mountain. Long Lan looked pale. No one could stop that shiny, Marquis spiky turtle. Han Sen frowned. The two dragons were still not going to help. It looked as if they did not care about Long Shan's family at all. Han Sen knew that he had already exposed himself, anyway. The dragon man had been staring at Han Sen the whole time, so there was no point in attempting to hide any longer. Han Sen had been staying with Long Shan's family for 2 weeks, eating their food. He didn't want to just watch them die now. He did not hesitate, he went straight for the Marquis' spiky turtle and punched it. Long Lan was currently protecting the kids, and she looked desperate. The adult men were preparing to block the attacker, but a jade light suddenly shone on the spiky turtle. The spiky turtle slowed down. A shadow appeared in front of the turtle, punching it continuously with fists that slammed into the turtle like meteors. That cruel Marquis turtle looked like it was in slow motion. It was even slower than an ordinary turtle. San Mu. Long Lan and the others were delighted. Long Yen shouted in joy. Han Sen could not kill the Marquis-class turtle, but he attacked it steadily. He went to the Earl turtles and slowed them down as well. Even the other Marquis turtle, the one that Long Shan was fighting, was slowed by Han Sen's punches. For the first time in the fight, Long Shan had the advantage. Long Shan's family was very happy, but they had no time to celebrate. They still needed to focus on the turtles, especially those with the turtle symbol upon them. The dragon lady on the leaf noticed how powerful Han Sen was and raised her eyebrows. That crystallizer's xenogenic genes are strange. That is such a powerful speed reduction. It is not just a speed reduction technique, Dragon 15 said quietly. The dragon lady started to respond, but then she saw another green leaf come floating by. On that green leaf stood a person with a human upper body and a snake lower body. It was one of the Ghana. The leaf was moving by itself, and it drifted over in front of Dragon 15. Xios, why are you in Return Ruin Sea? Dragon 15 looked at the Ghana woman strangely. Xiao smiled and said, "Don't you want to see me?" Dragon 15 laughed and said, "I was just joking. Seeing you is an absolute pleasure, but don't you have business to attend to in Dragon Palace?" Xiao looked at the fight on Dragon Pool Island, her eyes alighting on Han Senator. She smiled. "Dragon Palace is boring, and you are here, 15. I wanted to come and see you, but I did not expect to find something else so interesting." "What do you mean?" Dragon 15 pretended to be surprised. "This island possesses a strange life force. I can't tell what it is exactly, but it has certainly attracted many of the spiky turtles to it. Something fascinating must reside there." Xiao paused. She then looked at Han Sen and said, "And for an elite like him to appear here? That is not a coincidence." Dragon 15 looked shocked, and he said, "Really? You don't have to pretend you didn't know," Xiao said gently. Dragon 15's expression turned serious. "If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have guessed that. I'm here to investigate a strange incident in Return Ruin Sea. I didn't come for this island." "Then what are you planning to do?" Xiao asked, her smile widening. In a hard voice, Dragon 15 said, "This is a region owned by the dragon, and I cannot allow things outside of our laws to continue." Xiao smiled. It sounded as if he was referring to Han Sen, but it was also a warning for her. On Dragon Pool Island, Han Sen killed 2 Marquis spiky turtles. Long Shan and the others killed some turtles, too. But the spiky turtles were still coming to Dragon Pool Island. Then, another 2 arrived. Luckily, Han Sen was there. If he hadn't been, the entire family would have been eaten by the turtles. Han Sen killed another spiky turtle, and then he started to frown. Something was wrong with how the turtles were moving. The turtles did not seem to be going after them specifically. Once they arrived at Dragon Pool Island, it looked like they were going straight for the dragon pool itself. Han Sen did not know much about the dragon pool. When he arrived, he was already in the pool. Once he had gotten out of it, he had never bothered returning to it. The turtles seemed quite interested in the dragon pool, however. Many of them were ignoring the fight entirely. Seeing how many spiky turtles were headed for the dragon pool, Han Sen thought, even though the dragon god is gone, its presence still remains. Why do these low-level turtles want to go there? As Han Sen was thinking about this, a giant wave rose from the sea. A large black body was coming out of the water. It was a huge spiky turtle. Its body was like a castle, and the spikes on its back were like ancient cannons. The mere sight of it was terrifying. "Is that a Duke-class spiky turtle?" Long Shan's family froze. This was far worse than they had expected. "We will go to the western beach," Han Sen shouted at Long Shan and the others. Then, he used his turtle spell to slow down the other Earl turtles. Long Shan and the others followed and Han Sen to the western beach. Chapter 2040 Entering the Dragon Pool again. With Han Sen leading, Long Shan's family arrived safely upon the western beach. Many spiky turtles covered the beach, but there were no giant ones among them. Han Sen's assumption was correct. When they put some distance between themselves and the giant spiky turtle, the creature no longer targeted them. It was now headed straight for the dragon pool. As the Goliath crawled forward, the entire island shook with every step it took. However, much to the horror of Long Shan's family, more and more giant spiky turtles were on their way. About a dozen spiky turtles were headed towards the island from various directions. Wave upon wave of Marquis and Earl-class turtles also swarmed up the beaches, and they swiftly overran the island. Han Sen guided Long Shan's family to avoid every Duke-class turtle they could see, but there were too many. In the end, they came face to face with one. The cannon-like spikes on the turtle were gleaming, and they spewed black smoke into the air. The turtle gave a rumbling grunt, and the spikes shot out a strange black light. It was like a cannon firing. Then Senator Han Sen jumped up and punched the giant turtle's back. It was too big to avoid the blow. Han Sen's attack drew its attention, and the giant turtle's spikes continued to fire at him. Han Sen continued to harass the turtle, but his power was insufficient to strike back and break its shell. Instead, he drew the monster away in order to save Long Shan's family. But judging from how the situation was unfolding, if more giant turtles showed up, there would be little Han Sen could do to help them. More and more waves were crossing the sea as more giant spiky turtles revealed themselves. But the next giant turtle they saw was different. Sitting on its head was another turtle the size of a dinner plate. That spiky turtle was the smallest of all, but it also looked different. Normally, the spikes of a spiky turtle looked like the spikes of a hedgehog. But that plate-sized turtle's spikes were diamond-shaped. The entire shell looked like it was made out of a shining black diamond. Wherever it went, all the lesser turtles avoided its path, even the Duke's spiky turtles moved away. There is a king-class spiky turtle in Return Ruin Sea. Dragon 15's lady shouted. Dragon 15 and Xios were in shock. They knew there were king-class xenogeniacs about, but they did not expect this. It was extremely rare for low-tier xenogeniacs to have a king class in their ranks, as it was usually too difficult for them to nurture one. It was like a cat evolving into a tiger. Such an evolution was so difficult that it was practically impossible. The spiky turtles kept heading for the dragon pool. The dragon pool itself was not too big, and it would only take one giant turtle to fill up the entire thing. Even so, many of the giant turtles were now entering, and the water in the pool was not rising. It seemed as if the pool was bottomless. The black diamond turtle screamed, spurring the other turtles to hurry into the pool at an even faster pace. The giant turtle fighting Han Sen abandoned the fight and went for the pool. Long Shan lost his opponent, too. The black diamond turtle's scream drove them all into a frenzied rush for the pool. Even if Long Shan crossed the turtle's path again, the beast would ignore him. Are those turtles feeding themselves to the dragon god? Long Yen asked curiously as he watched the turtles. Long Shan did not speak because he could not answer. They knew the dragon god sometimes appeared in the dragon pool, but they did not know where the creature actually came from. Neither did they know what was at the bottom of the pool. Little boy, can you tell Big Sis about the dragon god you mentioned? Asked a woman with a soft voice. Long Shan looked over, and he saw a pretty woman with an attractive human upper body. The lower body was a snake's tail. The Gunna woman stood next to Long Yen, and she smiled as she stroked his head. Long Shan was a marquise, and yet he hadn't noticed when she arrived. Long Shan started to say something, but he noticed another man and woman who were also standing there. They had horns and dragon wings, meaning they were pure dragons. Long Shan and the others had never met Dragon 15 before, but they recognized pure members of their race. They all bowed quickly. Dragon 15 signaled them to rise. What was the dragon god he just mentioned? Long Shan told them the story of the dragon god. Dragon 15 frowned, then he asked, did the dragon god drop any dragon scales? Sir, we did not offer it enough of a sacrifice this time, so it did not provide us with any. And furthermore, we refined the last ones it gave us. Long Shan spoke with fear in his voice. He was worried that Dragon 15 might pin the blame on him. Dragon 15 frowned. He looked at Long Shan, but he did not say anything. He then looked at Han Sen and asked, who are you? And why are you here? I was brought here by the dragon god. Han Sen told him the story he had fabricated for Long Shan already. Dragon 15 did not believe him, though. He looked at Long Shan, and Long Shan quickly said, Sanmu did emerge from the dragon pool as soon as the dragon god appeared. If you came from the dragon pool, then you must know about it. Please, take us there. Dragon 15 looked at the dragon pool. Almost all of the turtles were inside it by now. The pool was not too large, but it had consumed all those spiky turtles easily. As the last of them passed through, the pool became very quiet. The dragon god brought me here. When I came out, I was up on the surface. I don't actually know anything about the dragon pool itself, Han-sen said. Since you are now in Return Ruin Sea, you will have to do as I bid if you wish to leave. Dragon 15 sounded calm, but his words were foreboding. If I take you guys down, will you let me leave this place? Han-sen asked Dragon 15. That depends on your performance, Dragon 15 said unhelpfully. Han-sen thought about it for a bit before agreeing. Okay. Xios, are you entering the pool? Dragon 15 asked Xios. This is a rare occurrence. If you do not object to my coming, I would indeed like to see more of the pool. Xios looked happy. Dragon 15 did not say anything. He allowed Han-sen to lead them down into the pool. Chapter 2041 Ruins. At the bottom of the pool. When Han-sen had lived in the Alliance, he had been good in the water. After spending several months in the Dream Lake, his talents underwater only improved. He had become so proficient that he could swim easily, even if he was tied up. The last of the spiky turtles vanished into the dragon pool, and Han-sen was the first to jump in after them. Dragon 15 invited Xios to jump into the pool after Han-sen. Then Dragon 15's maid, Long Ying, followed Dragon 15 into the water. Han-sen did not show off his abilities, though. He pretended to use a godlight to swim. Dragon 15 and Long Ying were also comfortable in the water, performing just as well in the water as on land. They were dragons, after all. Xios swam behind them, her snake tail sending her smoothly through the water. Pure dragons are strong, Han-sen thought. Dragon 15 and Xios are both marquises, so Dragon 15 will be stronger than Dragon 13 was. That Long Ying is more powerful than either of them, though. She must be a duke. There is no way. Could beat them in battle. The pool did not seem large from the outside, but it was like a bowl turned upside down. It got wider towards the bottom. Han-sen could see many spiky turtles swimming beneath them. Down there, even the giant Duke-class turtles did not look very big. The pool was deep, and Han-sen could not see very much. He couldn't see what might have been solaring, so he just followed the turtles down. Dragon 15 and Xios were not in a rush, and they simply followed Han-sen. They could talk underwater, so they didn't even need to rely on clumsy hand signals. The deeper they swam, the darker it became. When they were 10,000 meters down, however, a light appeared. It was like the light at the end of the tunnel. Han-sen had never been there before, so he had no idea what the light was. Does this pool lead someplace else? Is it going back to the ancient god space? He wondered. Han-sen swiftly realized that he was incorrect. The light was not an exit. As they went deeper, the blurry light resolved itself into an object. At the bottom of the pool, there was a large palace. Han-sen didn't know what material the palace was made of, but it gleamed with blue light. The radiance lit up the entire underwater world like some fairy tale. But the fairy tale palace had mostly collapsed. It was in disarray, little more than a ruin. The turtles, however, accelerated as they saw it. Han-sen looked around, but he did not catch a glimpse of the dragon god. The thought that it was gone made him feel safer, so he followed the spiky turtles towards the palace. Upon drawing closer to the palace, he realized that the palace was far bigger than he had originally thought. A single pillar was dozens of meters tall. Han-sen looked over the palace, eventually picking out a stone table that was very large. Several human adults could lie flat on the table without covering its surface. It clearly belonged to a civilization that was neither human nor dragon. The bodies of the dragon were quite similar to humans. They would have no reason to produce a relic of that size. What is this palace? Dragon 15 asked Hansen. Han Sen shook his head, and he pretended to choke on water as he tried to answer. Then, using a godlight to clear the water away from his mouth, he said, I don't know. I told you, the dragon god brought me here. I don't know anything about this place. There is nothing I can do to prove it if you do not believe me. Dragon 15 stopped asking. He had forced Han Sen to swim down with them because he found Han Sen suspicious, not because he really wanted Han Sen to lead them. He couldn't leave Han Sen alone, and he had to keep a watchful eye on him. It was the safest thing to do. Xios, looking at the palace, said, 15, the legends say that the return ruined sea belongs to the sea gods from the xenogenic space. Is that true? Dragon 15 raised an eyebrow. When the dragon took over return ruined sea, we didn't find evidence of any sea gods. I don't know if myths about them are true, for I've never discovered any sea god relics before. You seem to know a lot, though. Can you tell me if the palace is related to the conundrum of the sea gods? Xiao smiled and said, the sea gods are a higher race, according to the legends. They fell a long time ago, however, so no one knows much about them. There are bits and bobs lying around, scattered, in faint remembrance for their past existence. The ruins found prior to this were far smaller and less significant, though. Judging from the architecture, this really does seem similar to the style of the sea gods. I cannot be 100% certain, of course. As they held their discussion, the spiky turtles reached the palace. Their purpose there was clear. They did not travel around the palace in search of something. Like arrows, they went straight past the palace to one ruin in particular. Many spiky turtles stopped at a ruin that looked like a mountain. They floated in the water. When the giant spiky turtle brought the Turtle King there, the Turtle King squealed. The rest of the turtles surrounded the ruin and started to dig through the mound of rubble. The rocks were the same unknown blue material. Whatever they were, they must have been very hard, as not even the Duke turtles could break them. They had to just displace them, instead. All the turtles got busy moving the rocks away. Han Sen and the others stopped some distance from the palace and watched the turtles dig through the ruins. They did not make a move. The army of turtles quickly dug through the rubble, and something became visible beneath the collapsed ruin. As more and more of the rocks were moved away, the object became clearer. Beneath the mountain of rubble was a statue of a sea turtle. It was a very strange sea turtle, though. It seemed to be standing on 2 feet, and it was clad in a weird set of armor. A circular helmet rested on the sea turtle's head, and it held a hammer in each of its claws. That statue was 12 meters tall. It was very strange, but it seemed to be made from the same blue rock. The weirdest thing was the biped turtle that it depicted. As Han Sen observed the statue, the rest of the turtles stopped moving. The Turtle King screamed, and the rest of the turtles lay down below it. It looked as if they were kowtowing. The spiky Turtle King floated down from the giant turtle's head and swam over to the sea turtle statue. Are those turtles related to the statue? Are they blood related? Longing asked with surprise. That might be a possibility. Xios was looking at the statue and the Turtle King. Longing wished to say something more, but the Turtle King had reached the statue. The plate-sized black body landed atop the helmet of the turtle statue. Chapter 2042 Battle in the Dragon Pool. Han Sen only noticed now that the helmet on the sea turtle statue had a circular, plate-sized slot in the top. The spiky Turtle King's body landed atop the helmet. It withdrew its neck and limbs into its shell and dropped neatly into the slot. It was a perfect fit. The spiky Turtle King's black diamond shell began to shine. Then, the entire statue started to shine with that same black light, too. The blue statue slowly turned black, and the turtles' hammers transformed into black crystals. A life force began to radiate from them. Han Sen and the others were appropriately shocked. They had never seen anything like this before. Boom! The hammer-wielding turtle moved forward. With a single step, it made the floor of the entire pool shake. The power surged through the water around it, sweeping all the turtles backward. Such power! That exceeds even a king. Long Een was in shock. Dragon 15 shook his head. No, it is not above king class. It is around half deified. Xios nodded and said, it is not deified, but it is certainly greater than a basic king class. It is half deified. As the three of them spoke, the dual-wielding turtle walked through the ruins. That giant palace was perfectly sized for the turtle. He walked toward the palace, smacking down buildings that happened to be in his way with his hammers. Every swing released a frightening shockwave, crushing the blue rocks scattered about. He pushed all the stone and rubble aside, forming a path for himself. He came to the front gate of the palace, approximately 1 mile away. When he approached the palace and swung a hammer toward it, a dragon-like power suddenly shot out of the palace and collided with the shockwave. The two powers crashed against each other, but no explosion was released. The two powers tangled together instead, forming a giant underwater tornado. Everything around them was sucked into it. The turtles in the vicinity tried to swim away. Some of the slower spiky turtles were pulled into the tornado. They were crushed by its velocity within a second, and red streams began to circle within the vortex. Pang! The turtle statue swung one of its hammers. The power of its strike broke through the tornado, allowing some of the luckier spiky turtles to get away. Han Sen immediately started swimming away, as that power was too frightening. It was far beyond a level he could be expected to fight. Dragon 15 was of the same mind. Together, they all looked to escape. If they did not leave now, they might not be able to withstand the power that would be released as the fight continued. They could very well die there. A strange door then opened within the palace. Han Sen was in the midst of swimming away, but he still turned to look back. Through that doorway, a giant head appeared. It was the dragon god that had eaten Han's senator roar. A dragon roar came from its mouth. The shockwave shot forward with blinding speed, and Han Sen and Dragon 15 were too slow to evade it. The impact left blood trailing past their lips. Now the fight began in earnest. As the two monsters fought, the simple shockwaves were enough to kill Han Sen and Dragon 15. There were more hammer strike sounds, and Han Sen heard 2 more roars. And then, the world started to tremble again. Han Sen did not have time to look at what might have happened. He swam quickly toward the surface. Longing grabbed Dragon 15 and summoned her powers. Her dragon wings unfurled and then snapped downward with the force of a cannon, firing the 2 dragons toward the surface. She completely ignored Han Sen and Xios. Xios flapped her snake tail and used a holy light for a boost, which let her swim faster than any fish. She outran all the spiky turtles, even those that were of Duke class. Han Sen did not slow down either. He focused all his power and skill into swimming, and he was able to keep up with Xios. Xios was shocked to see Han Sen maintaining pace with her. But now was not the time to watch Han Senator. She had to focus on reaching the surface. Boom! A giant shockwave was approaching. Han Sen moved fast, ducking into the refuge offered by a Duke turtle's shell. And then, that power went right past him. It tore apart all the lesser turtles around. Their shells were ripped open like paper, and their gore dyed the water red. The Duke-class giant turtles were bounced 10 meters forward. Han Sen was knocked into a giant turtle. He quickly grabbed the cannon-like spikes and allowed the turtle to tow him back to the surface. Xios was hit, too. But she was strong, and she survived the shockwave. She also reached the surface. When they reached the surface, Dragon 15 quickly gathered Long Shan and the others onto a giant green leaf. Xiao's landed on another green leaf. They were leaving that island with all haste. The turtles wanted to escape, too. Han Sen remained atop a turtle's back, clutching its spike. The Duke-class spiky turtles could run faster than he could. Boom! Before the turtles reached the shoreline, a noise began to rumble from the pool. The water in the pool swelled up like a pillar, rising 100 meters into the sky. And then, an angry beast appeared. It had blue scales, and it possessed the head of a dragon. Its body, however, was like a Kirin's. It was glowing blue. It wasn't like a monster, overall, it was more like a holy beast. Now Han Sen knew what the dragon god really looked like. He did not know what sort of xenogenic it could be, though. The black crystal turtle followed it out, wielding 2 black hammers in its hands. The hammers tore apart space itself, and the turtle teleported in front of the dragon god. The dragon god roared. Its blue presence struck the hammer with earthquake force. The power broke the mountains of the island, and Han Sen's spiky turtle was sent rolling. Not long after, Han Sen and the turtle fell into the sea. Han Sen was still clutching the spike firmly. The scary power flew wildly throughout Return-Ruined Sea. Even underwater, Han Sen could feel the surges of power. Waves rose to heights of 100 meters, and lots of water was vaporized. Chapter 2043 Escaping under the sea. The giant spiky turtle was swimming deep into the sea. Han Sen hung onto the creature, using its large body to avoid the scary shock waves as they went. When he reached an area outside of the effective radius of the shock waves, he let go of the turtle. He looked over his shoulder and saw many spiky turtles swimming deep into the sea around them. Han Sen was afraid he might have swum too deep. He didn't want to escape from the shockwave, only to become food for the xenogenics that lurked in the depths of the sea. So, he didn't dive any further. While Han Sen floated in the sea, he saw a familiar face approach. It was Xiao's, the Ghana. She was different from the Ghana sisters that Han Sen knew. Xiao's wasn't one of the Ghana nobility, and she was strong. Han Sen frowned, but he did not abandon his place. Going upwards would take him back to where the dual-wielding turtle and the dragon god fought. Waiting here seemed like his best option. Your name is Sanmu? Xiao's asked, coming next to Han Sr. Not bad. Is there something you need? Han Sen watched Xiao's carefully. Xiao smiled. It is rare to see crystallizers here. It is even rarer to find an earl like you. I have heard Knife Queen has a crystallizer student. He goes by the name of Han Senator. Do you know him? The sudden question caught Han Sen off guard, but he kept his expression from changing. I don't know every other crystallizer out there, but I am familiar with Han Senator. He is our pride and joy, but I'm afraid he does not know me. Xiao sighed and looked at Han Sr. Han Sen is indeed someone to be proud of. He killed Dragon 13 and Sharon. That is an extraordinarily rare feat for an earl. Unfortunately, he disappeared in the ancient god space. I would like to see him. Do you know where he might be found? I am afraid I will have to disappoint you, as I am just an ordinary crystallizer. I do not know Han Sen personally enough to know where he might be, Han Sen said casually. Han Sen remained outwardly calm, but his stomach was churning. It looked like the deaths of Dragon 13 and Sharon had become rather well known. That meant if the dragon found out who he really was, they'd be inclined to kill him. When Xiao's opened her mouth to say something else, a shadow approached. Dragon 15 and Long Ying were coming. They moved in front of Han Sen and Xiao's like the dragons they were. Dragon 15 looked at Han Sen, and his expression was unreadable. Then, he spoke to Xiao's, this place is dangerous. Why don't I let Long Ying take you somewhere safe? A fight like this is a rare sight. Danger is a price worth paying. Xiao smiled. She had no intention of leaving. Instead of responding, Dragon 15 punched Han Sen. He gathered a lot of power in that punch, and his fist slipped through the water like a needle. The water resistance didn't even slow it down, and it came right for Senator Dragon 15 wanted to kill Han Sen before the two monsters were done fighting. Han Sen was familiar with this power, though. He wouldn't soon forget the Evil Breaker power of the dragon. When Dragon 15 used Evil Breaker power, Han Sen dove deeper into the sea. Dragon 15 was surprised by how swift Han Sen was. That crystallizer is very strong in the water. He is no worse than a dragon. He might even be better. Such an evil person. Long Ying, get rid of him. Dragon 15 looked grim. He finally realized that Han Sen had only been pretending to be poorly suited to the water. Yes, Long Ying answered. She flapped her wings like a raptor, sending powerful gusts of water behind her as she shot off after Han Sen into the deep sea. Han Sen saw the speed with which she was approaching, and he knew he would lose if he did not do something soon. He kept swimming down for the moment, though. Long Ying closed on him. Her lance split the water hungrily, thrusting towards Han. Senator Han Sen moved, evading the Evil Breaker lance. Long Ying hummed, and then her lance underwent a transformation. A dragon appeared on it, and its speed increased. It disappeared, only to reappear and pierce through Han Sen's head. Pang! Han Sen's body exploded like a water balloon, but there was no blood. A clone of Moon. Long Ying frowned. The clone looked so real, it had even tricked her. That pissed her off. She looked around, and she realized that Han Sen was gone. She released her dragon presence to find Han Sen, but she could not detect him at all. He was outside the radius of 1,000 meters. Long Ying frowned. Han Sen was clinging to the bottom of a blue shark like a barnacle. He used his Dongxian aura to mask his presence, before allowing the shark to take him deep into the sea. Once he reached the bottom, Han Sen looked around. There was a lot of coral nearby, growing together like a section of forest. He didn't enter there, though. Instead, he dropped to the sand and started to dig into it. Not long after, Long Ying reached the bottom of the sea. She looked around and swung her dragon lance. A sharp lance light swept across the coral like a scythe cutting hay. The coral broke, and many of the xenogeneics within were killed. The sea was dyed red. This guy is good at running off. Long Ying frowned. She looked around, then headed off in a different direction. Han Sen did not move an inch beneath the sand, and he had no intention of leaving. A few minutes later, Long Ying returned. Strange. Where did he go? Long Ying searched around again, then left the seabed and returned to Dragon 15. Han Sen felt relieved. He emerged from the sand and hid himself inside a seashell. The shells were 2 meters tall, and they had been living in the coral. They had died to Long Ying's lance. After hiding himself on their remains, Han Sen summoned spell in her sniper rifle form. He wanted to see if the long-range scope would work beneath the sea. It worked. Han Sen hid inside the shell, but from down there, he could see Dragon 15, Long Ying, and Xiao's a few thousand meters away. He could not hear what they were saying, but he was pretty good at reading lips. Chapter 2044 Dragon Corpse. The battle continued to rage upon the surface of the sea. Fortunately, it had little effect on the ocean depths. Suddenly, there was a boom and something massive fell into the sea. Han Sen quickly looked towards it through the scope. The xenogeneic dragon god had fallen, kicking up Goliath waves. Even the sea bed was affected as the churning water raised swirls of sand and debris. It seemed that the dragon god had lost consciousness. Its body sank, and when Han Sen saw its head, he noted that its skull had been cracked. The hammer-wielding turtle had probably plunked it pretty hard. *T. That dual hammer turtle is that strong? Han Sen was shocked. The dual hammer turtle quickly dropped into the sea after the dragon god. The hammer came down to strike the dragon god's head again, and what was left of its skull was sundered. The turtle snatched a blue orb out of the monster's remains and swam away. The dragon god's body slowly sank through the water until it came down near Han Senator A while passed, and the dual hammer turtle did not return. Xios and Dragon 15 arrived next to the corpse. Xios, do you know what this creature is? Dragon 15 asked Xios. Xios looked at the dragon god's body and said, I'm not sure, but its power should be the equivalent of something half-deified. The dual hammer turtle already took the most important item, but the body of the beast itself should still prove useful. Its blue scales, especially so. If what Long Shan said was true, and the scales can speed up one's evolution, then they will be a prized treasure. I was thinking the same thing. It is lucky for the dragon. Long Ying, quickly prep the body for transport, Dragon 15 said to Long Ying. Long Ying nodded and swam closer to the dragon god's body. She tried to pick it up. Han Sen watched her work, regretting that there was nothing he could do. He couldn't beat Long Ying in a fight, so he couldn't interfere. A half-deified's body was a valuable treasure, but he valued his own life more. But when Long Ying came down next to the dragon god's body and grabbed its tail, her duke powers were not enough to lift the corpse. Long Ying's face changed. She spread her dragon wings to emit the shadow of a dragon. Her arms transformed into the scaly limbs of a dragon. She managed to shift the body a little, but she was unable to lift it. 15. This xenogeniac's body is too heavy. We need more assistance if we want to move it, Long Ying told Dragon 15. Dragon 15 frowned, and then he said, in that case, Xios and I will watch the body while you go and find help. That evil crystallizer might still be around. How about I stay here and you go for help? Long Ying did not want to leave Dragon 15 unprotected. It's fine. You go, Dragon 15 said, waving his hands dismissively. He wanted to get this done as soon as possible. Seeing Long Ying leave, though, Han Sen was delighted. If it was just Dragon 15 and Xios, two marquises, he might have a chance to nab the spoils. But he still had to consider the weight of the dragon god's body. Not even Long Ying's duke's strength could lift it. Even if Han Sen summoned his destiny's tower, he doubted that he could absorb it and take it away. What can I steal? Han Sen used his scope to examine the body, but he didn't know much about the creature. He couldn't tell if what he was seeing was actually good stuff. Long Shan and the others said that its scales can speed up the evolution process, so the scales have to be decent, at least. But it has too many scales for me to try to grab them all. Before I finished harvesting it, Long Ying would be back with help. And then, I certainly would not be able to run. Xios and Dragon 15 are here, as well, and they are annoying enough. Han Sen was hesitating. At this time, Xios walked in front of the dragon god's body. Observing the creature's neck, she said, I don't know where this xenogeniac might have come from, but from its appearance, we can determine that it is definitely some sort of dragon. Aside from the dragon orb that the turtle stole, the most important thing for us to take would be the scales. Do you agree? Hearing what Xios said, Han Sen turned his scope in the direction she was looking. He saw a scale on the dragon god's neck that appeared to be growing upside down. The other scales were light blue, but this one was so dark that it was almost black. It also seemed to be shaped differently than the other scales. The other scales looked like fans, and they were the size of grinding discs. That upside-down scale, however, was only around the size of a plate. It was shaped like a heart. Not bad. This half-deified xenogeniac is one of the dragon. That is the upside-down scale. Dragon 15 walked over to the body and tried to tear off the scale. But when he grabbed the scale by its edges, he was unable to remove it. Dragon God was dead, and its life force was gone. The flesh had certainly weakened. But even so, it seemed that a marquise would have difficulty removing the upside-down scale. Dragon 15 frowned. Power swelled within his body as he spread his wings. He grew 3 feet taller, and his muscles hardened like steel. His scales all turned black. Good grief. This Dragon 15 is a xenogeniac. Are all dragons xenogeniacs, I wonder? Han Sen thought to himself. Watching this display, Han Sen thought that Dragon 15 might have been more powerful than Dragon 13. The dragon were born strong, and any pure dragon could become stronger than those of any other race. Their claim of being the bravest was not some bluff. His nails became blades, and Dragon 15 poked them into the flesh beside the scale. He cut around the scale and it popped loose. F***CK. That's it. Han Sen was angry. He aimed spell at Dragon 15 and pulled the trigger. He emerged from the shell and ran towards the dragon god's corpse. Dragon 15 seemed to be ready. He gave a hum, then swung his hand at the bullet fired from spell. The bullet was cut in half, then exploded. As this occurred, Dragon 15 waved his other hand at Han Sen. The talons shook the water into a number of blades that headed towards Han Sen.